Welcome to my show. Forgot to set this thing up on Instagram. So I'm going to just set that up really quick. But welcome to the show. It looks like so far no one has made the first comment. So we'll see who gets to beat Willie on this one. Let me go ahead and set this up. All right. Y'all, I took some time off this weekend. I already forgot the routine. Watch live on YouTube. There we go. All right, let's set this up so we can give people a little bit of FOMO. How's everybody doing tonight? There we go. All right. Excuse me. All right, so let's pin this here. All right. Cool. Now we can tease them on Instagram. All right. So tonight is Thursday, of course, November 7th, and it is episode 26, you guys. We are moving right along with this show. I've been having fun with you. We've got some guys backstage who are going to be joining us tonight. Let's see here. Let me check these comments before we get started. Oh, Kenny was the first one. Shockingly, he beat Willie because Willie's been here for a minute. Kenny is checking in first from Washington, D.C. Janice said, welcome. Melanie said, hi. Hey, girl. She's tuning in from Jersey. He said, spill the tea on the event. And Janice is watching from Brooklyn, New York. And I believe... Talk with Lee. That's Philly. Is that you, Greg? I can't tell. I don't remember. I feel like give me a thumbs up if it is. He's backstage. I'm trying to remember who's who. Not Booty Scratcher Africa. Well, thank you for tuning in. Blockchain from Booty Scratcher Africa. Okay, he said, yes, it is. Very nice. Lindsay is checking in from Dallas. Very, very nice. Ladies, I am going to, I'm trying to think if we should just jump right off. Should we start with the conversation about the event, or should I give you guys some free tips? I decided I want to give you guys some free tips because we haven't had as many panel members lately. So I want to make sure you guys, got your money's worth. So let me know in the comments. We'll see what you guys vote for. Do you want to start with the tips, or do you want to start with the tea about the event? Because we had a lot of fun. I should put some of the pictures on here. Maybe I can do that quickly later on. But let me know. I know there's a little bit of a delay, so I'll take a second. Those of you who are watching on Instagram, please come over to YouTube. The water is warm. Just type in Chasing Yonci, and you can see the show. You can see all my panelists. You can jump in on the conversation. He said, do both, ma'am. We're going to do both. I'm just trying to see which order to go first. Lindsay says, spill the tea first. And we're going to have a lot of fun on YouTube. So come on over to YouTube. I only leave this on for a few minutes so you guys can see what's what and be reminded to come on to YouTube. Falake, good to see you. Hello, watching from Rockland County, New York. Okay. All right. So we've got one vote so far for talking about the event. So I think I'm going to save the tips for a little bit later. So let me go ahead and bring Willie on since he was here. And then I see Greg backstage. All right, Willie, good to have you on the show. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Man, it took me like a full day to recover from the event. It was a lot of fun, but it was so much work putting it together. And shout out to you for being so hands-on, even though it was your birthday, and scrambling and trying to make sure everything happens. His birthday, y'all, was on Thursday. And so he was just, I know for me, he was being bombarded with a lot of questions and things, and he didn't skip a beat. Just made it happen. So I think I left those cupcakes there, by the way, because I had some extra ones for Spree, but she had family show up and didn't. And I was like, dang it, I should have brought them.
I think I ate 3 or 4 of them myself before we left. And then I went and got some cheesecake.
Oh my God, you and a cheesecake. Y'all in the comments, if you know, comment cheesecake. Let me bring Greg up to the stage. Good to have you, sir. We're talking about, say something, make sure I can hear you.
What's up?
Okay, nice and clear. Very nice.
What's up, Willie?
So this past weekend, I had an in-person event. It's been a really long time since I had hosted. So it was nice to get back in my in-person hosting bag. And Monte and I went all out. I convinced him to wear a tuxedo. Y'all, if you saw him, he was looking fly. We were so extra, but it was fun. We had a DJ, we had a bar, we had a chef who's from Chopped from the Food Network. He was the 2023 champion. So it was a good time. And yes, unfortunately, we have a little bit of inside jokes with the cheesecake, but you'll see. He said, I saw Cam by surprise. Yeah, Cam did show up too. That was pretty cool. So if you are watching here on Instagram, I invite you to come over to YouTube so you guys can have fun with us. Hello from South Carolina. Oh, very nice, very nice. Trying to see if there would be an easy way to share the pictures. I hate it that they force you to make them a PDF before you can share in here. Otherwise, I could just easily bring it up to the stage. But I might just be bootleg and show with my camera, perhaps. But y'all probably saw them on Instagram. We had a really good time. So shout out to Willie for sponsoring. What was your favorite part of the weekend? And please don't say the cheesecake. our part of the weekend that we were all involved in.
Oh, it was seeing the event come together for you. That was kind of dope.
Aw, very nice. Well, people are saying that we he said one day I go to the Cheesecake Factory myself. Yeah, not quite the same experience, but they're saying we need to have another one.
We're very nice. I saw the pictures.
Oh, thank you so much.
Looked like a really dope event.
It was a lot of fun. A lot of people were like, man, I should have come because they said they were. And, you know, the first one's free. And so I couldn't believe some people passed up free 99. Where do you stay? I forgot. I asked you before. I forgot.
I'm in Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia. Oh, okay, same as Mont. Yeah. But yeah, I want to do more stuff because I feel like in our day and age, there aren't a lot of social activities where you can feel comfortable around a bunch of like strangers. It's usually you go with your crew, or it's super duper awkward. There's like no in between. So that's what people said. Like it felt like we're family. We had our kickoff event Friday night, and we were playing games, and it was so funny. Do you remember the names that we had for our teams, Willie? I think you came up with it. It was so cute.
The comment section.
Yeah, one team was the comment section. The other one was the panel. It was so cute because it really was a lot of people who were in the comment section. So very nice. I see Mingo on Instagram. Mingo coming over to YouTube. He was there. Do we have anyone in the comments who was there besides Lindsay? She looked amazing. I didn't realize Tall Mont, that Joker is huge. Wait, he's making me feel like he was at the event. Yeah, he's really tall, 6'4". But yeah, it was great seeing everybody. Really great. All right, so I am going. Oh, there he is. He said, "What up, fam? Good to have you, sir. Feel free to come on if you want to join the panel tonight." So Molly is there. Oh yeah, she looks great too. So Molly always looks fabulous. So she was there. Shout out to you, love. We had a really, really good time. Definitely check out the pictures. And then, of course, I posted on Patreon, you know, all the other ones from that night. You know what? Let me see. They can wait on Instagram, right? Let me see what I can pull up here. These are the ones you guys didn't see, unless you are on Instagram. I mean, on Patreon. Okay, let's see here. You guys were amazing. I asked everyone to post up their pictures that they wanted to share. All right, so we'll see if I can do this. Oh, you know what? I might be able to do it on sharing my screen. Let me try this. Yeah, because that's going to be really ghetto trying to do it this way. You guys see, everyone posted. So this is Lynette. Let me see if I can do this. I didn't even think about sharing photos. Patreon. And anyone is not on Patreon, y'all should really join because we have a lot of fun over there. Okay. So I got this pulled up and let's see if I can share my screen. Where is, I gotta remember how to do it on here. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, nice, nice, nice. All right, so let's see if I can post this up. All right. I'll see if StreamYard lets me be great. Thank you for your patience, y'all. That's what happens when you got that live show. Share screen. There we go. Yay. Okay. So there we go here. Look at, I was able to do it. Okay, so let's scroll here. See, this is what y'all, we have Lynette here. Gorgeous girl. I love that blue on her. And this was our little welcome sign so people could find it. Me and my hunty. Kaylee got this. That's such a cool shot. Shout out to my event coordinator, Nikki. She was phenomenal. She came up with all these concepts and just presented it to me. And I was like, yes, check, check. And Willie said, write the check. But it was such a vibe. There are some more. Trina and, am I saying? Yeah, I think it's Trina. And Lynn, I'm getting paranoid now that I'm going to say the wrong name. We had Lou show up, such a sweetheart. Oh, let me take the comment your city and state off. If you guys haven't done so already, comment your city and state. Oh, Lynette, we just showed you.
Hey guys.
All right, so we got, well, since she's here, we'll just, we'll show her again. You were the first one to post up. Super cute.
Great.
Lou is stunning on you. Okay, and we have Lynn and Tisha. Oh, I said Trina. Tisha. Goodness, I'm so sorry, love. Got the name wrong. Then we had Lou, and I believe this is active. I would say active with OC, but I thought it was active with active Hawker. I can't remember what I said, but correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. Caught us dancing. We had a little game where we had a name on our back. It was a fun little game. Y'all see, I came out my shoes. I wasn't trying to be in my shoes all night. Look how lovely everybody looked. These were the goodie bags. So they got wristbands to say green. You got the green light. If you're single, red, back off. I'm off the market. Hey, Fabiola, we're just showing your picture. You should jump on YouTube. And then you guys got a little cookie if you stayed late enough. Kaylee. She said I typed your whole name. Let's see. And then this is the entrance. You guys see the entrance? Maybe I should click it. Oh, there we go. You can see it better. So red carpet got a little push to the side. We were bringing stuff in, but that's what the red carpet looked like. Kaylee got that. Another one with the girls. And a lot of these girls had met online, so it was really cool. Thank you so much. GMT, Mingo contributed $20. We got $20 on the clock. I'm not even going to bother and ask for the love offering now. He said, I'll be on next week for sure. Okay, awesome. Oh, you're not 100% yet. I'm sorry you got stuck at the airport. I heard about that. My son got stuck for like almost 24 hours. It was terrible. Look at Somalia. So cute. And we got Cam. Y'all know Cam.
Yeah, that surprised me when I said, oh, shoot, Cam.
We had Cam. Look at all the girls looking so cute. All right, we got Kaylee again. Those were the tabletops. This is where the DJ was. This is the room. Y'all, that humidity in that room, it was like 100 degrees, even though it was on 60. It was so hot. So my curls were like lasted 2 seconds. This is some of the group. Make it bigger. This is some of the group. I told you her makeup was my favorite. It was so cute. I felt like it was perfectly done.
And that's you just showed one of the losers from that weekend. I forgot her name though.
You know what?
Oh my God.
You talking about spades?
I think I forgot I think her name is something Set.
You know what? We already showed the pics. We are not gonna highlight.
Whatever.
Look at all the pictures. And then we got Keisha.
Yep, Keisha came. Yep.
All right. So there we go. Y'all have it. It was fun. I had a really good time. All right, let me mark down my 20 minutes on the clock so I don't forget. All right, so we're going right now to 9:20 p.m. That's thanks to GMT. All right.
Mm.
Oh, I love the green girl. Very cute.
What? Oh, that.
Very cute. Okay, y'all, I'm going to turn this Instagram off. If you want to watch the show, you got to come to YouTube. We're having a lot of fun over there. So join us over there. See you next time. All right. Okay, so now we're done with that. We can get into it. So I saw a couple people making connections. I'm not going to say any names, but it warmed my heart. One group of people, well, I won't say couple, but, two people. I mean, they just started the date already. We didn't even finish the event, and they went outside and had something to eat at the restaurant. This camera's bugging me. And so that was really cool. Sorry, y'all. It is, I don't know why it's so foggy right now. I put one of those little covers on there. I think I got the adhesive on there. So we're just going to have to deal with the hazy camera. But we saw some other people who were connecting. Yes, Lindsay said I have to leave time to finish my workout. Absolutely. So we started the fitness program. It's another 90-day fitness program. And my challenge to myself was hitting 5 miles a day and then a certain number of calories. And I forgot that it is my show tonight. And normally what I'll do is I'll do 2 in the morning and then I burn some, walk naturally, and then I'll do the nighttime. So I best not be on too late because I have a perfect score so far. This is really bugging me. There we go. That's a little bit better.
Yeah.
So good looking out, Lindsay. Otherwise, I might start marching in place up here or ask Monte to bring me a treadmill.
Oh, can I say something real quick? I want to apologize to Willie for digging in his plate. That wasn't nice. So
wait, what happened?
I didn't stab you, so it's cool.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah,
we're still alive to talk about it.
Yeah, I want to apologize to that. That wasn't classy. That wasn't nice. I want to apologize to that.
Y'all know Harlem Nights when he shot her in the pinky toe?
Yeah.
It had been anybody else.
Oh. What was this Saturday?
I apologize. Yeah, he was sitting there eating the cheesecake, and he came, looked at both of us on both sides, looked at me, and I stuck my finger, and he got up, and he finished eating the rest with a fork real quick, and then he walked away. And so his significant other, she looked at me. She started busting out laughing. She said, "I can't believe he came downstairs with this cheesecake." But she was just amazing. Like the whole time she was there, she was so her vibe was everything. Between her and Mont girl, they vibes was everything. They was good sports. Class. Like Willie got a good one. Class. Like she's really down to earth.
So wait, really, you put the whole party together, or you just sponsored?
I didn't do anything.
Open the wallet for it.
I don't know. Listen, I just showed up and I was there. That's kind of like a wedding. That's what I would do. I would just show up and be there where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
He said.
No.
And y'all saw we didn't cut corners. I was like, so this is the quote, Willie.
It's all good, man. The corners have been doing really good for me. I've been trafficking narcotics is a lucrative career, so
I'm so done. Yeah, a lot goes into it, y'all. A lot goes into it, and so if I do events in the future, obviously they will not all be free. I'm not trying to bankrupt my dear friend here, but I did want to show you guys what is capable and possible if you would let your girl do her thing. So imagine if this thing really gets traction and people start to, show up. We were talking about how men tend to not show up. And so I forget where we were talking. Oh, I think it was my fitness group. And I said, look, we might have to have a girls one because, a lot of the guys said I'm coming and they didn't show for whatever reason. But the ladies they came through. They cleaned up, they stepped up, they stepped out.
We did.
Would it eventually be like a traveling event? Like, would you like do it like in different cities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I used to do that. I used to fly from LA and I would mostly stick to Dallas and Atlanta. But I always said it, wherever you want me to come, just buy my ticket and I'll put the event together. So, that's something that I really am passionate about, seeing people connected. So it was just really cool seeing. I saw girls from my coaching classes that we'd only just seen in our heads. I saw girls from my fitness group that we would talk every single day for 90 days. There's Tisha. You just made the slideshow, girl. She looked fabulous. Great personality. Yes. We had fun playing spades with her. Fabiola's in the house. Yes, she said next time North Carolina. So look, I'm down for wherever the next event is going to be. We just have to have everybody, get their tickets up front so that we can start to plan, because I don't do things bootleg. I don't do things ghetto. So, we will plan it and be organized, and it'll be a good time. Even if it's like we all meet up, let's say all of us decide on one hotel that we're all meeting up, and then we all go to a spot, that'll keep the cost down, and we all, connect and we all go to wherever. So whoever's in that city, if you got a spot that's popping, whatever, that's always a fun vibe. So
yeah, I told Monte, I said, oh, here's your deck of cards. I went and bought a deck of cards. I said, here, this is your deck of cards. Remember, none is missing out of these. These are brand new pack.
I was so mad you saw me because we bought, and those are the special cards that are for just us, the adults. Like, kids are not supposed to touch it. So I'm like, we didn't even get to open this packet yet. So I was so bummed. So then when we went to play again, he told me, said, Lynette got us a pack. So that was very, very cool. But yeah, it was a ton of fun. We had a nice turnout, and everybody there was on great behavior. I mean, the vibes were dope. The energy was dope. And it was so funny. So I tried to do my church announcements at the beginning and say my thank yous. Y'all, they were like, we don't care about you guys. They were chatting and chit-chat. And I said, that's the best problem ever. I would rather them be so hyped to start the party than be crickets and staring at me. So I said, let me hurry up and do my thank yous and all that, and then get on with the party. But it was a good time. I had so much fun.
It was a great time.
It was very fun.
It was worth every, postponement you kept doing. Like it really turned out really nice, and everybody
y'all would not want to be in the 120-degree heat, even though it was hot in the room because all the bodies. But yeah, I think it was more fun being glamorous.
And the DJ was on fire. Like all the songs. I mean, he was playing old school. It wasn't all that ratchet. It was straight R&B. Just relaxing, laid back. Like if you was in a car, you'd have been driving on. Like
I told him, I said, stick with the 90s. You can't go wrong with the 90s. And throw in some step music and maybe a sprinkle of top 100. And he 100% understood the assignment. So shout out to him. I'm trying to remember. I want to use his correct name. It's Brandon, but DJ.
Brandon, Don B.
Don B. I was going to say Don B, but I was commit to that if I wasn't sure. Don B. Yes. So he did a great job. All right. So I am going to get into these topics. Oh, Lord. I thought I was a little bit nervous last week because of the topic. I went all the way crazy this week, and I just said, let's do this. So those of you on Patreon, you know the question that I asked. And we just gonna get into it. Lynette, you know what I'm talking about? Kaylee was like, I'm going straight to the comments.
The length? The girth? I was so surprised at that question. I said, I'm surprised Yonci not turning beet red. I'm like, what is this about?
I can't believe it. Okay, y'all. I had the nerve to ask, and the men were like, what the hell? I said, how many inches did the Lord bless you with at full salute? Yes, I went there. And so this is what the guy said. It was actually pretty funny. One of them is the not Chris, Kevin Hart gif. He said, "Where is this coming from?" Some other guy put a gif that said, "I am powerful." All right, so here are the stats. And Willie said that the guys were gonna lie, but we'll see what you guys have to say. 58% said 7+. Are we calling BS on this, ladies? Are we calling BS? Greg, are we calling BS?
Straight BS. 7 inches or big. You know, listen.
I would say 5 to 6. I would expect more to be the average than 7+. And then we got some saying shorter than 3 to 4. I wish I knew people were being honest, because it's like when the stats are off, I don't know.
Yeah, no comment.
Oh, why you quiet? Greg went quiet. He's like, no comment.
I would say this. I'll try to ask a PG question. Do you think the average guy would want to lie even if he was voting anonymously on a question like this?
And a question, yeah, because there's no who's gonna know.
Right. Who's gonna know? Man. So we won't know, ladies, if they're fudging or not, but that's what they said.
Ooh, child.
This guy said, y'all out here using pills and honey packs. I don't know what honey packs are.
Lindsay said cap.
To cheat getting BBL surgeries. Do this poll when dudes get to their 60s to see who stays at attention the longest or gets up the fastest without additives. It's a marathon, not a race. Don't let vanity or pride mess up your life long term. And someone else said, are you really going to take our word on this, or do you need evidence with submission? Ew, no, sir. He said -3 if it's warm outside, but I have a winning personality. Someone else said, finally, a stat I can be proud of. I made the 7+ club. Thanking God for his blessings, well over 7 inches. Wow. He said Yonci's going to use this info for her male profiles. Here's Tom, 5'10", lives in Texas, not willing to locate. Has a good 8 inches. That's terrible.
I knew this had to be a little joke. I knew you just had to do this just to lighten up in the the group a little bit.
Oh my gosh. He said, it says, questions got spicy today. Okay. Oh, this is what I said. According to Google, the average size, standing at attention, is 5 inches. So let's test that. Someone asked me if my account got hacked. Oh my goodness. Subtract an inch from whatever is the average. Someone said, are we really answering this in a room full of mostly men? I'm just asking for clarity.
Right.
So I guess a lot of guys are
right
saying it's probably not the truth. Okay. Any other comments before we move on to the next?
Next.
I didn't turn too red. Lindsay says,
yes.
Cap. Okay, so this is a post. It's actually somebody who I really like her content. We follow each other and we're Instagram friends. But I'm going to read you what her post says. And I was very curious to know what the guys think. So it's captioned, what men actually want in a woman. A man doesn't want a mother. He doesn't want a friend. He doesn't want a colleague. He doesn't want a therapist or a teacher. He can get all of that with or without a woman, and he subconsciously knows that. He just doesn't want to give up his resources, his freedom, his opportunities for a woman that gives him what he can get elsewhere. What he wants to feel is a woman's essence, her vibrancy, her depth, her feminine energy. That is what makes it all worth it to him. He wants to be with a woman who shows up in a high value way, one who accepts herself without seeking validation, one who sets boundaries yet still appreciates men, one who embraces her femininity, trusts her feelings, and allows the man the freedom to choose her. This is what he truly craves in a romantic partner. Most women have no clue as to how to give this to a man because they don't embrace their ability to be simultaneously feminine, soft, and powerful. But that's the very formula for becoming the woman who attracts a high-value man of character who will fulfill you and want to commit to you with every fiber of his being. So I asked what the guys thought. One more thing. She said in her caption, men fall in love with their hearts. They don't choose women because of a checklist or a reason. A man doesn't want a mother that controls his every move, a lady boss, or someone to save him. He wants to be with a woman because of how she makes him feel. Deep down, what he's looking for is a woman's feminine energy, which is already inside you right now. What makes him feel stronger, more inspired, more masculine, and ultimately crave to commit 100%. He wants to see the powerful, authentic, and feminine parts of you that are dormant but very much alive within you. Learning how to connect with your feminine energy is one of the keys to unlocking your most radiant self. Shout out to her. She is dating coach Daria, Darya, and she used to go by the Wealthy Wonder Woman, if you've ever heard of her. All right, so I asked the men if they agree, and this is what they said. 79% said yes. So I hope you guys were taking notes. I'm going to read the comments. They were quite brief, and then you guys can weigh in. Someone said, in some ways, darn Skippy have a checklist nowadays. I have to know what I want, not just how I feel. I be feeling all types of ish. Checklist is about discernment. Another guy said, I really am beginning to lean into the importance of a woman knowing herself well in regards to her femininity. When a woman is truly confident in her essence, it'll allow for your interactions with her to be so flavorful, more times than not. He said, I still want to be your friend. Only thing I disagree with. And the last one says, well, I don't understand about today's female is why you can't learn this when you're young, so you won't have these problems later around the line, and never worry for my lovely ladies to walk into wife energy. Well, they have to be taught that, just like men have to be taught to be men. So what are your thoughts, guys, on this? That was a mouthful, I know. Do you feel like she accurately described what men are looking for?
I think that she does the same thing a lot of other dating coaches do, and they describe what the men they want look for, like what the kind of man she would want looks for, because we have a checklist. Any man that women tend to want, we have a list of things that we know and criteria that you have to meet in order to qualify for access to us. So I think that she's just talking, like a lot of the coaches, like even for one of the things I admire about you is that they come from a wishful thinking space. They project what they want and try to tell the women that these are the things they should want too, so they can be in the same position as them and they have more support, and they can be more normal for women to believe that, oh no, men don't want we don't have a checklist. We just want you guys to be safe and not have been a whore before. No, we have a checklist. Like it's a very concise checklist. If you ask a guy and he knows he's not going to be judged, he'll be honest with you as to what's on that checklist. But I think that what she said is just, again, her talking about what, she wishes men would want and not actually what, men actually want, because I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. What about you, sir?
I mean, I see Willie's side too. Like as far as, sometimes it can be, fictitious. Like sometimes it can be like
Cutting out a little bit.
It could be like this ideal person. It could be this person that we make up in our mind or in our head of what we want. But in reality, like most men,
I don't know why it's breaking up so bad.
can you hear me?
Is it breaking up for you, Lynette? Okay. Loudest motorcycle just went by. For some reason, it's like cutting out every third word.
Okay.
Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you right now.
Okay. So going along with what Willie was saying, as far as it's not necessarily what men want, because men don't necessarily, and we have a checklist, but I'm gonna say personally for myself, I think it's more of like my gut feeling. Like if my gut is telling me like I can, and not only just my gut, but her actions are lining up with what she's saying, then I can move forward. But if it's not aligning, if there's a disconnect there where she's saying one thing, but then there's a different person being projected, then I'm going to obviously use some caution moving forward. I'm not going to necessarily, just say that this person is somebody I can potentially date or because she's shown me otherwise.
Yeah. Okay. I am gonna see.
I'm gonna say, even though this is toward the men, my male friends been told. I had a male friend that told me one time, I can tell when a woman is gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. He said, I don't care how pretty she is, how feminine she is. If I can tell that she is going to be a problem, he said, I don't want to deal with her. And when he told me that, I'm like, what are you talking about? Because you're learning from your friends. So he broke it down to me, and I was like, oh, that's why. He said, yeah, she pretty. She has money. She has this. She's feminine. She's cute. Da-da-da. But he said, I can see that she's going to be a problem down the line.
Yeah.
But men know, so.
Yeah, it's really a instinct, like a gut. Like women have their women intuition, like men have a gut feeling that they have to go by to judge if this person is going to be a potential partner or not. Like we kind of can sense it right away.
It's
Right
time to
away.
snitch, y'all. We got 11 people watching. And let's check these likes. We have 6 likes. Okay. So
You have
we're
8.
Oh, we got 8 now. Okay. Oh, just bumped up. All right. So if you are watching the show and you haven't hit that like button, this is your friendly reminder to do so. It helps the algorithm with YouTube and lets YouTube know you are enjoying the show and pushes it out to more people. So if you can push that like button, that would be fabulous. And then we'll get back to it. Welcome to those who just joined in. If you haven't dropped your city and state, drop your city and state, and I will shout you out. Okay, we are on the next question. I wanted to know the men's thoughts on this. So this was a post. This is actually somebody that I really like her content. But there was a text thread that she shared, and she was very happy about how it went. And I read it a little bit differently. And so I wanted to hear what the guys had to say. All right, so I am going to read. And the question is, do you think he is interested? Okay. Let's see. Hold on one second. Okay, so she said, hello, handsome. Besides me, what put a smile on your face this week? He said, hello, beautiful. Are you flirting with me? And he put laughing emojis. I bought some more property this week. Now, this was her. So she gave her tips on each of the screens. So she said, for me, I'm looking for some form of thoughtfulness, self-awareness, and or clear signs that he's built something meaningful in his life. So she said, this wasn't the most thoughtful response, but I do love dating investors. So it's a yes for me moving forward. She said, congratulations, and put the little champagne pop and the little celebration emoji. She said, thanks for sharing. He said, thanks, beautiful. She said, notice how he hasn't followed up with a question. Notice how I didn't either. Very mindful, very intentional. Because I'm not here to carry a conversation, no matter how interested I might be. But if his profile screams high quality, I might follow up with something like this. Now, before I go on, I didn't want to analyze as I was going, but I can't help myself. I remember guys always saying, the rules don't apply to the men that you really want. That's what this is screaming. Okay. She said, you're welcome. Heads up, though. I'm all for making the first move, but I don't carry conversations when a guy isn't asking any questions. I only stick around where there's mutual effort. She said, many of the men I date are super busy, so they'll send quick messages to show interest, even though they're not fully engaged at the moment. They don't realize how it comes off, but it's their way of staying connected despite their wild schedules. She said, so then he responded, I'm about to carry it. What are you up to on Saturday night? She said, these are the kind of responses I'm looking for in order for me to continue being a yes to the connection. Anything sassy or defensive is an automatic unmatch for me. She said, now we're talking. Next Saturday night, I might be free. What do you have in mind? Maybe we can go grab a bite to eat next week. She said, sounds like a plan. Let's lock in a time and place that works for both of us. Available for a quick video call? She said, and this is where our time on the app ended. Once I confirmed he was not a catfish and the date was planned, I don't plan to come back on the app for further conversation with him. I don't have time to waste on a bunch of messaging. My time is invested in meeting you in person. So I am going to just allow the men to weigh in. Lynette, you can also weigh in. I'm very curious to know, what was your impression? So my first question was, do you think he's interested? Then I'll show the poll results, what the men said, and then we'll unpack his responses. Okay.
My bad.
Yeah.
How does she look?
I knew he was gonna do that.
That's important. Like, I mean, it's super important because she has to be a strong 9 to even be worth trying to smash, let alone talking about I might be available. Ma'am, girl, fuck you and your might be available. Your time is no more valuable than mine. So if we're trying to go somewhere and you said you want to go out, either you are or you're not. You're not gonna say, well, I might be, and then wait till I give you a plan you like to decide how you want to rank me with the other 6 niggas you finna try to go out with that night. Ain't no way. No.
Ain't no way. We still have 7 likes, y'all. Not with 15 people. Come on, y'all. Tap that like button, please.
Like, hell no.
You gotta close the chat box. Okay, so do you think he was interested based on what he was saying?
Yeah, if she's attractive, he's gonna try and smash. But if he's not, he's bored.
Oh, interested in smashing. Okay, but not interested.
I need to know what she looks like before I can give you.
Check it.
What's the progression in some sort of?
You said what?
There was some sort of progression in, some direction. Like they were moving forward in somewhere. Whether if it was to smash or to go out, whatever it was some movement in some direction.
Okay. Oh, I laughed at so much. So you think he's interested on some level? Is that your vote, Greg?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Lynette, are you thinking he's interested?
It sounded like she was carrying on a conversation. I'm thinking if he was interested, when he had carried on the conversation instead of her seeming like she was pushing the issue on a date, but she made it seem like it was him when it was really her trying to push him into giving her a date, and he ended up falling for it per se, and then asking her for the date. Did she want to go out? But I don't think, to me, it sounded like he really wanted to. I think she did some kind of, you know what I mean? Like she made it seem like it was his idea.
A little voodoo. Yeah.
But
I think some men can be emotionally detached in the beginning, depending on your level of interest. Like if there's a woman that is showing high interest, then I'm going to be a little bit more invested. If she's not really showing high interest, I'm not going to be as invested into whatever it is that she's saying. What if it's going out on a date or whatever?
So yeah, I know for me, if I feel like I'm pulling teeth at the beginning, I'm jumping ship and I'm not going to give the guy a heads up. That's just
right. It sounded like she was pulling teeth. That's what I mean. And then he just was like, you know what? I see that she want me to ask her. Let me just ask her. It sounded like he was like, let me just ask her.
That's kind of the impression I got.
That's what I got.
41% said he's probably not interested. 41% said there's a good chance he is. And then 19 said too hard to tell from his answers.
Well,
so
there's levels of interest though, that like Willie said, like he could just be interested in just smashing. And that doesn't require as much effort or energy as it would somebody who's pursuing a relationship or potential dating partner.
Right.
Right. Like Willie said, depending on how she looked though.
Right. Physically, that's important for sure.
Right. Willie kept saying, how does she look? So if she looks good, of course he's gonna want to pay for the date and smash, right? That's what he said, right? But it depends on the date. Even if she was eminent on like, yo, I want to go out, I want to go out, I want to go out.
Right.
Depending on how she looked was a possibility that he wouldn't have hit it up. He would have just paid for the meal and probably
clearly she wants something.
She wanted something, right, Willie?
I saw this lady's picture. He's just trying to smash. That's it. He's just gonna smash. He like shit. And I already got her number. We didn't match. I got to get some ROI on my time and energy that I already gave to this dry ass conversation. She is mattress food worthy. Let me just go ahead and see where this can go. There's no way that man. And then she said like I date a lot of men who are busy. Telling another man you date a lot of men is you just told him that you sleep with a lot of men,
Right.
whether you do or don't. So again,
I didn't. That's a good point.
That is true.
That is probably the most. Good luck, sweetie.
Basically, he said she told on herself.
Good luck,
from her response.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Because even she said, he's a high quality guy. This is the thing about high quality men. There's not a lot of them. So the odds of you being able to date 5, 6 of the guys of the same caliber is, mathematically improbable. So when you tell guys you date a lot, that you're dating a lot of men, we automatically assume like, well, if you date me, and then you got to date a Walmart manager type, maybe a 9-to-5 type outside of that. If those same guys can access you the same way I'm trying to, I'm not your type.
Right.
And that's a message that a lot of women give guys when they roster date or, date multiple men. And yeah, again, good luck, sweetie. I hope bro, get some ROI on his time investment. And, I hope that she figures it out and stops trying to tell people how to do what she's not successful at.
Okay. All right. I was wondering why Kenny was saying that, but I forgot he's always on delay. So he's just now seeing the photos.
How is Kenny always on? What type of dial-up internet do you have, Kenny?
AOL.
But I'll send you I will send you I will bring you a hotspot. Like you're 15 minutes from me. I will bring you a hotspot, bro.
I'll be like, what is he saying? Oh, he's on delay. Okay. Okay. So yeah. There you go. Okay. Let me look at these comments. Oh no! It said she's so proud she landed a date and could be a coach about. See, I feel bad. She's a really nice lady. But all she's doing is landing a new body for his count. He was not interested, but she pushed it by saying she doesn't make the first move, which is actually making the first move. Personally, I viewed her messaging and logic behind it kind of childish, especially I might be free. What do you have in mind? If you're free or not, say that. Don't play games on what I have. Excuse me. Don't play games based on what I say I plan to do. Also, her expecting him to carry the combo where she's clearly interested is also childish. My 2 cents. This was a good read, and she made her intentions clear. Maybe she did try harder than she should have when she stated she doesn't like to carry after short answers. I think the initial stages of dating would be much easier if a woman had kind of choosing signals. As for his level of interest, it's very surface. She was asking all right questions, though. He's complimenting her, so it's a good chance he's interested, but I hope he doesn't see her post. I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I do like her saying I'm not going to carry the combo because that basically positions her as going from chaser to chasee. And it's basically a way of telling him that his interest must be a certain level to continue to have access to her. Even so, he just says the magic words that women love to hear. I'll take you on a date. But she doesn't realize he hasn't shown any real interest in her. Yeah. Someone else says they seem to be playing a chess match of sorts. If I was him, I'd go out with her with caution. She also shouldn't publicize I like dating investors. I know.
Like that sounds like prostitution disguised as financial dating. And she's a dating coach. She might as well just say sprinkle, sprinkle, and go about her business.
I think there's a good chance he's interested. He got the subtle message about having better conversation and quickly jumped on his game about it. The compliments to me are casual, and that alone I wouldn't use as an indicator. The 5th slide is where she threw a terrible interception, almost sounded like she was scolding him for slow combo. An investor has plenty of options off the bench that won't trip his heart. While she is gauging, so is he, appraising her text banter. As of such, she advances the stage for his own private screening over her. Because I know her style and she knows how to elicit response. But you can't completely tell if he's interested because I'll take you out, plan a date, and try to hit. to me, I think it's games only to teach tactic. But in real life, women who try this get stuck on what do I do next often. So I just felt in my gut that he wasn't. I felt like she, here, I'll put Somali's comment
You
up.
know how when somebody asks you for something and you're like, no, and they ask you again, you're like, man, okay, here, man, damn, take it. That's what he was like on his date.
I kind of feel like that. And so I had a situation with a client earlier this week, and I did a live stream on it, and a lot of people said they appreciated the information. And that also prompted my shopping metaphor, which please remind me to talk about the comment that I got on that. But this woman was critiquing how the man was stepping to her. So for me, he was giving, I'm not interested in anything serious. And she was chastising him, like very lightly, but nonetheless saying, this is what I need. This is what needs to happen. And I was telling her that if he hasn't asked you to be his girl, you're not in a position to negotiate. So she was trying to negotiate with someone who never said they even wanted the thing. You know what I mean? So that becomes super awkward. And so I feel like you just leave it alone. So let's say, for example, Cam and I are both single. Cam happens to come across me somehow. We exchange numbers, and he's only texting me like every 2 to 3 days. And when he does, he's like, oh, hey, what's good? Basically, how's the weather level conversation. And I'm expecting him to be like, I want to get to know you. Let's meet. Let's dig deeper, whatever. And he doesn't. I'm not going to be like, Cam, we need to talk. Like, what is happening here? I need to understand what your intentions are. I would take that as my answer. And so that's what I would call the gray area. If it's gray, you're over here searching for Blue's Clues, then move along. And if somehow, like it's not that way, I feel like a man will naturally step up and be like, hey, she's kind of like falling back. Da, 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 da. Hey, if I gave you the impression I wasn't interested, that's not the case. I was really busy with my case management work or whatever. But yeah, I just felt like this was forced, and I don't know. I've never had to like pull a guy along who is actually interested in me. It naturally happens. So still
It's a fine line between a woman asking questions to try to establish a connection and then her trying to ask questions to like try to hurry up and disqualify a man, and so that way she can move on to the next one.
Yeah,
she seems like she's the type that does both of those things. Like she's already got the strike for roster dating. Two, she's in the dating coach space, and she's not in the space that like listens to men. She's just the type that goes and puts batteries in women's backs and tells them like, do this, because I do it, even though it doesn't work for her. And she's clearly still out here, on the cock carousel trying to find one to stick with. And then now, when you listen to like what she's saying in this advice, like the stuff that she's telling, like this is stuff that if she told my daughter this, I would punch the air and be upset, because like I wouldn't want. First of all, I wouldn't want my daughter being single and listening to like that type of advice anyway. But it's just not working, because I mean clearly it's not working for her. Like that's crazy to me. Like it's not working for her at all. Like she's still on the cock carousel as a dating coach. That's crazy. That's I'm trying to think of how to soften that, but you can't. And
yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
You got to take the L in private.
That
So,
part.
Yonci, quick question about that. Just why would you become, I guess, a dating coach if you're perplexed in that capacity? Is it like a money grab, you think, or do you think that she really thinks she can add some type of value?
She's too scared to get on OnlyFans.
Wait, ask it again, because I don't think I fully understood. You said, why would you become a dating coach?
Yeah, because like there are dating coaches that I know who are like, they're single, but they do have really good advice and wisdom, whatever like that. So they know that they could add value. But then she doesn't seem to really have any value to add. So I'm wondering, like, why would someone like that become a dating coach? What would you think that's the reason for that?
Well, so I started following her a while back because the stuff that I saw was really good. This actually threw me off, and I had to go back and look and see who it was that I was following. So I think she does add a lot of value with other stuff that she has said. This one just really threw me off. It really threw me off, and I think it's a prime example of not fully understanding men. Because when you're kind of backed in a corner, they'll kind of say or do whatever to kind of get out of the awkward situation. So yeah, it's hard for me to like say because I actually know who this person is, so it puts me like,
Text it to me, I'll say it.
Well, the only other thing I was saying is like I know some people say all attention's good attention, but I'm saying like that wouldn't really for me because I don't know the young lady from a can of paint, and it's like you should probably take that down off your page because maybe that was a vulnerable moment, or maybe make content after that because it just looked bad.
Because now I'm wondering if he smashed or not. Not if they had a good date, because I already know what type of time he's on.
There was a post after this of a man's leg, like when you like put the person's, you make it to where you can tell you're with a person, but you're not like you don't show like their head or whatever.
You know what I think? I think it kind of brings a sense of authenticity to her content. Like, not every approach is going to be successful. Like, not every date is going to be the outcome that you want it to be. So
right.
I think when you're posting content and you're showing the wins and the losses, it kind of it kind of brings a sense of, authentic, like you're authentic.
Yeah, I'm out here. Mm-hmm.
Right. Like you're a human being. And even though she put herself out there in a negative light, I still think that she was able to express her experience from her perspective.
Very well said, Greg. You should have a career in politics.
Yeah. She needs a business manager.
What do you say?
She needs a business manager or like a content manager or something, because there's no way she should have posted that. It goes contrary to her business model.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, so I agree, I can understand Greg's perspective, and she could have seen that, but it still didn't come off that way. And I think that was the thing where I was like, you could have just done a follow up to kind of say, hey, this is a follow up for that, and the people who are going to actually, buy your content and stuff like that, if they were on the fence, it probably could have helped them still, purchase your course later on. But just to like me seeing that, not knowing you, it just is like, I'm not going to refer a girl to her. I mean, of course, I'm not a two-timer when it comes to that. It's only Yonci.
Yeah. I mean,
you are a two-timer, Tim, because you was on somebody else. I mean, we forgot about that, champ.
Here's the thing, though. We already got a testimonial from Yonci saying that the rest of her content was on point. Like, we can't.
But I don't. But what I'm saying, from someone who never has seen it, and then to see that, it was just saying it's like that wasn't just a good look. So
the other testimonial, the one that matters is her actual circumstances. And so, while the other person may have, she may have a couple viral cool clips or whatever, but in real life, what is she doing? In real life, what are her circumstances? So when you compare and contrast between her and Yonci, her circumstances are significantly further away from the end game than Yonci's are. So she's out there, she's got a following of people that, she's telling, all these crazy things to. But then if the results is in, the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, and there's no proof in hers. She's on a date still showing legs. Yonci has a whole ass fiance. Or Yonci has case studies with students that are doing crazy things, getting married, having babies, taking trips, doing all these other things, and they're not posting pictures of men. She's not a dating coach, still posting a picture of a man's leg on that trifling ass, like, oh, just so y'all know I'm actually out here on a date. Because we all know that when women do that, they smash the dude that's in the picture. They just don't want nobody to know who it is. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and get that lady no credit, no space, no air to breathe when it comes to them saying just misleading her flock. If you want to put it like she's a pastor or something, because the cap is real and everybody thinks their truth looks good on social media, but in real life, when you look at them, you can tell what they got going on, and it's nothing.
Who we talking about?
So the post that I did about "Do you agree?" and it was a conversation where it was showing the text message or the ladies are not going to carry the conversation.
Adam. Willie Adam.
No.
Who we talking about?
No. Willie said you could send him.
I'll send it to you. Oh, let me finish. I got chicken.
Mom came in with all the smoke. He said, I would say I feel bad because I actually know who she is. She's very sweet to me. And like,
hey, Mom, I think the girl follows you too.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm gonna send her to you.
At the end of the day, she was sharing her experience, though.
You know, I did. What do we look? What we looking at? Can I see?
I'm finna send it to you. I'm gonna text it to you.
All right.
So I had a second question too. So just from a woman's perspective, like when women are looking for someone to follow, are they really that stringent in terms of their criteria of what they're looking at? Like in a coach.
They follow.
No, I don't mean in men. We already know that. But as far as like dating coaches,
they follow whoever makes them feel good. Whatever woman has the message that aligns with their circumstances. That's why so many girls were successful, like the city girls successful, when they were telling women to be whores. Because a lot of women are out here living that lifestyle, and they found someone who was popular who could champion that with a platform. So unfortunately, and this is, I'm gonna say generally speaking, women will align with or follow anyone that says what they want to hear. The election just ended, so I mean, if you need a better example than that.
No. I just in general, because like you know my background, so like I said, I'm always trying to gain understanding on like how that looks. Like I said, I don't know the woman, and she could be great and all that kind of stuff. I was just looking like in general when women are coming across like Yonci. I followed Yonci because as men, a lot of times we're like, oh, she's doing research on men in order to understand better how to be able to add value, and it comes across in all capacities and all facets very and maybe we shouldn't hold her up to that standard or hold anybody else up to that standard because there's nobody else like that. I'm not trying to blow smoke, but I'm just giving honors.
I think it's two things. No, I think it's two things that women look for to follow. Is either what Willie said, like somebody who's pretty much affirming the lifestyle they live in, or what they already think. Either that, or people who have visual results and they make them look good. So it's one or the other. If you can show them a relationship that they want, or you can tell them like whatever they're doing everything right. They don't need to fix anything. They just want you to tell them, like, pretty much tell them what they want to hear. Like, those will get you followers. I don't post a lot of content, but I know I could be Derek Jackson tomorrow if I wanted to be. If I just wanted to say nonsense and like,
oh yes, queen energy.
Yeah, all that. Like, if I just wanted to do all that, but I don't got the stomach for it. Like, I can't, like, and I love to take their money. I love to take everybody's money, but I don't got the stomach for that. Like,
okay.
I sent you the link, and I also posted it backstage if you want to take
something else I noticed about dating coaches. If you want to tell if a dating coach is just trying to make money, look at how many men follow her. And the women that have a significant following of men, those are the ones that actually put that information. Because, man, we don't follow dating coaches for shit. We don't care about what they say unless they're saying something that we want our women to hear. And if men aren't following a dating coach, then it's just those women it's just a hive mind of single women trying to be like you're saying, like Beyonce fans. Like, everybody wants to be Beyonce, but nobody wants to put in the work. And Beyonce can sell a lifestyle that those women can't lead, but they aspire to have one day. And it's the not saying anybody else's name, but the Smindra ends and the sprinkle types, like you said, they cater to women. They're the Derek Jacksons for women. Like, those women have whole husbands at home that they're cooking, cleaning, catering to, getting on their knees on command, all of the other stuff. But they're telling women to go out here and try to use men for their money. Or this one is telling women like, hey, you shouldn't carry a conversation with the man. But let me show you why you shouldn't carry one, because I'm gonna show you a guy that's not interested in me, and I don't even have the wherewithal to understand he just wants to sleep with me. So I'm going to put that out for my platform for y'all to go do for yourself. So, I mean, it's a snake oil salesman. Again, it should prove that women give the worst advice. Single women give the worst advice to other single women.
So I just read what y'all talking about, and I got my own particular view on stuff like this. I think she's doing way too much. Like you asking. Like, I don't think a woman should be in that position. Like, if you're saying that I follow you because I'm interested in masculine men, and you're pretty much telling them like, hey, if he seemed not interested, do all of this and this and jump through these hoops to kind of like that's doing way too much. Like I know me personally, like I don't like girls who come for me. I like to go and get the girl that I like. So for me, like she don't call me handsome. If you call me handsome, like I'm gonna do it to you real fast. Like I'm sorry.
Really?
But like, you just let me know I won. You just let me know it's over. Like if you let me know you like that you like me, it's over. Like you have to. I think men make the first move and women show interest, and then as a man, as you invest a little bit more, another date, she show more and more interest. I think early on it's a man's job to kind of put 90, and then you put 80, then you 70, then 60, and then y'all meet in the middle. And then when it's time to like get married, of course, like the woman's going to show you, up until that point, I'm a wife. These are my, But I think early on, like I want to, don't tell, like if you telling me I'm cute and all that, I already know it's in the bag. Like it ain't no work for me to do. Like I done made a living off of that was how I used to get girls back in the day. I just they thought I was handsome. It's right once the girl think you're handsome. Like so.
Yeah. It's terrible.
I like girls that's a little bit more reserved. Like hold your cards a little bit closer to you, And you can tell me later on, like, yo, when we first met, like, I thought she was super handsome, like, and I was trying so hard not to let you know that, like, I just wanted to jump on top of you. I prefer that, So yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm very similar in that capacity too, because I was like looking through the women that I was engaged with, and I'm like, most of them were actually pretty reserved for the most part. Like they were very feminine in that capacity. So
let's talk about these engagements, Cam. You government peen slinger, you.
Oh no. Listen. It's just all regular Medicaid.
Did we address Cam about what he did?
No, we didn't.
What did I do?
You know what you did.
When we get into overtime, we're gonna get into it for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Wait. What did I do? What did I do for real?
You know what he did.
Cam, do you not remember what happened when you picked up those cookies, bro? And you walked around, and your eyes rolled the back of your head, and you were like,
okay. First of all, I was not rolling back my head. I was trying to stay up. I've been up for 24 hours, and I'm trying to keep myself amped so I can give the people what they want.
I think he had a little twitch too.
Hey, Cam,
how was your night, Cam? How did the
Cookie Monster?
How was your night, Cam?
How was my night?
Yeah, after we all,
when you left, how'd you go?
What happened?
Did you
How
find
your night go?
We played spades. We played spades, and then
after that, did you leave and go to the bar?
Oh no! I went to the front desk. Actually, it was funny. I was talking to a shorty at my hotel because I stayed at a hotel down the street, the Embassy Suite. I had some points, so yeah. Say again.
Lynette was too.
Oh, dang, I didn't see her, but yeah. So I talked to the front desk girl for a second, and then I fell asleep because I think all y'all had left. I think I was one of the last people there, and then I think I got to my hotel, and then I talked with Shorty for probably about 20 minutes, and then I went into the hotel room and fell asleep.
I love I fell asleep story. Okay.
Me too.
Yeah, very convincing.
Awesome. No, I was by myself.
Did you fall asleep by yourself, or did you fall asleep?
You ain't gotta take none of the abuse.
Her name is yourself.
He said, "I don't have to take none of the abuse."
You ain't gotta take.
Yes, it was. Why do you? Okay, so now I have another question.
This lady and I fell asleep. Like what?
No,
he didn't even say I went to my room. He's just like,
stick to your story, Ken.
Dang, yo, I'll get no love. Oh, and I do have a question related to this. So if I'm trying to become an IG model, right? I'm trying to become like the male version of whatever. I'm gonna make a picture book called Boys in the City, and I'm just gonna take pictures of mad beautiful women. And I also gonna have a dating show. It's gonna be called On a Dime with Dimes, right? Like, okay. So how would you guys feel if you guys saw my Instagram just totally transformed? I'm working on my skin, I'm doing all that kind of stuff. And you see like women's hands like here and, just like kind of how they do us. Like, what would you guys think I was doing? You think I was doing like case management, or what would you guys think I was doing?
Cam, by default, we think you're doing case management. That's your job. You're a government funded gigolo. Like, you get grant money to be a gigolo, bro. Like I don't know how you do that. And I'm also fairly certain that's probably most men's dream job, or at least a lot of them. Like you get paid by the government. Like you're a GS-15 of, you know what I'm saying, bending people over. Like that's crazy work.
A GS-13 is crazy.
Listen, good slinger 13 or whatever GS stands for. I forgot. Either way though, like you are a government sponsored like penis slinger, sir. Like that is crazy. How did you said you were in social work and you misspelled sex work. I think that's really what you meant when you first
Us carrying this is so crazy.
If you got a vision, bro, no matter what anybody think, just go full force and just go after it.
No, I'm just wondering how it'd be perceived because, like you said, when we saw the girl with the arm and the leg or whatever like that,
it don't matter though.
Well, I'm trying to get followers, so I was just trying to would that actually come off good, or is it gonna come off like I'm a hoe?
Probably like you a hoe.
First of all, you a man, you can't be a hoe. You make hoes.
You a hoe maker, yes.
Yeah. So if you want to, you know what I'm saying, if you want to go around here and be a Instagram gigolo, why not? So many other women are using OnlyFans and all those things to sell their services. I feel like you should be able to do the same.
You're right, Willie. Yeah, we can make something happen. Yeah.
Whoa! I'm not invested in that though. No, you're on your own.
Well, there will be plenty of other investors, right?
We just told you he didn't believe in you.
I want no parts of
that. Oh man. Oh goodness. But I'm trying to think. But no, everything was cool. I was glad to see all y'all. It was nice. It felt cool to be able to know who was actually see people in the flesh. It was interesting.
Yeah,
I'm just happy everybody knows I'm not 5'6" now.
Oh man. It was, what else was interesting? Because I'm not on Patreon a lot. So people were coming to me saying hey, what's up? And I'm like, I vaguely remember you, but it was from thumbnails because they'll be in the comments, but they'll never come on the show. Or they'll be on Instagram. So people were saying stuff, and I was like, I feel like I know you, or you know me, so we must know each other from the platform. So it actually just felt good to kind of know that. I was like, oh, snaps! I'm part of someone's daily or weekly routine.
Yeah. Did y'all mix and mingle? Y'all meet any new people at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I met you and your old lady. I didn't talk to nobody else for real.
True that.
I was too scared to call people by their names because those little fingernails, little thumbnails. I didn't want to be like, oh, I know. Yeah, so I just
fingernails.
This is the first time y'all met. That was
in person. Yeah, I had to tell Deja. I tell Deja listen, if we ever go on a double date, anything like that, just tell your friends he don't talk a lot. He's not he's not a social butterfly. That's just not me. I'm a chill type guy. We talking about something that something an actual topic. Hell yeah, I let it rip. But outside of that, I'm pretty I'm chilling,
laid back.
Yeah, that's
and I'm happy that you and your Deja is the opposite. Yeah. I like that. Y'all balance each other out perfectly. Yeah. You lay back and she's like, you know what? Let's go get a shot. Let's do this. Let's do it's a perfect combination.
Damn, y'all see Kaylee in the waiting room. Man, she backstage.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Kaylee?
Going for a second.
Oh, she dropped off or something.
No. But yeah, I in the waiting room. I loved how everything was just really organic. I just remember being in the room and then probably after the first 45 minutes, you could visibly, you could audibly hear it was everybody was just mingling, and it was cool. So I just really enjoyed some of the people I talked to, I haven't talked to in 3 or 4 months, and actually catching up with them and seeing what they do. And I'm planning a trip. I'm planning a little mini tour where I'm going to be going across West Coast to the East Coast and then kind of work my way. Say it again.
I bet you are. That tour is going to be sponsored by Trojan and Baby Oil, Johnson & Johnson.
Listen, you're going to have to get people in trouble. I'm going to be taking pictures and y'all think
big trouble.
Cam, you got to fight back, Cam.
Cam,
if I see you
I'm okay with it. If it's going to bring followers, it's cool. I'm chilling. Y'all think what you want. It's cool.
Cam said, I'm going to build my Instagram page inch by inch.
Yeah.
If you gonna do it like that, you might as well start doing them little prostitute massages. Whatever these prostitute guys be doing. Yeah, do some of them.
Hey,
Wait. No.
the prostitute
Enlighten
guys
me. I'm interested.
Yeah, so there's like men on Instagram who are like prostitutes, but they're like
Oh,
Took a turn.
yeah, and they just they rub down girls, and it's real sexual, but they
yeah.
say they're
Okay, I
not
remember
doing
now.
nothing
That's
sexual.
what you call a masseuse. That's why we are massage.
I call them
I
misogynists.
need one side.
They're masseuse.
I call them misogynists.
Yeah, that's kind of hard body.
Because it's funny.
Yeah.
So Melanie said, what is the topic right now? We were talking about whether or not a man was interested. We were going over the text messages. Y'all, I am in a 90-day fitness competition, and we're only on day 3 of the second round, and I could not get my numbers today. So y'all, I am going to be walking on my treadmill so I could still get my miles in. So I apologize, I had to get off the camera for a second.
I thought you were shooting an infomercial. It looked wild. Yeah.
I am not going to miss. I got to hit my 5 miles daily, and I don't know how y'all going to be with me today. You're not going to make me lose. Right now, I got a perfect score. But yeah, so we were just checking to see. So I did something when I tried to adjust my monitor, and I cannot even see what the last thing said. Let me see if I can remember from just looking at this. Oh, and this was a good one too. Why do you think so many women get confused about whether or not a man is interested in a relationship versus a hookup? And I just remembered I got backup. I can go to Patreon. This is a great plug for Patreon.
No,
You are
we're
not
not
on
confused.
Patreon. But you
We're
say
not confused.
Yeah, the women that are confused because they lie to themselves because they like men. That's why we
Yeah.
say if you're a man, you ain't got to lie to a woman that you like herself enough. If she like you enough, she'll lie to herself for you.
Yep.
They know it because they like the man and they're just like, oh well, Lord forbid he just wants. It's like they have to be real honest with themselves, like introspectively. Like, oh no, there's no way he just wants to sleep with me. I'm too dope. I think I'm too nice. I think I'm too this. So there's no way he doesn't see all this amazing personality. When the whole time he came to your house already wearing a condom, like he pre-bagged the meat, so he knew he was like
I cannot.
You said pre-bagged.
I'm gonna be honest. I can say there was a time when, especially in my 20s, where I would play the role to get, like I would play the role to get what I want. So if I knew that a chick was looking for a relationship, then I would say whatever I needed to say.
So give me an example. This is what I'm interested in.
So
'cause I'm curious of like different ways that men chose to get women. So what give me examples of things you used to
Me
say.
too. I'm all ears. I like to learn.
So for an example, if a woman was like, I'm looking for a man, I'm ready for a relationship, like off the rip, like she tell me that off the rip, I'm gonna go ahead and play the role as if I'm ready for a relationship until I got what I wanted. In my 20s, I'm not saying I do this now. I've grown from this.
He's repented.
Huh?
He's repented and come to the Lord.
Yeah. So at that time, I would just basically say, what she wanted to hear and go along with what she wanted to go along with until I either got what I wanted or until I was finished, doing whatever it is I was doing at the time.
Question. Would you ever?
Oh, sorry.
That's so
real
true.
quick. Did you
true.
ever?
I literally had a guy do that to me. Him exactly that I was serious and looking for a relationship, and he told me, "Well, let's work towards a relationship."
Yeah, I did all
bullshit.
Did it work?
So
I did all that.
So look, this is my question. Have you ever told a girl like, "Hey, I want you to be my girlfriend," for
Absolutely.
like sex?
Absolutely. You said you text.
No, like, have you ever like, "Yo, I want you to be my girlfriend," but you became boyfriend and girlfriend just to get the cheeks?
Absolutely.
How many times do you think you've done that?
Well, he putting you in a trick bag right now.
I'm just
plead the fifth.
No, because I'm past it, so I can talk on
it.
Yeah. I would say less than a handful. I would say probably like three.
Okay, because I'm curious to that because I always think I don't think that girls are necessarily lying, but I do be feeling like, are you leaving something out? When it comes to like, oh, I didn't know, like are these guys like literally lying to you, or are they telling you stuff like, yo, we can work towards something. If I say we can work towards something, that means that, oh, I feel one way, you can change my mind.
Or let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes.
It was determined on how I was to her. If I knew that at the end of the day I just wanted to let's just say I just wanted to smash, but I was really attracted to the woman, then I was going to go along with whatever it is that she was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what were you willing to do, and how long were you willing to wait?
I mean,
you muted, Lynette.
I would say I would say like I was down for like the dates. I was down for like quality time. It didn't really become official until like time go by, like you spending time with a person and then like you look up and you're like, damn, like we a thing, like we go together.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it was. Like it wasn't really like I didn't ask her to be my girl. Like it was just like we was just spending so much time together. Like we just looked up and was like, all right, well we go together.
So when you got into these relationships, how long did they last?
I would say at minimum probably 2 years.
Oh, you didn't fleece nobody then. You ain't fleece nobody. Yeah, that was real.
That was a real relationship.
Yeah.
That was only one of the four that I met.
What about 2 years? 2 years is a long time.
That's a real relationship when his heart motive was different.
2 years. What's that? What'd you say?
I said, but you guys think that's a real relationship when his heart motive was different?
No, because I think his initial motive was one thing, but that doesn't matter. It matters like
to something else.
Yeah, how many women date dudes with money just so they can get took care of and end up catching feelings for the dude?
Right. Yep.
I don't feel bad for any of them.
Yeah, it's all about what it turns into. Like, I'm a completely different person than when I met Deja. Like when I met her, my intentions wasn't like I wasn't in a position of like, oh, I want you to be my girlfriend or nothing like that. But after like, and it wasn't like I didn't want to have sex with her either though. I just liked her. But after a certain period of time, after a certain period of time, because when you actually like a girl, when you go on her Instagram and it's just like chill, it's laid back, you just see her taking pictures. She's not trying to pose. Her pictures always kind of look stupid, like kind of looks stupid a little bit. Like she's just in the moment. She doesn't care. She's just taking a picture and she's like, yo, this is a snapshot of history. I was here this day, right? Not worried about it being cute or nothing like that. I'm like, okay, like, and you find a girl attractive or whatever, and she just looks like she is substance there. You're interested in having a conversation with that person. You're interested in, like, oh, like I actually am interested in getting to know you, versus a girl where like I just see your butt. I'm like, yo, that's what I want.
Yeah,
I want that. So
it's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy because like when I think about it now, like now I don't take dating as serious as as other people might take it as. And the only reason why I don't take it as serious because, like I said, you don't know where it's going to turn into. So a chick that I might initially think that I just want to smash, that could turn into something completely like different, like later on down the line. So
after you smash or before you smash?
No, I mean like either or. Like if I'm vibing with a chick, and it leads to us smashing it at some point, whether we smash or not. If I'm invested and we got 2 years in, then obviously that developed into something that I wasn't expecting in the beginning. That's my point.
How often did you smash and then it turned into something real? Would you say more often that happened, or more often you smashed and realized like, yeah, there's nothing?
I would say it really I don't want to put a number on it because it really depends on the chick. Like it really depends on like the connection I had with the individual as a woman. So I can't really like say like number wise like, oh, it's a certain percentage, because it really determines on the connection I have with the individual. Like if I'm like really vibing with the chick, and whether we smash or at, you know, the second date or the third date or months later, like if I'm vibing with her, you know, I just consider that, you know, a connection.
What if now in a case where you find out that a girl is a little fast, or she's a little promiscuous, or she's a hoe, like have you like would that make you want to like end whatever you guys have been doing? How would you feel about that?
I always say proceed with caution. So
Okay.
so in the sense of like if I'm meeting a chick and I smash on like, let's say like the second night or whatever, I'm a yeah that to some people that might be a flag, a red flag or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's like a horrible person, or she, you know, she's not somebody that I could potentially be with.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that just could mean either two things. That could mean that the spark was there, like the vibe was right, like we connecting on like bad, like it just happened that way, or it could be a scenario where um she, you know, she is that way, and some dudes like they do fall for chicks that are like out there like that. But for me, like I don't know. I would say it depends on the individual. I
Yeah.
don't. You know what I mean? Like I can't really cancel anybody out based off of whatever it is that they're doing or have done at the time.
I get that. I get that.
I've
I personally do. Like I'm like even though I do, but like I don't judge nobody or nothing like that. I do believe it's not about where you've been; it's about where you're going, right? Like so, in most cases, like where girls who have been promiscuous, most of the time they choose to stand on it, and I think that's like the worst thing that they can ever do, because a guy might be actually willing to give you an opportunity if you are just like, yo, yeah, like when I was younger, I was shout out, like I used to, you know, but I'm different now. I think this way. I think that like I would never go back and do those same things again. Versus a girl who's just like, why you care?
Right.
Why does it matter? Right? Like, I definitely believe that that's what most men care about. But I think about stuff like that. Like if I used to kind of really care about stuff like that, and I probably would if I was single now to some degree, not probably as much as I did before, but I do think it.
That's a good question. Like, should a man have any consideration for a woman who is either like it shouldn't matter? Like, should it matter if a woman has been out there, whether if you know it or not? Like, because most of the time you don't really know. Like most men meet a chick, you don't really know her whole, unless y'all from the same neighborhood or same area. Like you don't really know what type of background that how many dudes she's been with. Like, is it really a factor once you get to know the person?
Well, you pick up on those things. You pick up on small things, like especially when you start out like kind of friends and like just kind of no strings attached. Like y'all just kind of hanging around. She might come over your house. Y'all playing a board game. Y'all playing Uno. Y'all drinking, right? Y'all just talking. Y'all it ain't no strings attached. Like y'all end up learning a lot about each other. Learn a lot about just the things that
So
maybe you guys used to do. But I definitely think that like I would be crazy. Like I got 3 children, right? I would be crazy to think that a woman didn't need an explanation for that. Like it sounds crazy. Like you need an explanation for that, because you can assume that I'm like a particular type of guy, and you should assume that. But after talking to me and having a conversation with me, you hear my story, and it might end up changing a little bit. Like I don't mind if a girl's like, yo, I wouldn't date a guy with kids, because I understand that. But that's not really like Deja don't date men with kids, right? But when you start off dating and you start off talking, it transforms into something else, right? You're not going to say that after we've been talking and we've just been chilling and hanging out for 6 months. You know who I am now. So it's like you kind of rethink about stuff like that, So even the same with girls with kids. Like if a woman got kids and y'all just kind of start out just, hey, no strings attached. We just hanging out. We just kicking it. After a few months, you're like, oh, I might actually like this person. And you start to kind of change, make exceptions for particular people. So, yeah, I mean,
the outcome is basically determined on the individual.
Yeah. So, like, for the most part, like, I would care about, like, a woman being promiscuous in the past, but I'm never going to say never. Like, if she talk to me about her past and how, you know, maybe she grew up with this type of father, she grew up without a father, she grew up with this or whatever, and she, you know, she's a different woman now, then that's completely different. As like, but most girls double down on that. They double down on it. So
what do you? So I had a question, and since my friend isn't here, we've had some people on the panel that have gone to great lengths to secure a woman, walking dogs, different things like that, right? So for you, particularly Greg, right? I think.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. So what is the craziest thing that you've done, or which you believe people would call crazy, to procure a young lady?
A morsel.
Yes, a morsel of passion
Just,
fruit.
like in general, like just what have I done to protect her?
No. To get canal. Yeah, coochie. Sorry.
you're basically saying like, what's the not necessarily the
Just
wildest,
call
but
it
what's
for what
the,
it
what's
is,
the
y'all.
what have
Yeah,
you
what's the
done
craziest thing you did?
to
Have
get
you
dropped?
have you went to nonprofit meetings? Like I don't even like this cause. I'm just sitting here because she's bad. Like have you done anything crazy?
Yeah, like have you ever went to like her Forex meetings with her, like, you know, her you know, like where they try and sell you Forex or something like that? You sat through one of those?
No, I can't say that I've necessarily crazy like that. I was probably like probably the craziest thing is that her mom, one of the chicks, her mom was having like one of them parties where they do like toys and stuff, and she invited me to the joint, and
Oh, you unlocked the mother-daughter achievement?
nah, I didn't do that, but
Okay.
but it definitely, but because of the environment,
That's crazy.
something else happened.
How do you miss, bro? Her mom invited you to a sex toy party. You should know what time it is.
Yo, is that a real life thing, or is this just a point? Like, have mother daughters ever like done that together? Like, that's
I wasn't
crazy if that happens in real life.
I wasn't even thinking like that, but I
You
mean,
were focused on the daughter. You're like, listen, I don't care. I have to like swim through just all this nonsense
yeah,
and this lube and this
right,
astral glide. I'm gonna make it happen.
right. We had went on a date before, and then she was like, "Hey, like, you know, my mom is hosting this, blah blah blah, this, you know, this party. Would you come through?" And I was like, "Yeah, I would." I'm like, "Definitely, I'll come." Like, I mean, like, whatever.
Bet you would if you would have went.
Nah, it was interesting. Nah, it was actually very interesting because you got to hear like I got to hear like how women, especially of all ages, because it wasn't just like young, like it was like older women there, like, and you got to hear like their perspective of how they deal with sex, and you know, at that age, and when you're in your, you know, in your 40s, sex is a lot different than when you're in your 30s or in your 20s. So just to hearing like the different perspectives, it was definitely a, you know, informative event to go to.
Bro, you could have hit her mother.
Yeah.
And you didn't.
Nah.
Okay,
and
so
you was young enough to be able to like, oh, I was young. Man, okay.
Okay, so I have one more question. Okay, so at the end of the night, you're cleaning up, you're helping out because you know it's the mom's thing. So did they ever like throw any signals now that you look back where you were like, oh, hey, why don't you hand me that one? I like this one. And the mom looks at you and then she starts walking upstairs. There was nothing like that happened.
I mean, scenarios.
Nah, you gotta stay off. You gotta stay off the internet.
No, I was just wondering. That's interesting. I've never heard that before, so that's cool.
Yeah. No, it was definitely an interesting night for sure, but nothing like that happened. It was her mom was actually more of like a therapist, so she was into that whole like sexual therapy and all that stuff. So
that's more reason how you know you could have did it.
You might be right, but I definitely wasn't.
Listen, I'm just saying this. I don't know too many men that get invited to sex toy parties in the first place unless they want, you know what I'm saying, to use up some of that residual, you know, that pent up, oh, I want to try this with you later.
I would have did this, Greg. I would have did the same thing. I wouldn't even have known nothing. I'd have been over here just putting dildos in a box, or whatever, like that. Oh crap, you need help? Like I'm oblivious. So
putting something in the box. It would have been no damn. Anyway.
Like I said,
Oh.
I'm kind of like I sit back and just observe. Like I was just sitting back and just observing everything.
Was her mom fine?
Her mom, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, she did.
If you watch it, man, you might want to.
well.
Oh man.
It was
But
so yeah, so I mean, I guess that leads to the next question. Like, is that a thing? Like, is a mom and daughter? Is that why is that a thing? Like, why was that even a question?
Because hitting a mother and daughter is like hitting two sisters. Okay, first you start off with best friends, and then it's like cousins.
Wow.
It's easy to hit a best friend because when they fall out, it's when you're young, you can capitalize because women tend to be the most fickle when it comes to friendships. So you can hit the best friend when they fall out, and then it's like the cousin she don't mess with, and then maybe if she got like a sister or whatever, that's like the basic stuff. But when you get into the advanced, like philandering, levels of philandering, it's the twins. You know what I'm saying? It's the best friend at the same time, and then like the trifecta is the mother-daughter. Like that's like the pinnacle of male philandering.
Y'all need help.
Everything you mentioned another woman. Is you feel like as men, like do we feel like we crave having more than one partner in the
Hell no, I'm talking about just being young and saying you did it. It's no more like when you playing Madden and you throw for 500 yards, you get an achievement at the bottom of the screen. It's the same thing, but just with you being a dude.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing deep. It's literally like.
So you can say you did it. Like I went skydiving.
Say like a trophy versus having them at the same time, but I still think it's crazy.
I wouldn't hit a mom and a daughter at the same time. That's weird.
It is deep though.
That's
I thought that was what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's real weird. I'm not getting a mom and
daughter.
Oh
no. That's what I thought we were talking about too. Because
this conversation does not express the beliefs of the Chasing Yonci channel.
I'm sorry. No, not mom and daughter at the same time is crazy.
No, you're good. No. I mean, I just thought that like in men's minds or whatever like that, like a lot of young men, they think of these fantasies like of conquering, and that was one of the ones I've heard before.
I used to have those aspirations of like just kind of like I just was having sex as a job. It was like just conquering. I'm just like kind of doing what I got to do. I used to have that, but like I don't have any aspirations these days at all. Like all the aspirations and all that. Like no type of none of that.
Yeah.
I no longer have those. I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
So with maturity, why is it important now, like as men, to really practice monogamy and being with one woman?
It's not. It's a choice that men make.
I wouldn't say it's important to practice monogamy. It's something that I choose to do, but I wouldn't care if you was a Muslim man and you had a couple wives, if that's what you want to get into, or I think you should practice honesty. Just being a man of character, absolutely. Being straight up and all that type of stuff. But as whatever lifestyle you choose to live is on you and whoever you with. And try not to gaslight a woman into that lifestyle. Try to find somebody who's okay with it, because you just kind of it's just gonna bite you in the butt, and bite you in the butt.
What's your thoughts? Dan, I want to hear your thoughts.
I was gonna say this really quick though. I think it's hard enough for a lot of men to be able to satisfy one woman, and I'm not even talking sexually, but satisfy her mentally, emotionally, all that stuff, and really learn her and be able to be a good partner to her. So the idea of trying to please multiple women on an emotional level is like wild, because we're all different. But by all means, carry on.
Women in large groups are annoying. Like dealing with 5 different personalities, 5 different histories, 5 different emotional standpoints and levels, 5 different goals and aspirations. Like, and then I'm not trying to be funny, but vaginas not all built the same. So you have to like have different settings for like when you're with one person as compared to another.
Imagine their cycles all lining up or staggering, so there's always someone on their cycle.
That actually would be a good thing for a dude, because we can leave the house. When y'all are all synced up and leaking, I'm taking a guy trip somewhere.
Why do most women feel like men who are attractive are dealing with more than one woman at a time?
Because
what's happened to them.
They got the options. It's what they do.
They say that a man is only as loyal as his options. They say, I don't say that. They say that. So if a guy has options, they are saying he doesn't have the self-control to say no. If women are offering to him, he doesn't have self-control to say no. But that's what the common consensus.
He just doesn't want to. A lot of the times, women don't make it work. They don't make it work. Their man saying no to other women. Like, it's easy. Like you got to do who you know. Like all women want, and we'll say all before whoever it was the tone police in the comments. Like I'm generally speaking, that the majority of women want your man. If you have that guy, you should know that like you have people breathing down your neck, and with that man, everybody is fine. Everybody got their stuff together, and then the few who don't say, "Oh, my degree makes me a good partner," if it's my personality, my femininity, the ones who do, they want your man. So for her to not say, "Well, damn, I actually do need to step it up because I have what everybody wants." It's the same way like if Mont goes and gets a Lamborghini tomorrow, he has a car that a lot of people want. He's not going to have that car outside, uncovered, unprotected. He's not going to abuse the car, neglect the car, or treat it like it's the Honda Accord. He knows what he's got, and he's going to treat it accordingly. And a lot of the times, women get with men and think, okay, well, I got him. I don't have to do anything to keep him, the same way they say men do. And again, Mont's a top 1% earner in America. And then he's got all the other stuff, too. So you can't put him in the same category as you would put, like, the incel guys in Atlanta that are, like, awkward and, turn into characters when they're trying to talk to them at the bar. You can't treat them the same. So if that woman approaches Mont thinking she's going to treat him like she treats the dudes in Atlanta, that's the incel, of course he's going to want to mess with someone else because he's going to get more from those women.
He said, "What's up with the Atlanta?"
Why is Atlanta always got to get hate?
Always.
In this conversation?
Jacob. Okay, cool. You might be an exception, right? You're one of the guys in Atlanta that's not a cornball or a scammer. But am I wrong though?
What it sounds like you're saying is it sounds like men who perceive to have higher value also perceive to have more options.
No, I didn't say perceive it. That's not at all. Men who do have higher value have higher options. There's no perception to it. It's a fact. The same way that women do. The younger a woman is, a young female virgin is probably going to have significantly more options. Excuse me, a 30-year-old female virgin is probably going to have significantly more options than a 30-year-old mother of 4.
But I think it's sad that the statement is they're only as faithful as their options, meaning they're only faithful because they don't have a choice to be faithful. They're like an incel is a virgin, not by choice.
Some men are like that, and you can tell the ones that are like that. You can tell the men who don't have the option, and probably why they are faithful, because they don't have the option, they don't have the confidence, versus like a lot of men with a lot of options exercise those options, but there are men, and I think there are plenty of men who don't exercise those options. Of course, like they're probably not in the NBA for the most part. They're probably not under 35, just for the most part. And they're probably not professional athletes or rappers like these girls want. Well, a lot of the girls want, and they use these men as examples. But I think you just got to make sure he got some type of character. He show you some type of character early on.
Yeah, and I think that the more value you have as a man, and the more options you have, the more valuable my commitment is. So if I know I have options and I choose you as a woman, then at some to some degree she's going to have to value that. Okay, this person is is sacrificing all these options to be with me.
And vice versa. I feel like if he's with her, there must be something pretty exceptional about her, and if there is, she probably has options as well. I just think that the ultimate player, if we're going to use that term, because a lot of people like to call themselves a player, but really they're just liars and deceivers. To me, a player is somebody who says, I don't want to commit. I have no plans of committing. I have no plans of being faithful to you. But if you want to stick around, have at it. And there are women who will still stick around. To me, that's the definition of a player because he's actually living his truth. To me, it's a coward who says, I'm going to try to convince you that you're my one and only, and then sneak and do this. I don't have any respect for a person who does that, because you're volunteering someone without their permission to be in this lifestyle, versus a person who doesn't think enough of herself to just, be anybody's girl or share with everybody.
I'm a partially disagree with that. I think to be a player, like there has to be a sense of, you're not telling the truth. I think to tell the truth to a woman and be honest about your situation or whatever it is, or your situation, I think that's just being a man. Like, I think that's just being genuine. That's just being authentic. Like, if you have to lie or if you have to use manipulation, then that's player mentality.
It sounds like we're doing the same. Well, see, to me, I guess you're saying a player is the cheater part. What men try to flex about, saying like, yeah, I'm a player, they're saying like, I got all the skills. To me, it doesn't take skills to lie and cheat. So that's why I'm the twist on that. Like, the men in my family, like, definitely know how to deal with women. Mm-hmm. And the stories that I heard growing up, literally a guy would say, you're my Wednesday chick. You come up here outside of Wednesday, that's on you if you see what you see. To me, that's like, you're standing 10 toes down in your truth. And I might not like it, but I got to respect the fact that you're letting that woman choose what she's trying to be a part of, versus the guy who thinks that, she thinks that's her husband.
The majority of men can't do that. The majority of men can't tell a woman, hey, I like you, but I don't like you enough to give up my ability to sleep with other women, but I do want to pursue something with you.
I would agree with you.
And to attribute that to being a man means that there are not very many men out here. Like, maybe 99% of males aren't men.
Oh, you're saying that's a Greg statement? Because I didn't say
it's a Greg statement. Okay. Because to say that only a man, a lot of men can't be honest with women. That doesn't make them any less of a man. They can still be good guys and still just want what they want. That shouldn't disqualify them from being a man, because I would challenge anyone on this panel to go to their woman and be like, hey, listen, I love you, I like you, but sometimes I want to hit other women. And it's not going to mean anything to you, but it's just what I want to do. And no, you can't have sex with other men, because it's not the same. You sleeping with other men is not the same as me sleeping with other women. And a lot of guys feel that way, and they can't tell their women that.
But there's a difference between telling her that you have those feelings and doing and acting on them.
That's what I'm saying. Most men won't even be able to tell their women they have that feeling, let alone do it and then act on it. Like, I would say that that's mathematically improbable for men to do. So to say that if a man can't do that, he's not a man. That's like one of those women saying, "Oh, a real man does this," and you know how that shit goes.
I would say I'm in between Greg and Yonci on this one. I don't believe in it depends on the degree that you're lying to a woman. Everybody has to lie to a woman to some degree, right? Not lie, but just not fully tell the truth. Because you might see a girl and she's not all that attractive to you, but you're not gonna walk and be like, you know what, you kind of ugly, but you do it for me. I don't know what it is. I can tell. I don't know what it is.
You're only medium ugly.
Yeah, it's something about you. Like, I like you ugly. It works for me. Like, you're not gonna say that. Like, you're gonna kind of.
Your cooking makes up for your face. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so to some degree, you're not gonna be fully honest, but also there's like for example, like the type of player Greg used to be. I don't like the I be your boyfriend type stuff. That you don't get points for that. Like, he wouldn't have got points for that at the time, but like, just like the general, like, because to be a player, you playing. Like, like when you want to.
Wait, Mont. I like that. We know you need to put the quote on Yonci's shirt. To be a player, you gotta play. I like that. Okay,
I tell girls that all the time. Like, they be like, "How I know if I got serious?" I'll be like, "Well, I can tell by the way he just talked to you. He playing." Like, if I come up to him, I'm like, yo, red shirt. Like, if I'm being childish. I'm playing with you. Mm-hmm. Like, everything I say to you is like, it's too mysterious. It's too playful. Like, you can't get a read at all on me. Like, everything you saying, my response is like unserious to some degree, but I know that you're attracted to me. Like, he's playing with you. That's like the number one telltale sign. Unless a guy say, hey, I would like to take you out on a date one day. I'm interested. Then, that's not a guy who's necessarily playing. So like, to be a player, you playing. It's it's a game at the end of the day.
Right.
So I'm in between Greg and and Yonci on that one.
Right. There's no authenticity with being a player. Like, you're not being genuine. You're not being your true self. At some point, you're hiding behind a mask or this person that you think that the woman potentially may want or desire at that point in time. Because I can only speak on it because I've been there. I've done it.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna. Or were you gonna say something, Mont?
I was about to say, but I also was one of those guys that's like, yo, I like you. And if a girl tell me she like me, and I'd be like, yo, I kind of like you too, but like you can't have like I'm not ready for that. But I also like if you touch another guy, like I'm out. Like, you know, but I'm gonna do it, you know, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, but you can't do that. You understand that, right? And they'll agree, you know, they agree to it. But yeah, that was me for a long time, was like, yo, I'm not ready for that. But if something changed, cool. But that's not where I'm at with it. And girls, you know, they make the decision. You know what? Let's see what happens.
Right.
So.
All right. So I'm going to ask my other question because when I adjusted my screen, I had to disconnect my monitor by accident. So we're just going to go here, and we're going to go to number 4. So we're a little out of order. But what do you first notice about a woman physically? And it was all across the board. Oh, Somalia asked, what changed for you, Mont? So if you want to answer that.
You just got to be a little bit more specific.
Meaning what changed for you probably from just having the I don't want to commit mentality to where you are now. I'm assuming that's what she means.
Oh, you never really know the answer to these things, but you can try to give the answer to what you think they are that made you kind of come to a certain degree at life. I mean, a certain position. Like for me, I think it was partly like I felt like a little bit hurt by my one of my, you know, my ex. And it wasn't like a legit, like, so we wasn't even together, but like she had did something with a guy shortly after we broke up, even though I was doing whatever I wanted to do the entire time. And she knew that I never committed to her, no type of, you know, but like she had did something, you know, with a guy, and I just told myself, like, I never want to actually be with a woman who can do that, who has that in her to do that. And I told myself, but I got to change myself. I got to put a certain energy out there to get a certain energy. So I just told myself, I'm just going, like, you know, them people that you kind of text on and off, you can break up with your current boyfriend and you know that they right there and you can just jump back into it with them.
Yeah.
Like I deleted all them numbers out my phone. I said, like, I'm just, you know, I'm gonna just kind of be to myself and just kind of like put out a certain energy because I never want to be with a certain type of woman. So I got to be a certain type of guy. So that was just kind of what I did. So
nice.
My mentor explained to me that having hoes was for poor people, and I was never able to look at it the same after that. After he explained it to me.
You said what?
My mentor explained to me that having hoes, quote unquote, like having a roster of women, is for poor men. And when he broke it down, you know, he made it make sense. That and the fact that, again, women in large groups are annoying as shit. I was just like, yeah, that's just not for me. I can't.
So what do you guys notice physically?
Titties.
Oh, you a titty guy?
I mean, you said because it's from the front, yeah, but if from the back, you know what I'm looking at.
That's true. You can't see that from the back.
Yeah. Now listen, if I can see it from the front, so if I can see your butt from the front, and you know the face check out, then I'm going to your feet. But if you get 3 in a row, I'm gonna say something to you.
I think initially from face value, I'm looking at her teeth. I'm looking at her smile.
Yeah, me too. I mean, not girls, but guys.
I look at the butt. I'm a butt guy, so I look at the butt first,
yeah.
and then I have to look at the face after that, or it's just not complete.
The face is important.
Yeah, it's just not complete.
Can't decline.
You can buy booty and titty. You know how white girls always get BBLs but don't do nothing to their face because getting their face done is expensive.
Yeah. For me, I'm definitely more about the face. Like if the face is like if I can deal with her face, then I can compromise with the rest of her body. Like, you know what I mean? Because I've dated girls who didn't necessarily have like a big butt or titties, whatever, but she had a
put it on the table, Greg.
What's that, bro?
Just put her on the table.
You said put it on the table?
Put her on the table.
Yeah, drop that 15. If her face is already good, you're gonna save like 50 grand because getting a face, you can't, like most cosmetic surgeons don't even take care credits to do face work.
I cannot.
I prefer natural, bro. I really do.
I mean, shit, we all prefer natural, but if God didn't grant it, then plant it. If you can't grow it, sow it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, her having a positive body image is going to save you a bunch of gray hairs and stress in a relationship.
I think I'm out on that program, bro.
Rick just gonna find himself a homegrown, you know. Exactly. He just gonna find himself a Dragon Ball. That's it.
Yeah, Dragon Ball.
I have a question for y'all. So is it weird? So face, of course, is the first thing for me, and then of course I like the other appendages. Of course, the behind.
Appendage. What?
No, I'm talking about the other features on a woman's body. And
say that word. Don't say appendages.
Yo, I just called it. My bad.
Say that word. Like that's not like
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Pause. All of that. So
I got an appendage for you.
Listen, so I would say face, and then it goes to like hips / behind. Because if you have hips, at least it's nice because like a nice hip to behind ratio is just a beautiful thing to me. It's just I think like yes, that's great. But I will say this though. If a girl has a nice face and she has bad teeth, I sometimes am okay with that. Not like bad, like rotten, but like maybe she didn't have she had the nipple in her mouth too long, like the bottle. Like if I see that, I'm kind of like, listen, we can work with you. You probably kind of humble. So like
you kind of
yeah, bro, 10 grand, you get a whole new mouth.
Yeah, and so that's the thing, and it's funny to me because, like, to give an example, so I dated a couple girls, and they were like beautiful girls, but they would always cover their mouth when they did so because they were very self-conscious about their teeth. Like one of them had a tooth that was kind of spun around, like but
spun.
Yeah, no, it was like like a 10 hut, and then just like boom, right?
Yeah, the turn style too.
Yeah. No, but she was beautiful, but it was like you could tell that she just didn't really do that, and I got actually, my ex-wife, she actually had like an extra tooth that was kind of spun to the side. So I got that done for her. And she actually, I could have done anything else. Like I've spent a lot of money doing a lot of stuff, but that one little procedure that was under $1,000 literally meant the world to her, like with the teeth thing. So now I'm kind of like, there's this teeth thing with me where it's like, you have a beautiful face, but if you have some type of like teeth issue, I'm like, yeah. Like it's almost kind of like when I see girls with braces and they're older, I don't know. It kind of like there's like an innocence that seems like it's to it. It's dope. Like it's kind of
like you used to be a meth head or something. I'm cool. Like again.
No, not that. No, yeah.
You can't be a grown up missing like any of your primary teeth though.
Not the primary.
That's cool, but
if I gotta spend any kind of money on a woman to enhance her looks or make me like her even more, then I'm out. Yeah, I don't think that's for me.
I'm with him. You gotta have me a baby to like for me to touch your body at all. Like we can tummy tuck it and all that.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
real quick, ask a question. Sorry.
What if a woman said they're really feeling you, but they would love to see you in a different style of dress? This is like a bad chick who you really are feeling. She's a great personality. Would you take offense, or would you be down to see what her style?
Yeah, that's the easy fix.
It depends.
I'm not gonna do it.
It depends.
My wife.
I need help. I need help.
My wife said that cool. Like my girlfriend, yeah, but just some random bad shit that I didn't even hate.
Yeah, not a random. Like you're someone that you're really interested in. That you guys are in a relationship, and she's like
not mine. No.
Huh?
Hell no. You don't get to make those types of suggestions to me until you're mine. Like, what are we?
No, that's what I'm saying. That she is yours, and she's saying, "Hey, like, I don't know how to bring this up to you, but I feel like your style, like, maybe I have some suggestions. Would you?" I tried that one time with a guy, and he's like, "I feel like you're trying to change me," and I was
I'm
like,
not trying to change you. I don't buy it when like women or men consider their clothes to be a part of them. Yeah. For the most part, like girls who say, "Oh, you trying to change me because you don't want me to wear lashes and stuff like that."
Big old eyelashes,
you're not born with those lashes,
right?
Like I'm not like it's you put them on. It's trendy now. You weren't wearing them 5 years ago. Like they're not a part of you.
Right?
Clothes aren't a part of it.
Right.
This guy dressed like a grandpa. He looked like a grandpa who was gonna go golfing at a country club. Like he did not look like someone in his 40s. Like,
how did he even get your attention?
That's a long story, and I would never go into it on this because he might one day watch it. Because he used to watch
I'll
my
be right back, y'all.
So did he have butterscotch inside of his pocket? Like,
are those strawberry candies?
Yeah.
I cannot with you. He actually was one of the two guys. I'll say this. He was one of the two guys that I really was testing out the theory of, everyone says looks on everything, and you can grow to like the person. He was the second guy that I tried and really begged and was like, I've followed you for a while. I seen what you're all about. I shot him down. He was just like, he really pleaded his case. And yeah, I tried to give it a shot and I just couldn't.
It sounds like you saying he was a 4. And but I'm gonna answer the original question.
He had potential.
He's adjustable 4.
Well, I would say let me not give a rating on this show. If he had known how to do it, he could have been a really attractive guy. He just did not use the canvas that God gave him properly.
Like that. So I have a question. I have a question though as well. So what is this thing about women acting like they're giving you a chance? It kind of bothers me.
How so?
Just because
how does that look? What does that look like?
So I was watching a video and it just reminded me of other times when women, let's say a woman's really attractive, right? And then she was dealing with this guy, but he was like just a friend. The guy was just kind of lingering around, hanging around, who, wanted a morsel, but couldn't quite get it. But like, he was cool. He was around. But, women go through their ups and downs and, different things like that happen. And so he's a consistent person. And so you get weak, you start talking with him and all that kind of stuff. And then at the end of it, he really doesn't, whether he you guys have sex and then he kind of finds out like, I really don't like you like that, or the sex wasn't good, or what. It could be a multitude of reasons. And then they'll be on YouTube or they'll be on Instagram saying, I should have never gave him a chance and all this other kind of stuff. And it just bothers me. Like,
she gave him a chance to hit. That's the only time a woman can give a man a chance.
I think it's basically like if she's saying, this isn't someone that I would normally go for, but I'm willing to step outside of my preference. And then if she's disappointed by him, then it's like the extra shame of like, oh my God, I shouldn't even give him the time of day.
It's only sexual though, Cam, because like men give women chances for if the end game is marriage, then a man is giving a woman a chance. If he's just trying, if there's just a sexual thing, then yes, because she's giving him a chance to get the morsel of coochie.
It's giving tolerant, tolerating you, and I ain't feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess the problem that I have with it is that like when I make a decision, there's full accountability on me. Just like let's say whether they were adjustable 2, they didn't have any adjustments, they were just a ground zero. Like I made that choice. I made that choice to do whatever I did, and then let's say if I'm mad about it, I could say that, but it's not that person's problem. They just had a come up. Whatever, God's good. Let's go on about life. Don't make it that person's fault. Like I should have never gave. Like no,
I don't think you make it their fault. I think it's their ego is bruised. Like
okay, that's okay.
This is someone I should have never given a chance to. I should have never allowed to date, but because of whatever reason, I chose to do it, and now it didn't work out. So it's an extra layer of ego.
I guess I don't operate in ego.
Extra layer of ego and an extra body on your belt.
Well, well, all men do have a woman they've hit before that they wouldn't want somebody to know they've hit.
I'm learning so much tonight. This is
every man breathing has that one girl that he wouldn't want someone to know that he stuck his man.
That's what I learned, Janice. Never again will I settle. I just can't be with someone that I don't find attractive. Like there's levels to it. Like there's someone that makes your heart just pulsate. You just feel like you can't even speak around them, right? That's like the highest level. And then you have ones that are like, oh, they're attractive. And then you have like all the stuff in between. Anywhere less than they're attractive, like I can't work with that. Like if I look at you and I'm just like, ugh, I can't. No level of personality is going to push through. And I feel like it's doing you a disservice if I agree to date you if I don't feel that, because I'm just not going to be. And this is a real fact, right? Like when you're mad at someone, if you don't find them attractive, everything they do will make you mad. I'm sorry.
Everything make you bad.
Look, wait, he breathing.
He make. Every excuse you make, him just calling you saying, Yonci, come, you be like, no.
The way he called my phone.
No.
That is absolutely terrible. I don't think
Bro, listen.
There's a reason that we have to be attracted to our partner.
Women are savage, man.
Savage.
Savage.
Oh man, y'all men just
you don't make that face. Now, see, guys will just say, like we've been talking, yeah, she a two. Like it's no big deal. But when y'all get in y'all bag and y'all feelings, it can get ugly.
Oh no, I've been yelled at before.
But now the shit went left. I'm a 4. I got a toddler penis, and 2 of my I don't bathe and my feet stink. Like when we argue, it's like if we fall off and we fall out. So when we got married, everything was great. I'm the man of your dreams, and during the marriage, oh girl, he's doing it 10 times a night, and then when we get divorced, oh girl, it was 2 seconds. One of his feet was bigger than the other. He doesn't write good. It's all that. Like I feel so bad for men when they break up with women and the women get like back on social media. Yeah. Like in a single version of them gets back on social media because then everything is like a shot that they do. Like, I feel so bad for guys when I see them going through that. It's so bad. Like, why wasn't it? If y'all would have told us how bad we were while we were together, we'd probably still be together because we probably would have cared enough to fix it. Like the same way if a guy told his wife, "Baby, your ass is getting fat," while they were together, she wouldn't be able to get a revenge body when he divorces her.
So Willie, let me ask the question. So if you're in a relationship or you're with a person, and they have that tendency to kind of like pull up everything that they don't like about you or to kind of augment it, do you think that if you like broke up with them but you still had intimacy, that they wouldn't talk bad about you and you just kind of slowly linger off, like you taper people off like methadone or something like that?
No, I don't do that. My scissors are sharp, and then none of my exes can say shit bad about me because I'm very intentional about making sure that's a thing for me because I know how women are. So I'm not going to be the guy that has an ex. They can go say a whole bunch of bad shit about me. They'll say the same thing. I'm an asshole when I'm done, and that I talk to them differently. The opposite of love is not hate; it's indifference. That's a lesson I'm very well adept at teaching women that I deal with when it's over. So I couldn't say. I would never be with a woman that brought up what she didn't like about me because if you don't, if she thought that it was okay to break up all the time, like that's crazy.
Indifference is painful if you've ever been on the receiving end of that. Man.
So Willie, would you agree that once a woman is scoring, like she's gonna, like I've been in scenarios where I broke up with women and she's made up things about me that weren't necessarily true to, kind of taint my character or, have other people view me a certain way just because she was hurt.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that women are scoring. I would say that if a man's character can be tainted by what a scoring woman is, that he has shitty friends around him and his reputation is weak. Because there's certain things that my circle, there's nothing that any of my exes or women I even know could say about me that would change my reputation outside of that relationship. That would just tell them what she thinks of me.
But what about other women that don't know you?
That's fine. I mean, who cares?
He's going to hate them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't know me, but if I talk to someone long enough, they'll know exactly what it is and what it ain't. And then, too, I'm unusually, I'm unusually insufficient on fucks to give about what people think about me. So I'll just tell you the truth up front. She said you cheated on her. No, I didn't cheat on her. I told her I wanted to sleep with other women. She didn't like it, so I divorced her. That's what happened. I just didn't wait till we were divorced before I started sleeping with other people. So if you want to say technically, that's what happened. But no, I never ever went home to her with her thinking that I was cheating on, like I was being faithful when she knew that I was not. I was no longer interested because it didn't serve me. So I'll have those types of conversations with people, but there's not shit you can say about me that's going to change people's opinions of me once they meet me. Because I mean, the real me versus the story, the version you got to be for somebody else. That shit never lines up, and it only makes the woman end up looking bad because now people know, like, oh, you lying. Oh, you said that he was poor, or you said that he wasn't emotionally mature, and then you get me and see that I'm not poor or emotionally mature. Like, I don't care about that type of stuff, bro. I'm too old for that.
I feel that for sure.
I just think
10 minutes left on the clock.
Here we go with this mess. I think
At least I warned y'all this time. I thought we knew better.
sometimes I just think Thanos had it right. You know, if he could just kind of fix this whole thing here, just snap his fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet, and life would be better. Take half of these folks away. At least we have less to worry about. Now she's just gonna leave the clock up. This is so disrespectful. But what do you first notice about a woman naturally? I mean, if the face is not attractive to me, then nothing else matters. But after that, it's really a shape. I think some guys call it hips, some guys call it butt, but it's kind of a shape for me. It's the thing I noticed first. It could even be a slim, but it's just for me, it's a certain kind of silhouette that I really like. So let me get back to the question before we start talking about adjustable twos and how bad women dog men and stuff.
Adjustable two is crazy. That means you could be a real.
To growl zero. But
oh man.
You know how I would look at you so funny, Cam, and like, I know this is gonna sound fucking messed up, but like if I tell women all the time, if you want to know a man's type, look at the women he has children by. I say the same thing for women, right? When it comes to the men. But Cam, if I saw your ex-girlfriend and she was an adjustable too, bro, I would understand why you're a government-sponsored gigolo.
No, listen. I actually, it's funny. I have a story. So I remember at one point in my life when I was, I'm Mr. Moral and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, I think I could be with anybody as long as we had the same morals and values. Like she doesn't have to look that good, whatever, cool. And then I started like dating and being in this world, and I was just like, man, like looks like the aesthetic that a woman has, it's almost like air freshener, and that's why I started having it. It's like when she comes with the BS, it's like okay, now I'm not just smelling boo-boo. I'm like, at least there's something positive because she's gonna act up, and so I need to have something there to help remind me that, hey, she's still a child of God because she looks like this. So all my exes have been they've been pretty decent looking.
An adjustable two acting up is crazy in and of itself.
Oh yeah, you can't. No, you can't. You can't. You have to be nice, kind.
He said an adjustable two acting up.
You can't be ugly.
Let me ask a question to everybody on the panel. Have you been with somebody?
Like, that's when you think like that's when a woman's gonna be like, or a guy like, damn, I should have never gave you a chance because now I'm over here stretched out behind a two.
I mean,
let me ask a question. And this
Okay, what's your question?
Have you ever been with somebody that you didn't want your friends to know that you had been with?
Oh
no.
Yes.
No.
Character wise or look wise? Like, ooh, girl.
No, looks.
No.
Looks. If they found out that you had been with them, you'd be ashamed to tell them. Like,
no.
Like, damn, Willie? That's you? Like, you ever been in that situation?
That's the worst. That's you?
That's you.
Honestly?
No, I never have, and I almost wish I would have because it would have been funny. It would have been pretty funny to like listen, guys. What you have to understand was it was a cold night. She got her tax return back, and yeah, she cooks really good, like something like that.
I did it in the military, but I was also in the middle of nowhere. And I knew that as soon as I got my order to leave, that I would forget that I ever knew that girl. So
morsels were few and far between.
Hey, listen, those adjustable twos were sixes in the desert.
One thing you got to know is that when you deal with somebody like that, you already know that the person is not how would you say, presentable. So why would you be embarrassed about telling your friends when you already know how the person looks? So
we know. Okay, just for hypothetically speaking, right? Could you picture yourself in a group chat with someone like me, and then you came in there with some bullshit talking about this is your dude? That's why. Because we're gonna roast you to death. Every day we're gonna be like, hey, yo, you still with Big Teeth?
Not Big Teeth.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Whoa.
Shanice, is this a love offering or a show extension?
You know it's the love offering.
Show extension.
Oh, look, Willie said the love offering.
Oh, she wanted she's not on the right side.
Ooh.
Yeah. The comment section. You know it's the love
She's
offering.
a love officer. But Willie, you're just a different type of person, though.
That's what we do.
She said love offering.
Yeah, you're a
Thanks,
different type of
Shanice.
person. And first of all, I'm in New York, so we're used to all that bluntness, outgoing.
But you're not used to getting roasted by your friends. Like, imagine taking a dude home and your family like, girl, what is wrong with you?
No, my family would never.
They would say that once you leave. Matter of fact, they might say it in your face.
No, my family did it in someone's face before.
Yeah, they'll do it in your face.
Hey, so listen. So one time,
Wait a minute, Yonci, you just said that you didn't do it. So I
didn't.
I went home for
I
Christmas.
dated. I got to talk to two people.
Okay, my bad. My bad.
My
I went
brother
home for Christmas
this
one
guy
year.
a new one. I feel so bad.
And one of my there was this very, very large, oddly shaped Hispanic lady in the house. You know, so Black Christmas, this random Hispanic lady. I was kind of like, you know, I thought, you know, she was in there. She was comfortable though. So I'm thinking like, oh, this is the tamale lady because we always order a bunch of tamales for Christmas. So Hispanic lady tamale, I put two and two together trying to get four. I was wrong. So she came and asked me. She was like, oh, hey, do you want me to make you a plate? And I was like, oh, this is full service. I was like, well, cool. What tamales did you bring? She said tamales. I was like, yeah. Aren't you dropping off the tamales? She was like, no, I'm so and so's girlfriend. The look on my face, I was like, no, you're not.
Wow.
Like, and then he came over and gave her like the hug and kiss. I had to step outside to collect myself for a minute because I was so embarrassed for him. Like,
so wait a minute, but she was cooking. She was
shaped like a chicken nugget. No.
Oh my.
We say SpongeBob, but
no.
We say SpongeBob. But anyway, I'm just saying, but she could cook and she was doing things.
Exactly my excuse. Yeah.
That's the no.
Jacob, if your son brought this girl home, you would probably be a little more okay with him being gay. Like, I can't describe how else she looked other than that, bro. Like, you would never accept.
The views of the Chasing Yonci show do not align with the panel members, specifically Willie.
You would never accept that woman as a potential mother of your grandchildren. Ever. Like, she was so big, you couldn't have told she was pregnant if she was 9 months.
So I have a quick question before we get kicked off of here. So
Willie put 50 books on the books.
Oh, okay. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Bless your heart.
I got a retroactive 60 also.
A retro. Oh, yo, mix it up.
Hey, wow, he threw that back in there.
I did say that about that. Dog on it.
A retroactive. Oh, okay. My question. So why do you think that people don't say anything? Because you already know that you're going to get roasted. Because I've had this happen as well too, where it's like a family member brought someone in. You know, I'm kind to all people because all of us were one ass to throw away from being ugly, right? So like, you know, I don't put too much thing.
Hold up. No, we all are not.
No, if someone threw acid on your face, then you wouldn't be good looking. It'd be terrible.
Fine acid mother sucker.
Ugly. No, we're not.
I'm just saying that we could be disfigured.
I ain't ugly, Cam. Look.
That part. Thank you.
No, okay. So listen, I think I'm kind of cute. I think I'm kind of cute, but if someone they're like, "Hey, Cameron, we hate you. What you stand for?" and then threw some battery acid on my face, it'd probably melt me a little bit. I'd be ugly then, right? I look like Quasimodo.
All these scenarios, Cam. I can't.
All that being said is that I'm trying to understand this part. Is that I've had a couple of occasions where someone brought someone home who wasn't the greatest looking, but he did it and he just did it, and it's like, why didn't you warn anybody? Because now people are going to talk behind your back, and you're going to be mad. You already knew what you were bringing. Why don't they say anything?
But she makes good tamales.
She makes
Jacob's stuck on the food.
I wouldn't say it. I would only say something if I know it's not serious. But like, if my homie is like, "Yo, this is like something serious," I'll never kind of grind your wife.
Of course.
Like, yeah. You know, it got to be something I think is like, not going to be around at all. Like, because if it's a girl, like you gotta let people know that, because like I might be asking you like, "Yo, like, what's going on? Did you hit her?" Like, just asking you things that I wouldn't ask you about your wife, you know.
Yeah.
I would just ask you about, somebody you don't care about. So
it's important to clarify.
Would you do subliminals?
Shout out to Diane. Diane, is that a love offering or is that a show extension? Because Mont already put 60 minutes on the book, so don't feel pressured to make
It's going to be a show extension, I think. I feel that.
Who's Diane? I don't
see
her in the chat.
People.
Diane, go ahead and drop a comment. Diane, if you're still here, let us know if it's a love offering.
If she doesn't comment within 60 seconds, it's a
not you
or an extension.
Okay, if there's a limit on the comment, then there should be a limit on the show extension. I'm just saying the show.
Is anybody recording these? They're recording these rules that we're making. We need to have like a bylaws.
They're just making up things as she goes.
Hey, I think
y'all making up stuff because y'all said, "Oh, I'm just gonna shoot her some bread in random," and then she got to remember after the show, and then be like, "Oh yeah, that's right, I have a debt."
We got to get back to the questions like what does love mean to you and all that. Now we talking about adjustable twos and Molly.
Yeah.
We need to upgrade our question asking.
What was the original question?
I think something about tamales.
Stretch marks in certain places. I like too. So that's something else, but that might be a personal thing. But continue.
I like a little back fat. I like a little back of the arm fat because I know she cooks then.
Yeah. Stretch marks at the top of the rump. That's top tier. Like, I don't know why that's dope to me.
At the top of the rump cam is crazy.
What?
It depends on the woman. Like some women look better with bellies than other women look with bellies. Yeah. So it's like, each woman is different and she got something that makes her, like you ever seen a woman who was a little bit bigger, but you like that works for her.
It works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you can be skinny.
I think she said it and left.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think like it definitely on the individual.
So I think the panel should vote what it is then.
Oh, we know we're gonna vote.
Mike's gonna get muted.
We know we're gonna vote. But you're right. You could get too thin and just look like a little crackhead or a bobblehead.
Oh, like Ozempic, like sometimes people get the Ozempic head when they lose the weight too fast. Yeah.
Oh God, that Ozempic head is crazy.
Man, sidebar for a second. Like now that we've been talking about Ozempic, like I'm just noticing more and more women on this Ozempic thing. They just look like dried raisins. Like it's just like it's. It don't look good, man. Like I don't know where we're headed with this thing, but it's like people who were, they were sort of plump. They look deflated. I don't know if that's healthy or not.
Diane has spoken. Thank you, Diane.
Diane.
Are you blackmailing these people with increased prices for their coaching or something like that? Why do they keep on giving you love offering?
I think she's logging in when she was using her phone. She's logging in with her other name,
It's an extension. If you don't want to use Ozempic, you can do like me and do walking a little bit a day.
Or you can use both.
Losing weight, kickboxing. When I did that, I got like a 6-pack in like 3 months.
If you do Ozempic and weight train, you'll be fine. Otherwise, somebody who's skinny that just took off a fat suit.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The head, like when they take too much and they don't do anything else, like you said, there's no form or void. I mean, you're just formless.
I got a question.
What is it, like a fat hanging? Once they lose weight, it just loses. It look like it's just dragging.
Like a deflated balloon. You know how
you look like a deflated balloon.
Oh, no.
I got a question. Is it important for men to look at the woman and be able to say, okay, she looks either the same as she did when I met her, or are we able to accept that a woman is going to be able to change in some fashion, whether if it's
that's a good question.
She put some weight on, or
are we talking about our life partner, or are we talking about what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, like obviously if the person is going to change in that drastic measure, it's probably going to be somebody that you've been with for a while. So I would say, whether if you're in a serious relationship or if it's a life partner, or if it's your wife, whatever she is to you, if you notice that she's not maintaining a certain weight or a certain look that you like when you met her, is that going to be an issue?
Yeah, 2%. I say 2 to 3% a year in weight gain after a certain age. I definitely told my ex-wife, because I said, listen, you're built right, but if we get past this number, don't tell me about it, because I take that as an act of disrespect. So like there's tolerance.
What?
Damn, Cam.
Oh no, we're not. Not with all I do.
Damn.
Radical honesty.
I think you already said 2 to 3% a year. That means that girl who's 180 is gonna be 250 in 15, 20 years, bro. You
No. I'm saying no. What I was saying is that after a certain age, I had to think. So for me, like I had a number for my ex-wife. I said, if you go past this number, you can't. It's impossible. You're already thick.
Y'all said I'm the mean one. This man said he had a number for his wife.
No.
Okay, listen.
No,
Listen. I need you to listen to this. Okay, so health. I'm really big on health, right? And so for me, I'm big on health, and I'm going to give you my 110%. So for you to just get so comfortable to the point that now you're unhealthy, and now you're going to affect like my insurance rates and other things like that. Nah.
Damn.
Do you work out?
Me, yeah. Yeah, my thing is it's about health. The biggest thing to me is a health thing. It's not so much like I already think that you're attractive, but it's a health thing to me. So if you get past a certain weight and I met you at this place and you go past that, then it becomes more of a health issue as opposed to how you look. Like we can, you're probably going to look good for me for a long time because like I'm into you. I'm into the person I love.
I think that's where leadership steps in. I think if you're maintaining as a man, if you're maintaining a lifestyle for yourself, then naturally your woman is going to follow suit. Like she's gonna adapt to your lifestyle. Like if you're the type of man that likes to work out and is into fitness, and whether she was doing that when you met her or not, if that's your lifestyle, she's automatically just going to adapt to that.
I disagree just because I've been married.
1 time out of 10.
No, it depends. It depends.
It does.
You gotta meet them and be on that time.
Right.
If you meet a woman and you're on a particular type of time, not to say she's like not if she's a BS type of chick, like right. I'm talking about if you meet a woman who's any type of good, or has any type of potential, she gonna be on whatever time you on.
For sure.
It just is what it is. Like if you meet a woman and you a club nigga, like she gonna be in that club with you, popping bottles, doing what you do every weekend. Right. Or if you a finance guy, she gonna be doing credit repair. Like she gonna whatever you put her on she gonna be on whatever time you on. So
check this here. So
you gotta start out that way though.
I remember I was dating because she's a volleyball player, and so volleyball players have a certain build and they kind of thick. And I remember we were dating for maybe about a year and a half, and we went to this is a long time ago. Like we went to the mall or whatever, and we were walking, and she turned into Lane Bryant. And I was like, why are we in here? And she kind of got mad. She's like, if you hadn't noticed, like I put on a little bit. I didn't really know. Like she wasn't like big as hell, but I guess big enough to be in like like a 12 or whatever.
Lane Bryant is crazy.
And I guess I didn't notice. You know what I mean? But because we had been together so I guess I didn't pick up on it.
She was tall though, right? She was like she had to be tall. Okay, so that's fine. But that makes sense because it's proportional thing. But like if I'm dealing with if the girl's 5'4" and I met you in a particular capacity for health's sake, like I said, there's tolerances there. And so I think that's what we have to do. Like I met you here, I'm gonna be reasonable with you, and I travel a lot, so we're not always gonna be on the same type of time. Exactly. So that's why I was saying no, I agree with Mont, but it's like there was enough difference that it's like, no, I need you to make sure that you do this because you're raising my son and my son's not going to be like y'all.
So question, was it an issue? Was it an issue for you?
Baby girl, I'm going away for the weekend, but I'm going to measure you when you get home. And
no, it was not.
Pack your ish and get the hell on.
Step on the scale. Let's see what we're doing.
Was it an issue for you?
What was an issue for me?
Yeah, my man who said,
it wasn't like I really didn't notice until when we turned in. I was like, why are we going in here? Like this is not where we go. So, but it just kind of like I was just with her. And we turned in here, and I'm like, wait, we in Lane Bryant? Why are we in Lane Bryant? It's just kind of like so. I didn't really pick up on it, but she was I guess she had thickened up, and we need to be in here getting jeans or whatever. So, but I didn't notice. To me, she was still attractive. So,
yeah.
If she's tall, she's gonna slim up because I'm like 160 and I'm 6 foot. So for me, I'm considered slim. I'm a 6. But for somebody that's 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", you're gonna be fat. 165 for a short person is big.
If you don't have certain curves, yeah.
Right. If you're short, right.
I guess for me to answer the question, like I can't imagine Karen like with my the weight gain as long as like you're not my 600 pounds, like, right, but like for the most part any type of regular weight gain, I can't imagine Karen about anything like that. Like once you pick a life partner, like you just pick somebody to go through thick and thin with, like, so that's kind of like outside of, well, for me, for the most part, it's kind of like outside of the realm of what I care about. But also, if it was a problem, like if she was getting big, like she got all the resources that, like, all right, you getting a personal trainer and all that type of stuff, right? Go to Pilates, whatever you need to do, so so if your girl's gaining weight, fix it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my toxic trait is I like a dad bod. Like,
but key word for mine, he said, if that's your girl. Now, I have seen a girl that's been like, okay, she's nice. And then I catch her a few months later. And I'm like, well, damn. Like,
what happened? What happened?
Like,
that's what he said.
When you see her, it was like, hey, you're like, oh, hey, you.
He said,
the girl who was hot, in high school, and then
if you gain weight, do not talk to me. Don't even mention me. Don't talk to me until you look like how you look when I met you.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah,
they're just over now.
Right. Y'all know them girls who try and like holler at you once they out of their prime. Like, yo, don't even talk to me till you get back to what you
wait
were.
till they washed. Now they got kids from the past 3 out of 4 niggas, and now they want to talk to you. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen many of my high school friends, and I would look at them now, and they was the it girls. All the guys wanted them, and when I seen them at this age that I am now, I'd be like, "What happened?"
They went from it girls to ate it.
Oh, they let it go.
Yonci.
Yeah, they
ate all of it.
I bet you Yonci went to her high school reunion like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Look, like whipping her hair, like.
I looked like a Pez head before. You guys talking about what the head don't fit. I was so doggone skinny, and I was like 127 pounds, and I was 5'7". Just very, very, very. If you guys ever saw, you guys saw my daughter. She literally wears the clothes that I wore, and that was after having kids, everything. So I finally got some hips. And everybody started coming out the woodwork talking about, oh my God. And I'm like, dang, I thought I was cute back then. I grew up around Caucasians, and that's in to be really skinny. So I fit in. But then I got around black folks, and I finally got thick, and they were like, oh, that's what's up. And I felt like I was obese because I had gotten hips and all that stuff.
A lot of that stuff. You got some appendages? Is that?
Yeah, no.
I hate appendage.
Oh my gosh.
All the appendages.
So are you even monetized? Are you even monetized for this? Guy? I don't know. We be talking crazy. I be trying to like watch my words sometimes because.
Is there a conversation we can have that's profitable for this channel? Like, do we need we need to have that conversation?
I didn't know how it worked.
Do an analysis, and we'll start talking about that. Like, do we need to talk about the election or something? I don't know.
So somebody was trying to get that conversation going in the comments. I feel like, one, everyone is talking about it, so I think it's nice to have a break from that conversation. And two, it's so polarizing. And three, it's not, I try to stay on brand with the relationship. So I didn't mean to ignore the girl who said it, but yeah, I just wasn't trying to.
It's just not the place.
Yeah, I just feel like
call me when y'all ready to talk politics.
That's people too immature to have that conversation. People are way too immature to have that conversation. Like grown-ups, adults, 40, 50, they're not emotionally mature enough for that.
I feel like, and I will say this, and then I'll move because I actually did have some topics that we can get into. I am 0.2 miles from my goal, so just finish it up and then I can get back to my notes. But I find that a lot of people are not actually looking to learn when they're having conversations about politics. A lot of it is about trying to teach someone else what they feel like they know. And then there's a lot of shaming. So for me, it's like a lot of people don't even want to talk because if they find out you're on a different page than them, it turns antagonistic as opposed to being curious and saying, oh, okay, why do you feel like that? You could walk away from the conversation feeling that, like they're an idiot, but at least in that moment, having a curiosity to say, oh, why do you feel that way? And not just wait to jump down their throat. So that's usually a topic I don't even talk to anybody
try to
about.
hijack the conversation morally.
It's
They try to
more
confiscate it with their morals and push that upon people rather than actually trying to learn something.
Make it deeper than what it is. Yeah. But you know what we can do in honor of the election, not to cut you off. This topic was asked.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I asked the guys this. Could you date someone who had the complete opposite view as you? Like politically, like you guys are voting for opposing candidates. Let's say you met prior to the election or you met just after the election and you guys were talking about politics. Would that be a deal breaker?
Yeah, I would say no. Absolutely not.
It depends. It depends because I could see somebody voting. It depends on the issue. Now, if we're talking about, it depends on the issue. Like I could date somebody, like my political agenda, one of my tenets is reparations for Black people. If somebody necessarily didn't support that or thought a little bit differently, I could roll with it. It just depends on what we're talking about. Now, if they hate Black people, like or they're just blatant out racist, like it depends on the topic we're talking about. I mean, you can still have different opposing views depending on the issue. I don't know, I think it depends, but it takes a real good level of maturity to be that way.
I think an issue is an issue, and if you're gonna call a spade, then you got to really call it for what it is up front. So if you're meeting somebody initially, and you don't agree on certain topics, there's not going to be there's a small percentage, a small opportunity for there to be a possibility for y'all to agree on a certain topic later on down the line. But for initially, if y'all don't agree, especially on a political standpoint, that's going to later on be an issue. No matter how much you want to overlook it, there's just going to be certain topics that you just going to disagree on. That's going to later on cause conflict, in the relationship. So, I think initially, if you find somebody that has, whether it's religious or political or whatever it is, like if y'all on the same ground, it's just going to make more of a healthier relationship as opposed to somebody who, just doesn't see the same things as you do.
I think just like religion, it all depends on how involved the person is. So like if a person claims Buddhism, but they don't really practice, or if they claim Mormonism and they don't really practice, then it almost becomes irrelevant because they're just going to do what they do. I think same thing politically. If someone's not super duper involved politically and they're not living a lifestyle, they're not they're not going out of their way to do things according to their political beliefs, I think it becomes irrelevant. But if somebody is very heavily involved, that can become awkward. Like that's a very awkward dinner party. You guys are all discussing your views and your wife or your husband's like, oh, I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I think where it can become sticky too is like when you start raising kids together. Do you raise them with this belief or do you raise them with that belief?
Right.
I don't think it's sticky at all. The man leaves the household. I don't see what the other issue is. I don't think a man should be able to. A man can't. If you can't lead your household in all facets, then you probably picked the wrong partner. Because if your woman is a Democrat and you're, a Republican and all this other shit.
So Willie, would you say there has to be a sense of agreement in the beginning? Like you have to have some common ground initially for there to even be any type of rule, in the household. Like y'all have to agree on, No,
all she has to agree with is my vision for where I want our family to go and the leadership style that I have and the precedent that I have set in place in our home. That's given.
Politics is so nuanced. Like when you start really getting into the bowels of policy, And I'm one of those nerds that'll read a bill, and go deep on it. When you start to really read things and pay attention, like I said, when we start talking, some things just really aren't political. They just have somebody just feels a certain way. Some things just they really aren't. People are reading the CNN headlines and running with things. You start talking about, if you're not really talking about politics until you're talking about policy of funding. If we're not talking about one of those two things, we're not talking about politics. You just got an opinion about something.
It's like the people who swear that, because Trump went office, that he wants to ban all abortions no matter what, not what his actual stance was, anything past 12 to 15 weeks. And emergent situations, a lot of women are running off with the talking point, well, now my daughter has less reproductive rights than I had. And that's cool, it sounds good, but it's just not true. So a lot of the times, like, one of the things that will turn me off about a person is when they talk about these things and just aren't informed. Haven't done the reading, they're only Facebook or social media educated on the topic that they're trying
so dogmatic about it.
Yeah, they have these such strong opinions about something that they haven't even read about. It just tells you like how intellectually weak and immature you are, and that's just not something I find attractive in adults, let alone a woman that I'm trying to date. So,
and some people say, who cares about this wing or this wing, left wing, right wing? They're both wings on the same bird. Some people say that everything is being run by folks behind the scenes, and this is all just puppetry, and it's all something to keep people up in arms.
Yeah, my position on this is like a woman has to be on my time when it comes to this. Now, you don't have to start off that way. Like even Deja, like when I first met her, she was much more liberal. And over time, through just me, doing what a man does, talking, sharing my point of view, teaching her, she's listening. After some years, it's just like I'm a conservative guy. I lean more conservative. She does too, at this point. But she started off more, and I think conservative is not like a political term for me. It just means like more of like I'm a nuclear family type of guy. Like I believe in just old school principles, work hard, stuff like that. So over time, she kind of like started to just kind of veer towards where I was veering. But I would not be able to be with a woman who like, cause you gotta vote for who I vote for.
Really?
Yeah, you do, because like if I think that, especially if I think it's important, if I think it's not important, whatever. But if I feel like it's important, then this is going to impact us financially. Is going to impact us, our lifestyle, all of that. So if we're voting for two different people, for one, it's stupid. We just both canceled each other out. We might as well just sit on the couch, right? Literally, like we could have just sat on the couch. Like you added one here and you added one there, that equals 0. So we might as well sit on the couch. But yeah, if you don't, or just let me vote when you sit home. Like, but yeah, like, cause that's the only way that one of our votes is going to count. Right. If we both vote for the opposite person, it's like, did y'all see that clip of like on Curb Your Enthusiasm where like Larry David was like, hey, like they was waiting in line, the line was too long. He was like, hey, who are you voting for? He's like, oh, I'm voting for this guy. He's like, oh, I'm voting for the opposite guy. We can just leave. Like we don't, and we won't feel no type of way, because if we leave, we just cancel each other out.
That's cute.
And they both left. So like that's what I believe. So me as the leader of my family, like we have certain things we don't have to agree on, but I really want my woman to reflect my ideas when I'm not around. Like if you're giving my niece advice, if you're giving and I don't want you to say something that I completely disagree with, depending on what it is and how big it is to me. But when it comes to like politics for the most part, or just like kind of like, I just want you to be on my time when it comes to that, or else it just won't work.
I like what Avatar said. He said, if your core values are the same, then I think it's unlikely you would end up with someone with opposing views. I tend to agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
If you cute, I'm cute. I like let's do it.
Core values, like how you were saying, you're traditional and
like core values and politics ain't the same.
Once this comes into play, things just like things start to get intertwined.
Girl, I was
you start to avoid certain conversations.
I was a liberal till I met him, girl. Like it just some good things going on the right. Like
that stuff don't even come up in conversation.
It doesn't.
A lot of people, if you know, for example, like if you know a guy and he's anti-women being promiscuous, he's probably a Republican, right? Or he probably leans that way. And when you have those conversations, a lot of people just don't get that. They don't understand. Like you can pick people's social, you can pick up, a lot about somebody just based on things they value. For example, like say I don't have an issue with women having abortions at all. I think a woman should be able to have an abortion, when she needs to have one for whatever reason. The issue I have is when women who are promiscuous use abortions as, birth control, and those sorts of things. Like I have an issue with that part. But at the end of the day, her body, her choice. If she wants to go in there and vacuum 10 babies, she should be able to do that. But it's just not something I'm going to agree with from a core value. And if I was dating a woman who thought that was okay to do, that would tell me a lot about her, and then I would view her as less qualified for my exclusivity. Because if you're the type of woman who's willing to, vacuum a dozen babies out of them, I can only tell what you're doing on these girls trips. I can only tell what you've done before me, and I just look at your character differently because of the things you believe in.
Yeah. Just to end it off, I guess, I like Jacob. I think most people don't understand what politics really is. So my conversation, because I deal with a lot of African American women, and so there was a lot of conversation going on. It's kind of like, oh, you probably did this, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And then I'll start trying to go to educate them, and then the conversation dies because it's like you guys don't know politics. You don't know the three branches of government. You don't know what the electoral college is and how it's composed. You don't even know who your insurance commissioner is. You don't know anything about anything. You're wrong and strong about whatever you are, and that's cool. Just stay over there with that. So more than likely you don't care. So that's why I said I could be with a girl who has a different opposing political view if it's not deeply held. So now if we sat down there and it's like kind of Mont was talking about, like we're diametrically opposed to something, and it's like a very core value that's going to affect how my children are raised or something else like that, then that would be an issue for me. But most people don't know about politics. It's almost on par with like a sports team, to be honest. It's like you're passionate about your team, I'm passionate. Oh, what's the name? Paul George is trash, if we're talking about basketball, and we'll have an argument over it. But at the end of the day, how often does it come up? It comes up once every 4 years, and that's pretty much it. Nobody even talks about the midterm type stuff, so
yeah. But also nobody wants to see a video on their phone and you go say your spouse, look at it, they up to it again, and y'all start arguing all the time. Like, no, like y'all are like, nobody wants to say that. You want to be able to kind of like talk to your spouse, and if she disagrees or whatever, that's cool. But can y'all have that conversation maturely? Can y'all be like, you know what? I understand why you would feel that way, but I don't feel that way. But I see your thought process. Most people just aren't mature enough to kind of have these conversations. So
yeah. So that's pretty much how it goes. But
you get the politics you deserve, and unfortunately, people just don't. It's some of you guys are entrepreneurs on this call, so you're probably looking at certain tax legislation and how that's going to impact your business. Like that's smart. That's wise. If your conversation is only this person is a dirtbag or she slept her way, like if that's that's stuff for Real Housewives or whatever. It's not wise. But what I find, particularly business owners, like they're looking at, wait a minute, how's it going to impact my business, my bottom line, what I'm trying to do, and vote accordingly, because some of the other stuff, you can't control everything. And it's almost like the 80-20 rule. I mean, when I talk to, particularly when I do part of my work is community engagement. And when you talk to business owners, that's how they're wired. They're thinking about that. They're not thinking about what somebody wore or what they said. They're like, wait a minute, he got some policy or she got some policy on the table that's going to help me. I can roll with that, because the other things they can work through and maneuver through. You can still move around the country. You can move around the world. But
this is why I like, what Mont was saying about how, he was able to not necessarily project his views onto, his spouse with Deja, but it was more of, this is the vision. This is what I see for our family. This is the direction I'm going in, and I know you with me. And this is where we're going. Absolutely. And it wasn't really like, a matter of, a control thing. It was more of a big picture thing. And I think if you present the idea to a woman on the big picture, she'll fall in line with it. She'll go along with your program if there's a big picture, if there's an end goal. Like she'll adjust to your to your political views. She'll adjust. So I've seen it. I've seen where women will become Muslim because there was a greater vision for their, family or whatever it was, the relationship. That dynamic in a relationship and being able to project a vision to a woman is what's going to get her to fall in line, whatever it is that you're trying to do in the future.
But I guess I'm not shocked by the conversation because I mean you just watch these pop the balloon shows. Like I don't when I catch it, it's like I didn't like his shoes. Like, wait a minute, this guy is 6 feet, got a job, he seems decent, and you didn't like the way his shoes looked.
Let me ask you a question. What
That's how
platform?
people do politics.
What platform are you watching it on?
I just watch it on clips.
What platform though?
I guess what, YouTube or whatever, or
IG,
Facebook.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Instagram.
it depends. Yeah, any of them.
Okay.
Those balloon pop shows are just made
so
up of a
so a
bunch
lot
of
of
women
times-
who never
a lot
used
of
to get
times
picked, trying to
the-
disqualify men.
Go ahead, bro.
The whole idea behind those clips is to gain engagement and attention. So it's not that it's authentic, but you got to realize that at the end of the day, is most of it is for entertainment. So it's doing what it's designed to do, is getting the conversation started, is getting people to comment, is getting people to share, and so it's you're not gonna get the real, like, people don't really act like that. Like when you go out on a date, like I'm not sizing a woman up on how her shoes look, or you know what I mean, or if her hair is done a certain way. Like I'm more interested in the individual. Me personally, I'm more interested in the individual than what's going on, like around her.
I hope you're right, bro.
And I wish you were right, but I don't agree in the sense of like, why is, and forgive me if anybody likes her, I think she's beautiful, but why is Meg the Stallion shaking her behind and performing
She's
at
not
a political
beautiful.
rally?
She's not beautiful.
I mean, I think she looks like fun. She looks like fun. That's all.
Yeah, she look like fun.
But all that being said is that like the political theater has been turned into entertainment, and I think that's why it's kind of like, it's unfortunate because like that Pop the Balloon show that's meant for engagement, like you were saying, is like we treat politics the same as that. That's why I answer the question the way it's like. It's not a deal breaker because most of the things we participate in, it's entertainment.
Would you entertain a conversation with Megan Thee Stallion? Like, would you sit and like bust it up with her?
If it's just us two, of course, yeah. But now if we're doing it for the crowd, no, because a lot of people individually, people to person to person, we tend to be intelligent because we don't have an audience to try to produce something for. She has to get engagement. I'll talk to anybody one-on-one. I do case management, like actual case management, not what y'all say I'll be doing. So like I deal with people every day in different circumstances and contexts, and really when you sit down with them, there's a reason why they're going through what they're going through or what they're doing. Is it always the most optimal thing? No, but people have a reason for doing what they do. So like I said, I'll talk to anybody. It's just that when we're here for engagement, everything, all logic and all that kind of stuff goes out the window.
You find her attractive?
Yeah, I think she's good looking. Yeah, I don't think she's bad. I think she looks like she's fun. She's sexy, I should say. That's probably the best.
He's smashed.
Right, that's what I was getting at.
Just get straight to the point. We gotta leave that.
No, I mean, listen, I'm still in what's the name mode. I'm like, I could be like, yeah, no, I would definitely.
I was building up to that question.
I mean, I will, like I said, I would, theoretically, but it's like I'm not, sex to me means something different than most people. So
yeah, most men would. She's considered attractive, but like I wouldn't. When it comes to beauty and all that, I wouldn't. Because she got the body. Her face is good enough. So that's attractive. So I think most men would do it, but also I think like a lot of girls think that they can kind of. Girls they're not like men. You can't start off one way and change the way somebody looks at you. Like men do that. Men put in work, right? We put in work when it comes to dating. Men but when women, what we see, like you start out wherever you start out at, and it don't change from there. So like somebody like Megan Thee Stallion to me, who may be very articulate outside of what she does. She may be very intelligent and deep. She may, and you do that with girls sometimes. Like you might see a girl who's promiscuous, but y'all start having a conversation, and she's like, one day I just want I just want to live on a farm with a family, and I want to, I want to milk the cows. And she might be super deep. She might be in the horoscopes and all that type of stuff, but it don't matter. Like, I don't like, you've already shown me your other side, which is too much for me. Like, so it's going, it's going to end right here. Pretty much. This is as far as we can go. But I think a lot, like, even when it comes to making a hoe a housewife, I think a lot of hoes make perfect housewives if that's what you want to do. Like I've had girls who were like promiscuous girls who I would never date. I would never take them serious. Who was making me dinner. Like, I come over their house, they're like, they making food. They just don't want me to leave. Like, they'll do whatever. They just don't want you to leave. They want you to spend time with them. They want you to hang out with them. And a lot of them truly want love. But so I think a lot of them would make a great housewife. A lot of times, just the guys that they dealing with, they don't value them. Like, a lot of girls get with guys they don't really value because it's easy. But certain type of guys, they're not going to cheat. They're not going to mess around on you and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, a spade is a spade. Like, if a chick is, and she's showing hoe tendencies and she's doing stuff that represents a hoe, even though she might be also cooking, cleaning and doing all these other things, at the end of the day, like, I gotta see it for what it is. I gotta recognize it. Okay, this person, even though she might be doing all these other things, like, at the end of the day, she is what she is.
To some degree, I think girls are, so I think you gotta classify hoes first, right? Because there's different categories. You got a girl, you got girls who are being a hoe for themselves, right? That means that they just like it. They just in it for the game, right? They just like what they experience. They like what it feel like. And you got girls who are being a hoe for other people, right? You got girls who just want to be around guys. They just like the attention. They like, they may just be doing it for you. They wanted you to like them, so they, so that's why they kind of promiscuous. So I think it depends on the reason that a girl is particularly a hoe. A lot of girls really want love, and they just think that's how they was raised to get it. They thought that in their problem solving, and analyzing things, they're not good. You know how, like, most girls do the same thing over and over and over again. Date the same type of guys over and over and over again, and every time they say, "Oh my God, he cheated," or something like that, right? A lot of them aren't very good at analyzing data and correcting it, like, and moving different. So a lot of them just do the same thing over again. But I do believe that a lot of girls who are hoes and a lot of girls are hoes outside of relationships and not hoes in relationships.
Shit, what difference do it make? If she a hoe outside, she a hoe in one. She just not hoeing.
So what I mean by that is, like, if the idea is like, so for me, I don't care if you'll cheat on me or you're not going to cheat on me. If you're a hoe, I don't want to be with you. But some guys might make the argument like, I don't want to be with you because I'm afraid of the paternity issue. One day I might not know if if a kid is mine or something. Or they might say like, oh, I think you might cheat on me. I don't care if you're going to cheat on me or not, right? It doesn't matter. You can be faithful to me, but since you're a hoe, I don't want to be with you. But the problem with those arguments is, like, if you make an argument that, oh, I don't want to be with you because I think you're going to cheat on me. Once we correct for that or solve for that, now what can you say? Right? Like, once it's like, all right, I'm a guarantee you can have my phone passwords, you can have all of this. I guarantee you that I am not going to cheat on you.
That doesn't mean having a woman's phone password don't stop her coochie from working or her mouth from working.
Let's say whatever method you guys use to solve for that. Well, let's say it's paternity.
There's no solving for a woman being a whore. None. Unless you're gonna have her on Black Snake Moan time and have her time to
whatever it is. Let's say you fix the problem, right? Whatever the problem is, you stop the leaking or whatever it is, right? Now you have to stand on that. Right, because a lot of guys say, "Oh, I don't want that girl because I don't want to be with you long term because I don't know if if the kid is going to be mine or something." All right, let's get a DNA test. The kid is yours. Let's get a forensic test. If a girl say, "I'll get a forensic test on my vagina every night," whenever you feel like I've been sleeping around, I'll get a forensic DNA test on you for you.
Vinegar and hot water every time, bro.
Yeah. I feel like that's
whatever they do,
You can't solve for being a hoe, bro.
Right.
Like, that's one algebraic equation you can't solve for.
Once I know that information, it's a wrap. Like, once I know that okay, this person is around and she she out there, it's a wrap for you. Like, I'm not.
If a girl was a hoe and you knew that she wasn't going to cheat on you, would you be with her?
No, she's a hoe.
Okay,
If I knew,
so,
right?
Yeah, you knew for a fact God came down and told you like, yo, this is ordained. She's
Nah,
not going to cheat
right.
on you.
A snake is a snake. A spade
No.
is a spade.
Imagine God spoke to you. Let's say you a Christian man. He spoke to you, and he said, "Yo, she's not going to cheat on you, right? Will you be with her?"
He's trying to determine. It sounds like if the issue is her past, and you just being turned off by her past, or your thought that her past is going to dictate her future behavior.
Yeah,
Right. I could
a lot of
I
times
could go
we
to a
use.
convention.
I hate it. I just personally hate it when because it's not helpful when somebody has a position, but they try and put logic to it, and you don't necessarily need logic because when you do that and we correct for certain data points, now you got to stand on that, right? You got to stand on it. And I'm just saying, like, if it comes to like, I don't have to put a reason on why I don't like hoes. I just know I don't like it.
Right.
But when you put a reason on it and a girl solves for that, now you got to be with her because you told her this was the reason. Or like on the Pop the Balloon show, and I'm like, you know what? You just not 6 foot. I thought you was taller, so I gotta pop my balloon. You like, no, I'm 6 foot. Here's a ruler. Here's a whatever, a measuring thing. And you like, no, I am actually 6 foot. Get your balloon back. And then she's like, well, I'm not gonna get it back. I just don't like it. So don't come up with a reason that's not the true reason.
So for me, the unknown in that scenario will be the future. Like the unknown is how she's going to conduct herself moving forward. What is known is how she was moving in the past, and that's the only thing that I can go by. And for me personally,
he threw the hypothetical out there. Sorry to interject. He threw the hypothetical that if you had 100% guarantee, someone could go back in time and be like, "Hey, we just fast forward this many years, you realize, and she never cheated." So if that aspect was not possible. Is there any other reason you wouldn't want to be with her other than the fear of her cheating?
No, you can take me to a convention of
Nah.
deities, right? Jesus, his daddy, Confucius, Buddha, Muhammad, their nephews, Shiva. Pick all of the guys.
It's not just about getting cheated on. It's the idea behind
They just don't like it. I just want them
all
to
admit that
for.
Thank you.
I just don't like it.
I can tell you were doing
it. At party. I'm not dating her. She is a whore. Like her past matters. Right. The same way, like she wouldn't date me if I was like some sort of like, I had committed violence against women or children. Like your past matters. Like what you did with your past. Because
she could be a born.
We know a lot of women, and we see a dude with a girl that we both know is a whore, or like matching food, or just saying been ran through. We gonna look at him different because he wifed a hoe.
Right.
Like
what does it mean to be a hoe? Like
what does it mean to be a hoe?
It depends on. I got a theory that like it depends on the degree, right? Depends on the degree, and it also depends on how long it's been. Like I believe that women can do community service, and this is what they do in order to get their name back, right? They just get it. Like it takes time, right? You gotta
all them dicks, bro.
It takes.
Wait a minute, man.
Listen, you can do community service.
He's hanging out with Cam too long.
No, she's been doing community service. That's why she's wrong.
Community service. I'm gonna have to use that.
Listen,
she was a community servant.
Y'all gotta know.
You
gotta know a girl. You gotta know a girl, right? It's like, let's say I'm a murderer, right? You get out of prison, right? You used to be a murderer or whatever, right?
Being a murderer is not as bad as being a hoe.
All right, but just let me follow me, right? I get out of prison, right? And I used to be in the streets for real, right? But now I'm working with kids. Now I'm doing this. Now I'm doing that. And 7 years go by. I've just been working with kids. I've been chilling. I've been out the way. I've been doing all of these positive things, right? You start to see me a little bit differently. Because it is a lot of guys like this. A lot of guys who used to be shot out, and now they kind of different. They preaching to they doing a peace in the streets type of stuff and all that type of stuff.
I see where you're going with it. I see where you're
going. You can do community service and change the outlook on you. And I've seen a few girls who like.
So compare apples to apples, man. A murderer could do that. A sex offender couldn't.
A sex offender can do what?
That's a good.
It depends on the sex offender. Nicki Minaj's husband did.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you how I know this. You would never in life let a sex offender watch your daughters, no matter if he did that shit 30 years ago or 30 months ago. No matter what he did in the middle, at some point he was fucking little girls. You are not gonna let him watch your daughter. At some point that girl was fucking random dick. You are not gonna put your name on her.
Isn't that what happened in The Best Man? No. Wasn't it like
that's what happens in most relationships right now? What are we talking about? Like, dudes, these girls' past come out, and then they get mad and want to lie about it, or they just try to say, "Well, I was in college." So you're an educated whore, and now you're a whore with a degree. Congratulations.
So Rick, so Willie, you said something specific. You said, "Would I be with her?"
No,
we're not talking about if I would be with her.
No, we're saying men in general. On average, ask any man you know, would he like again? Being a murderer is understandable. I can understand why you took someone's life. I could see several reasons why it's okay. Again, that same convention, God talking to me with his hands on my head, could not make me understand why I do fuck the little kid.
Okay, I got a question.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
That might be the only thing you can't come back from.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I think
this is for the dating coach.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say data is important. There's a reason why companies do background checks. There's a reason why you have to, get certain licenses.
We can't talk about background checks no more. The president's a felon.
Certain licenses.
Yeah, but it's different.
Just hear me out. Certain licenses you got to do to become qualified for certain things. There's a reason why all that data is important. So if a person is even your credit score, like your credit score is a reflection of who you are and how responsible you are and how mature you are. So if a woman is presenting data to me and like this is the kind of person that I used to be.
Real quick, your credit score is comprised of the last 2 years, right? Your score is comprised of the last 2 years and how you've been doing.
Right. My point is that it's still information. It's still something that I can use to judge a person if I'm going to move forward or not.
And your report it only lasts 7 years though.
We're not going to compare credit.
It goes away. So let's stop talking about credit.
Right.
Yeah, credit's a terrible analogy.
Right. All right. So my point is that in a situation where you're dating somebody and she's presenting me with data and she's telling me like, okay, yeah, like I've had women open up to me and told me that they've had threesomes and so on and this, that, and the other. I have a choice. I can either proceed or I can be like, nah, that's a deal breaker. That you disqualify. Like I don't want to move forward. And most of the time, when the woman present that type of information to me, most of the time that disqualifies them from me even moving forward in a serious quote unquote, situation.
Here's a question. This is for our host and dating coach. She is signed up and paid for the 8-week package. She has the platinum Yonci plan, and during coaching, you find out she is a hoe. What do you tell her?
Currently?
Well, let's do both scenarios. Currently and previously. And previously, she may be, my man just said 2 years out of the whole phase, 2 years out. What does the coach? She has come to you for coaching. She wants to get in her feminine energy. She wants a high value man. But she wipe your eye now. She wants coaching. But you find out during the process. You just heard the brotherhood speak. She is a hoe or 2 years fresh out of the whole lifestyle. What is the process?
I'm fairly certain you got some sort of clause about, hey, you can't be selling coochie taking my courses.
So I would still teach her the way, like how I would teach somebody else. But what I do is give someone reality checks. So I had somebody who, how can I say this vaguely?
STD. Sorry.
Oh, she had the ninja.
So.
Oh, snap.
I'm realistic.
Wait, what?
I was searching for vague words. She was dealing with something that would be a turnoff to most people. And so the reality is that I have to be honest with people and let them know, hey, there are certain things that are going to change your number, the number of people that would be interested, just like losing weight increases the number, your lifestyle and different things that come along with it are going to potentially most likely lower. So it would be my job to explain. So let's just say, unless she was like world famous, I would strongly suggest if she's kind of like burned everything in bad choice of words. So say burned bridges, but like if she's
burning something,
ruined her reputation in an area, then I would probably suggest, if that's keeping her from meeting someone, maybe start fresh somewhere else. You know, Alaska is great this time of year.
Well, you would be an accessory to this crime, right?
Facts, because you're a teacher that hired a pedophile knowing that he like little kids.
You just you said, hey, go somewhere else. You've been doing it there too long.
You're just a hoe in California, but you can be a saint in Alaska.
No, I'm not saying if she's currently doing it. I'm saying if that was her past.
Your wholeness don't cross state borders.
Hey, they say that cold weather.
That's her past.
Alaska.
Look, I'm not going to say that somebody is not going to want somebody. There are people who are in prison and people marry them while in prison and they have a life sentence or never getting out. Who am I to say that
that's crazy? That really does happen.
But I will say the likelihood is going to be a lot more limited. I don't paint a false picture.
Hey, one thing that we can say about these prison people that are marrying these dudes in prison is that they're not desirable women. They're settling for that's the best they can do. So I don't feel.
I've seen some gorgeous women.
No, that being pretty shit is easy. The inside is what.
Oh, you know
excuse me. How mentally deficient you have to be to marry someone that's already in jail.
Yeah,
that's like choosing the plane. That's like
God told them they were supposed to be together. Didn't God do that?
A lot of these.
What'd you say, bro?
Doesn't God tell him, like, he told you that's your husband? He just away for a minute.
I'll take somebody. I will say this. I will take a woman who's in jail for like murder than a woman who's a single and a whore with AIDS all day.
I'm not taking no girl in jail though.
You're daily Yola that you said you need.
If I got to pick between,
is she coming out of jail?
Right.
Is she coming out of jail?
Eventually.
Okay.
But AIDS is she's gonna die.
I'm not.
Later, so
this took a turn.
I ain't picking either.
Where's Jacob with the flags when we need him?
Yeah. Where's the bonus questions?
Herpes, all that shit. It's a hard
I actually have a whole bonus topic.
Oh, but I wanted to make something clear though. Like I do think, like, and I think it's weird, like when guys kind of like date, like guys are celebrities and they kind of like recycle the same girls and stuff like that. Cause like I'm a little bit old school, like, you know, like the little bit of that street mentality of like, you a hoe, I can't be with you. I still we all kind of grew up with that a little bit, and that stuck. That still was like, I don't get it when people are with hoes. But I still do believe that girls can do community service, and they can like make somebody a good wife. I wouldn't choose them, but I know that in my head, like a lot of times, I've seen girls who I knew was a certain way, but they changed their life around completely, and I'm like, oh, I respect this individual. You know, even if I wouldn't be them, I see them and I don't think like, oh, you a hoe.
I got a question.
I want to like tap my homie like this girl right here. The perception of them can change over time.
I got a question. Is it being a hoe? Is that like not? Is that gender related? Like, can a man?
Hell no, a man can't be a hoe. We make hoes.
Consider a hoe like
a man being a hoe is I think being a hoe is when somebody's taking something from you and you're not getting what you want in return. So if a man is being a hoe, he's not getting, like, he's giving up money and he ain't getting nothing in return to me.
Yeah, men can be whores financially.
Yeah. Or if you just eating box.
Right. Yeah, that's wild too.
You just eating box and not cashing in.
That's crazy. Oh.
Because it's often looked at as men having like multiple women as like more of like a, not necessarily a positive, but it's more of like a win for a man. Like,
we have to earn it. Women don't have to earn sex. Men have to work hard to be desirable to women. Women get born with it. That's why.
If these girls are calling you to do it to them when they want to, and when you want to do it to them, they like, no, like, nigga, wait till I want to do it to you. You might be a hoe. If that's like the situation, like if you not calling no shots when it come to this, you might be a hoe.
You just might be a sucker. I ain't gonna call you a hoe just because a girl. You got 10 girls.
A sucker is a hoe to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, they are. They're close. Hoe, sucker, simp, all of that. But
right.
The idea that a man doesn't understand that, Greg, that it's different for men and women because you have to build your value and women are born with her is wild to me.
But even men though, like we'll say, like our compliment to another man, like, yo, he get women, like he get hoes.
Because it's a compliment. It's
Yeah.
hard to do.
I mean, so it's not looked at as a thing for a man, but for a woman, being a hoe is considered like
Yes.
And it's completely reasonable to me that those two things are different.
Why is that?
Because it's easy for women to get niggas. They have vaginas. Any woman you know can walk outside
I
right
don't
now
think
and get
so.
penis on demand.
I know the answer. I don't hear what.
I don't think so.
It's also like, as a woman, as a man, your job is to have sex with a woman, and her job to me is to withhold that for as long as possible. Like, that's just literally how that works. Is for you to, obviously this man want to have sex with you. You know, you need to. Your job is to make me spend as much money as possible before you give it up. And the man's job, this is like on its most simplistic level, is to get that from you with spending as least amount of money as possible. So that's just how that works. Like,
I mean,
society's terrible.
Hey, Kaylee, I guarantee you, if I took you outside right now, it wouldn't take. I could ask, if I asked 3 men, all 3 men would sleep with you. If I was like, hey, my friend wants a dick, will you give it to her? They're gonna be like, yes. And I can pick the first 3 men I see that aren't married or, like, you know what I'm saying, in a relationship. The first 3 single guys are gonna give you something.
I bet you if you took any of the guys out, like, and you asked a girl, like, hey, would you sleep with him? A lot of girls be like, maybe I could do that. Like, where you
girls
work?
are more opinionated.
What kind of car you drive? They're gonna ask other questions.
I think because girls are emotional and more opinionated.
No,
and it's their job to extract value from you. Like, it's their job to.
I also think society puts something on women too, where she would be judged literally, like how you guys are saying, oh, she's a hoe, she's whatever. So there's a lot more pressure for her to be more selective with whom she lays down with. Because when I was single, there were men I found attractive, but I'm thinking about all these things. Like, I would literally be dating someone and like them and be like, no, I can't do this, because, like, and you think it through, versus a guy's thinking with that. Yep. We're looking at it like, I don't want to give this impression. I don't want to add another body, like all that stuff. We have so much that goes into the decision. It's not just, do we find it attractive?
I feel like on the retrospect of that, a woman's value, I think I mentioned this last time, is her purity, like how pure she is. And a man's value is how much options he has, whether if it's with his finances, whether with his social life, or with his women. The more options he has, the more value he has. So in that aspect, as far as a woman being a hoe, if she has a lot of options, if she's been out there, even if she doesn't, if she's perceived that she has a lot of options, or a lot of men is trying to smash her, her value is much less, as opposed to a woman who is more pure and more,
innocent.
I think you might have misspoke. I don't think it's that there are a lot of men who want to. It's that she's allowing the men. Because I think
the options that women have are for different than men. Men have options, a lot of options for marriage. Women have a lot of options who they can sleep with.
Mm-hmm.
Women fuck who they can, who they want, marry who they can. Men fuck who they can, marry who they want.
We just said, forget this YouTube.
Yeah, we're past 9 minutes. You can say the F word.
Just dropping F-bombs. My poor people. I'm sorry, y'all.
Excuse me, sleep with.
Please forgive.
Hump, hunch, juice, bang, smush, smash.
Such romantic.
You know, like, if you go out with a girl, and you don't, and she doesn't have sex with you, that's bragging rights for her. Not for you, but like to her friends, like, or anybody she talks to.
If you one of those types of dudes too.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we did this, we did that, we did this, and we did that. And they like, oh, did you sleep with him? She like, no. It's like they looking down on you, and they like looking up on her. Like vice versa. Like, if a man, if he's been having sex with you, but he hasn't had to take you out, that's a point for him. So that's just how the game is. Like, it's her job to get you to spend as much money without her having to do anything, and it's your job to spend as least amount of money as possible and have to get her assets from her. Like, it's just how it works.
Keep your cost per nut low. If it costs you $300 to smash the first time, You don't want it to cost you 300 the second time. It needs to be about 250, and then 100. You got to keep getting that shit down for guys that are playing that game.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never heard that.
Poor Yonci.
Yeah, you shouldn't be working hard to hit the same woman twice. Like harder to hit the same woman twice. You should just be able to maintain. So like to hit her, it's gonna cost you about $60 every time after everything's said and done.
We gonna have to have a show that's just like about love and rainbows and flowers to balance some of this out. Like it's
it's not realistic. That's
how we always wind up in the gutter. Like we gotta bring it back up a level. Like how do we?
These rules are for like these are for like low level dating, right? This is not for like serious stuff. This is like if you guys are at your worst self, right? This is what these are the rules to the game, right? If you're just not looking for nothing serious,
I would say that these are the rules that most men and women are dating by right now. The majority of them have to.
And I think to your point, I think that's what the problem with dating. It's just got to its lowest level. It's just we popping balloons and just like I don't like your shoes, your hair shape funny. It's like no one's like really. We have just gotten away from like really trying to get to know each other, and it's not fun. It's not engaging. It's a fucking waste of time. Excuse my language. And it's just like no one wants to be bothered.
There's no substance. No one wants to put in work.
It's just like everybody's just waiting on something to just magically show up and work. And
I think that's propaganda, though. I think that's what the media wants you to think that.
I'm living in propaganda because, good Lord, geez, I got stories to tell.
I think people have an overinflated sense of what they are bringing to the table as well. So in their mind, they are a 10 on looks, a 10 on lifestyle, a 10 on they're just 10s across the board. So if they meet someone, God forbid, who's a 9 in anything, it's like, oh, you don't meet my standards.
Or they meet someone who doesn't agree with their self-assessed value.
That's what I'm saying. What they consider, it might be the other way around. The other person might be a 10 and they're a 9.
Value should be objective. Like I feel like if you brought a girl up here and asked the guys and asked 10, 20 guys, is she pretty? We would all at some point have a conversation and come to a consensus of what her rate is, and we would all kind of be happy with it within like a point range. So like that's objectivity. Like these are just like objective truths when it comes to like value. Like when it comes to a man's value is like how many women want to be with him. It's that simple. Does he have money? Is he attractive? Is all these things you can add up together. Is he tall? Is he short? Like it's an equation that you kind of and you get what you get out of that is like that demand in the market. It's that simple. Like if you're a beautiful girl, that's all you need. For the most part, that'll get you in the door, being beautiful.
I want to push back a little bit on like how many women want you. So like when I met Monte, we didn't meet in a social setting. We were on an app and it was just the two of us. I didn't get to see how women responded to him. I didn't get to see how he interacted with women. And so I wonder, how that affects that logic of like, they say women want to know how many women want to sleep with someone.
Hey, think about it this way. Look, imagine how many women who are lesser than you also like, because if you like them, women who are lesser than you probably like them too.
But also,
the fact that you're in his inbox should tell you that at least if he's good enough to get you in his inbox, then all the rest the majority of women online are attractive.
So is it really that the person would be interested because other women would like him, or is it because he fit my own criteria?
No, because if he fits your criteria, he fits other women's criteria too.
Is that simple?
Your criteria is probably not going to be too. It doesn't deviate. Maybe 20% of it is, but the 80% is probably the same.
Yeah. So
Yonci, it's the same with us.
Yonci, when you saw his picture, did you say, you know what? I'm gonna give him a chance because I'm trying to give men who are less attractive a chance, or did you say, oh, I can swipe on this. He's kind of handsome. Which one was it?
Hit record, y'all.
Were you trying to like give an unattractive guy really doing that thing?
Record. This is a test. You got that ring.
Yeah.
There's only one right answer.
If it was the fact that you thought, oh, he's kind of attractive, right? All the other girls feel the same way as you. You guys are all swiping on the same guys. Like, how many men did you swipe over there for? And how many men did you put into the category of like, oh, this could be something? Probably wasn't a lot. we're not as different as we like to think we are. Like we're not as different as we like to think we are. We are like very the same. Like a lot of the men, if we see a certain girl with a default image, a lot of us are clicking the same button too. Like, just saying, like
You got the floor, coach.
We all get in the door with the same, like whatever looks to get you in the door with anybody. I'm not saying it'll keep you there, right? I'm not saying that it'll get you a second date. Looks to get you in the door.
So I will say this. Monte is not my normal type. I usually go for very, very, very clean cut. That's what I like, almost military looking. Like that's what I grew up with. So he was actually outside of the box for what I usually go for. I usually go for very dark skin. So he was somebody that was not my conventional, like, oh my God, this is my type. He was somebody where I was like, he's an attractive guy, and I got to know him. So for me, I didn't see him as like, oh, he's probably the one that everyone's swiping on. I just personally knew that I found him attractive and was interested to see if his personality was awesome.
That's the thing when it comes to objective attractiveness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when it comes to objective attractiveness, it's not about your type. Like I know that I might have a type, and I'm like, you know what? I think everybody would probably think this girl a little funny looking, but this is what I like, right? We know that versus like, oh, this person is not ugly. Like we know who's not ugly. We know who's attractive, but who's not our type. Like I know when you saw Monte, you said he's not an ugly guy. Like he's not.
Right.
I'm a man. He's not an ugly guy.
Right.
Right. We all know that you swiped because you're like, oh, this could work. Even though he's not what I go for, this could work. And a lot of the other women felt the same way. Even if he's not, they like darker guys.
I'm saying that didn't weigh in on me. Like that didn't.
It's not something you think about. It's just something you do. These are split-second situations. Like
I guess for me, because the reason why I'm struggling with it, I'm so territorial. I wouldn't want a guy that women are like throwing their panties after. I made a conscious decision to not date actors anymore, to not date like celebrities, to not date entertainers. Like I literally don't want that situation. I had a guy who went to my church, and his wife would go with him. He would also like play in the band for like Beyonce and like high, profile people. And women would literally throw their actual panties at him while he was standing next to his wife. Like to me, I've been around those people, seen those people. That turns me off if a guy is someone that every woman wants, because for me, it's almost like a liability. Like I gotta worry about every chick. So that's why I say I push back for me personally. But
a lot of women feel that way.
I'm different than most people, but
a lot of women feel that way. A lot of women feel that way. A lot of women, like when a guy is just too attractive, right? And a lot of women feel like, oh, he's just too handsome. Like I don't. And a lot of men.
According to your theory, they should like him even more because everyone likes him.
No, so it's a difference between somebody that's extremely attractive and that you want to experience them versus you want to be with them. Like most men I know who like get money and they tall and they're attractive, they wife don't got no big huge booty, right? They might have a nice butt, but the girls who they got the big huge booty, they done did stuff with them in the past, but they not their wife, right? Most of the guys I know don't have women like with badonkadonks out of this world, but we've all had them. We've experienced them. We don't want to have to deal. We don't want Arab, like them girls that everybody want to be looking at your girl, but they're gonna be breaking their necks like to the point that they can't even help it. They don't even know they're doing it. We don't want to have to deal with that.
I think it's more settled to realize like it's not so much of a conscious thing, it's more subconscious. So when women look at them as a potential dating partner or a partner in general, they subconsciously look at the person and say, okay, this is somebody that other people might find attractive as well. And you do it not necessarily in a partnership, but you even do it in a social setting as well. Like when you're going out and you meeting somebody, like you meet somebody for the first time, like, okay, this is a likable person. This person is liked by many people just by their personality. So it's not so much really, this person just have like women just flocking all over them, but just based off of their demeanor and their personality, you can kind of get a sense that this is a likable person. Like this person is liked by people. And I think it's more settled. It's not as extreme as we trying to make it out.
No, I think we're talking about like a legitimate objective. Like you can tell that this person got everybody, them guys or that guy 6'8" the Great.
Yeah, I've seen.
Obviously, all the girls they dropping their panties in the comments,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can objectively tell, like, okay, this is going to be a guy where I got to deal with women coming up to him like all day, or like a girl who's just that attractive that,
right?
You know that it's not necessarily something that you want to deal with long term. That's not really what you're looking for.
Right.
Most people are just looking for somebody that they're attracted to.
Right.
They don't want them to be like a model, like for the most part. We might have tried that when we were younger, but you learn quickly, like, that's not really what I want. So, and I think a lot of people had that experience.
So,
I don't know. How about you, Kaylee? How do you feel like if you see a guy and he's like something that you would call him beautiful? How do you feel about that? Is that something that's like, oh, I can acknowledge he's attractive, but I don't want that, or like, how do you feel about that?
I do want that, but I don't like the attention that comes with that.
Oh, so if you saw a guy and you're like, wow, this guy is a 10, you would want that long-term relationship with that individual?
Yep.
Okay.
I would, but honestly, in reality, I wouldn't want, because I know he's a 10. There'd be a lot of attention, like he'd have a lot of women as attention, and I wouldn't want that part.
So you want it or you don't want it, Kaylee? Kaylee, you want it or you don't want it, Kaylee? Which one is it?
I mean, I want it, but I don't want what comes with it.
You want it enough to deal with it.
I think
I think that plays into other factors, like how would he handle it? Like, would I feel secure in the relationship?
Can I translate? Are you saying that you would sleep with him, but you wouldn't necessarily take him as a serious partner?
Not even that. Like, I would definitely take him seriously, but it just depends on how he presents himself with other people.
Now, have you ever dated a guy seriously that you felt like this guy is a 10? Like, this guy is, wherever we go, women are going to be breaking their necks.
Yeah.
Okay. How did that work out?
I didn't like the attention that came with it.
Okay. Well, this is an example of girls who don't learn from data, right? Of the women who's like she's willing to do it again, and she already know that she don't like it, but
Kaylee, just find you a reasonably ugly man.
No,
you don't have to have. We just
I'm
learned
so
you don't
picky,
have
it's
to
not
have
even
extreme
funny.
beauty. Acceptable ugly. That's like maybe that's we need to coin
get
that
you a
phrase.
semi-attractive guy, Kaylee. That's what you're looking for. Somebody that you're attracted to, and somebody that you can post in your group chat and not get grinded up for.
Is that a sense of like settling? Like if a person decides that, okay, I don't want to deal with the attention that this, like if I deal with a beautiful woman, she got a nice body, ass is crazy, and I know anywhere we go, she's gonna get some sort of attention. Should that hinder me from dating that type of person and say, okay, I should settle for somebody who's a little bit more modest and reserved?
Yeah, if you're not her equal, of course.
Like I've had some nice looking women. But there's some women that are attractive and don't really carry themselves or think of themselves like that. If that makes sense, like they're really beautiful, but they don't care. Like if you ever been with a girl that's like
that don't last for long.
That is so attractive when a person is attractive and they don't walk around like they know it.
It's just like whatever. And then there's some who they're pretty and they know it and they project it and they act like it. And so it just depends. And it also depends on where you are, because a 7 in California is a 10 in Detroit. And I think I hear this about it. I know Willie don't like Atlanta. There's a lot of nice women in Atlanta. Like I have a
problem with Atlanta.
It's just questionable if they are women. That's all he's saying.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just I gotta make sure
Atlanta hate. We gotta stop this Atlanta hate. But I'm just saying, like, there's a lot. Like, it just depends. And even success is relative. Like you can throw a rock in Atlanta and hit 10 women with a college degree and it's attractive. Like you ain't got to try hard. Now here in Detroit, it's rough.
I think it's everything that comes with it though too, because like I said, if I felt secure in the relationship, cool. But if not, then that changes everything based off of looks or not. Like it's dependent upon the person and how they present themselves and how they are in the relationship as well. Not
And
just
we've
by
all
their
seen
looks or what they have.
We've all seen those couples where you look at the girl and you look at the guy and you go, "Oh, I know he got bread." Or you look at
credit is great.
Or you look at her and know that she needs a green card.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, you also want to make sure you're, I think that is, realistic too. Like wanting to feel like you're aligned.
I agree with the young lady said. Like it definitely comes down to the character of the individual, because if you're dating a very attractive person, she's humble about it and she knows how to, carry herself in a very modest way, as opposed to a woman who is very attractive, but who's very attention seeking and who's looking for that type of exposure. Of course, that's going to bring a certain type of energy, as opposed to a woman who is a little bit more reserved, even though she may be very attractive.
So you feel the same about a girl with an extremely big butt?
As far as what?
Like you just kind of like the same thing. It's like, oh,
it comes down to her attitude, right?
Yeah, like if she's walking around and she's like, like that's her personality, it's her butt, then obviously I'm going to treat her as such. But if that's just an asset that she just has, some women are just born naturally that way, but she has a really dope personality, like she's smart, like, you know what I mean? Like there's other things to her, then I'm going to obviously highlight more on those things than, that just being the only, thing that stands.
Jacob, why are you smiling so hard?
I like my teeth. I like my teeth.
You have a lot to say behind those teeth, I'm sure.
Can I say a random pet peeve of mine is when people announce that they are humble. That just it's like nails in a chalkboard to me. Or when they say how beautiful they are. And some people will say this just confidence. I just think it's like the tackiest thing.
It's not confidence.
It's arrogance.
It's so weird. I'm like, literally, the fact that you said you're humble just negated that.
Yeah.
And let someone else say you're attractive. Like, you might actually be attractive, and everyone tells you that. But the fact that you said it, I'm like, well, like it just so gross to me.
I feel like when it comes to, like, for one, I think on one hand, like, somebody being extremely attractive, it doesn't really matter after a certain period of time. Like after, like, it gets old real fast, right? Like a big butt, it gets old real fast once you experience it. So you really
have a bad attitude.
Yeah, you really need a lot more than that to really keep somebody. But also, I know me personally, and it has nothing to do with insecurity. Like, I understand people are going to look at my woman. It just is going to happen if you got an attractive woman. But I don't like it. I don't like it. Like I just don't, and it's just a thing about being a man, or maybe it's just a thing about being a more what is it called? Territorial type of person. They're going to look at your woman. She's beautiful. It is what it is, but I don't like it. Like,
and it's a little bit, this is a bit different because it wasn't about looks, but for a very, very, very brief time, I agreed to date somebody who was, well known. And that, even in that sense, like going somewhere and people wanting to stop and get autographs, take pictures, whatever, it's not fun feeling like you're having to share that person with the world. Like, this is just like, you're not just a normal couple or a normal two people walking down the street. It's this person. And I feel like to some degree, that's how it would be with, a really attractive person. People are constantly, oh, you should model. Da, da, da. Like, it's like they're finding reasons to have a conversation. I remember my ex-husband looked like we were on a cruise, and it was the same time that this football team was on the cruise ship, and someone thought he was a player because he was wearing one of his jerseys with his name on the back, and just thinking that he was a player, not even knowing who he was, just thinking, people just started moving different and making excuses to talk to. It's just extra. Like, that's just extra stuff I personally don't like to deal with. And I could have a crystal ball and know that he never cheated on me. And to me, it's not about insecurity. It's just extra. Like, I don't want to deal with all that extra. It's the same reason I don't wear certain provocative clothes. I don't want to deal with all that extra, even for myself.
Yeah, it's not about somebody cheating on you or insecurity. It's literally about, sometimes people just don't like what's theirs being, consumed at all. Like, I just don't want it consumed at all. Like
my guy wearing sweats. Like, you don't need to be wearing gray sweatpants. Like, don't wear lingerie out of the house. Like,
we're not giving that to nobody for free or for money.
Not for free. No.
So like if I can understand a woman not wanting you to give advice to another woman if she know that oh no, you can't go fix that girl ceiling fan. Like, it's not because I think you're going to cheat on me with the girl. It's like, you not about to give her none of this energy that I've worked so hard.
It's like currency. It's emotional currency.
Yeah,
it's gotta be somewhere else.
Exactly. It's like being best friends with like an attractive woman. Let's say a woman is attractive and you tried to come, to get with her before. She was like, I think we should just be friends, right? She's going to extract all of that value from you with that friendship, and you're not going to get nothing back from her, right? She's going to be asking you about men. You're going to be giving her all this advice. You're going to be coming over and putting toys together for the kids, right? You're going to be doing all of this stuff that she was supposed to find a man for. She's going to be getting it for free from you. That's masculinity costs money, and femininity costs money as far as I'm concerned. Like, you gotta pay for, so
Facts.
I don't know.
No, I agree. It's definitely currency. It's like they're benefiting from you in that way, and
and they've made no type of commitment, like especially a woman who says, like, I don't need a man. Like, you've chosen to forego this. Like, you've said that you don't need a man or whatever like that. Cool. So change your tire yourself and all that type of things. Like, don't just get the things for free from everybody. Like, it's so important to prioritize having a life partner, because life is not easy. Life is
and I get what he's saying as far as, like, it requires money, and I know what he means, but it's more of a sacrifice. It requires a sacrifice. Like, you have to give a sense of yourself to obtain, that feminine energy that you desire. Vice versa for women. Like, if women want, a man, like, she has to give up that masculine energy and step into her feminine energy to order to obtain that, that lifestyle that she ultimately desires.
Exactly. It's like, what my woman had to do to get all the things. Like, my woman has to submit herself to me, like, to get the things that I provide. She can't make all the decisions that she just wants to make. Like,
shout out to her, by the way. We were all agreeing that she's an awesome chick.
Oh, thank you.
We liked her a lot.
Thank you. But, like, I would never give that to a random woman. And I know that my girl has to, like, my girl is at home, and if she want to wear an outfit, I'm like, "Lo, I don't like that outfit. Can you change it? Can you take it off?" Versus another girl, she can wear whatever she wants, but I'm giving her the benefits from that. My girl, it's not fair. So
sacrifice, bro.
Let me see. So let me recap what I learned. Let's see. No tens. Don't date tens.
Leave them tens alone.
Yeah, stay around 8, 6, and 8.
I wouldn't say that. I would say know what you're getting into, man. Just call it what it is. Like, if it's
know your limits.
She's an 8 to you. Okay, cool. All right.
Call it spade. That's it.
Yeah, if you're one of them guys who has no type of like, you're not very territorial, you can date a 10 easy. Like, you can date a girl.
And you would love it. Parade her around.
Right.
Yeah.
I definitely know guys like that. He's like, I want them to look. I want them to
But it's disrespect. Like, if a man looks at your woman outside of the realm of, like, you know, like the man law of like, all right, I'm gonna glance and I'm gonna look back over here. Like outside of that, if he's looking at your woman, it's disrespectful. And a lot of times, if your girl's butt is too big, he cannot help it. Like he don't even know he doing it. You as men, y'all ever went on a girl page and she had a boyfriend? It's almost like you didn't even notice the man, and you didn't try not to notice him, but you just don't notice him. You liking her pics, and you just don't even see him. Like
no, I don't think that's possible.
It's like, yeah,
no, I'm serious.
What color is the picture in the back? And you're like, I have no idea.
I'm serious. Like, and I noticed this when I was younger. Like, you'll go on a girl page, and of course, if her man is all over it, that's different. But like, if he's on the page, a lot of times you don't even notice him. Like, you just
so
like
busy just looking at her.
You just busy liking stuff, and it's like that in
Unless
person.
he looks better than you.
I used to talk. I was getting to know this guy, and he was, you know, an aspiring actor, and we were just talking about the hypotheticals of like, what if you had a lovemaking scene and what da da da. And so there was this whole debate about, you know, well, it's just acting and this and that. And I said, well, first of all, you're still having to engage with that actress, which I know a lot of people would disagree with me on. You're still kissing. You're still, you know, yes, the sex, you're not actually penetrating, but you're grinding. You're trying to mimic it to the point where it looks believable. And I said, and in those moments, you're trying to elicit feelings from the audience if you're actually good at what you do. So I said, the way that I'm built, I could not see my husband grinding and doing a lovemaking scene with a woman. I'm not even talking about porn. I'm talking about like, you know,
did you hear about Nicole Kidman and she had to tell her husband while she kept having orgasms in a sex scene that she was filming in a movie, and then she had to stop over and over and over again because she couldn't stop, and it made it hard for her to go back home and have sex with her husband? Like she said that in an interview.
Why would you not take that to the grave?
Listen, I'm telling you right now, ladies, your marriage is over, and he is probably going to try to have sex with your grandmother and get his lick back. Because she went into such like excited detail about it. Like, I have never in my life, they were the best, biggest, longest orgasms that I ever had, and I was not acting at this moment.
This was just from friction? Because they're supposed
to. I hope so. I really hope so. But at the same time, it's Nicole Kidman, and she's a method actress. So,
well, we the conversation ended up going to, you know, clothing and dressing and all that stuff. And I said, well, how would you feel if I had pictures of me, like I'm wearing a thong bathing suit, but there's like pictures of me on the internet? And he was just like, if you look bad, like I'd be so proud, like that's my girl. And I was like, that's where I knew we weren't compatible, because I was like, I like for my man to be a bit territorial. Like, to me, that says love, that says protection, because otherwise I almost see it like it's tricking me out. Like, I want him to be like, that cleavage is a little low, or your thigh meat's a little, like, I feel like there's a fine line between looking good on his arm and making men arise to the occasion. You know?
But for my woman represents me. Whether if she's on social media, if we out in public, you know, if wherever we're at, like you represent who I am and what I stand for. And if you stand for showing your ass and, you know, wearing thongs on social media, then you're not for me, for sure.
Yeah, like with me, like even when it comes to social media, like I gotta be like, my girl's allowed to, if she like a picture, she like the way she look, like I'm like, am I in it? Like, am I in, like, all right, well, you gotta put me in one of the slides. Like you gotta make us you gotta make a carousel. Like, I gotta be in it if you like the picture. And you in a bikini or something like that. And that's like that's really the only time is when we on vacation, is the only, she know that she can dress a little bit more. You know, if we're out on vacation, we on a resort, in a nice resort or something like that, you know, you can wear those type of bathing suits or whatever. But if we anywhere local, no, I'm much more of a conservative type of guy, and I'm more like not okay with that. But when we go on vacation, that's her time to like kind of put on the outfits that she think is cute and you know, and all this type of stuff. And she got post me in the catalog. They gotta, like, a man gotta smell me somewhere. Like, I need to be smelled to like you got to smell my scent somewhere. So
Yeah, that's kind of big. I'm very particular about that too.
yeah.
I make sure that it's you can tell that my woman is well kept in mind. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right. So how do you want to give me some feedback? So there was a post that I saw, and it's about when a man loves you, what he's gonna do. And we can do a agree or disagree. How about that?
I disagree.
That's a contrarian. Did Cam really fall off without even saying a word?
He must have fell in the toilet because he said he was going to the bathroom.
He had a case study.
That's what I was going to say. He must have had an urgent case study. Case to manage.
We know what Cam doing.
He said he had to go to the bathroom.
That's what he said, managing a case.
I respect Cam's hustle.
Go to the back. Okay, Cam. All right.
Herb can ask a question, Beyonce. Herb can
He didn't go by himself.
Rest in peace, Cam. Okay. That's, all right. So here are the things that they listed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Okay. First thing, when a man loves you, he will think of you as the two of you as a unit. He can't picture his life without you. And if a decision is to be made, he's going to be thinking about how you fit into that. So if he gets invited somewhere, he's thinking you're coming with him. If there's some big thing, he's going to make sure, you're going to be available to come. Are we agreeing or disagreeing?
Say that one more time.
Just kidding. When a man loves you, he's going to think of you and move as a unit. He won't be able to picture his life without you. So instead of me, he's going to think we, us. If he's going to make plans, he's going to think how it's going to affect you. If he's invited to something special, he's thinking like, how can I bring you?
I'd like to think that, but as the more I meet other guys and kind of like talk to people on the internet, I find that like every man doesn't do the same thing. They don't have the same like level of masculinity inside of them or testosterone or like just want to like conquer the world or like own a woman and just have her be yours and like you just give her everything. Like a lot of men don't feel the same like about that. Like a lot of men just kind of want to like, hey, I pay my half, you pay your half. Let's just both be responsible adults. And, you be responsible for your emotions. I'll just be responsible for mine. And like, some guys are like that, but I think for the most part, that's what a masculine man does.
So you're saying like the whole considering her when making decisions and things, he's more so like, you're on your own, I'm on my own.
Masculine man, it's his job to make plans, especially for the future and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm a guy that like politically we have to be aligned. Certain men are like, oh, we don't have to be, but I love you.
So what about this? You really love a woman. You get offered a job that moves you out of state. Are you just taking that job, or are you going to talk to her and see if she can move with you?
Go.
My woman gotta go wherever I go.
Yeah, that's
my woman. My woman, I should be able to pack my woman up like clothes and take her wherever I'm at. That's what I want. Like I should be like you attached to me wherever you like, you on my hip. So
somebody I see this is my girl and I love her. Yeah, she coming with me.
So
I'm gonna talk to her about it, but like, hey, I'm gonna like, hey, we like now, especially if this is gonna uproot our lifestyle. I'm gonna talk to her, but yeah, you coming.
Yeah, that's what I said. But you make it sound like she doesn't have like a
what?
Say.
What does she have? What could she possibly have going on?
What if she just says like,
What if she's in school?
Yeah, that was my first thought. What if she's in school? What if
online it is? That's a bad one because all schools are online now for the most part.
Or maybe she's very close to her family and her parents are ill and she wants to really take advantage of the time that she has before that time comes.
She's not gonna marry her family.
What's the question?
If you got offered a job somewhere else would you talk to her about it, or she's just being told that this is where she's going?
No, we would talk about it, but she's on my program because she's under my leadership. So I mean, it's not really a lot of she's going to be. We have the conversation. She knows what the outcome is going to be, and we'll just make it work.
But think what you talking. Most of the guys here on like, hey, I got my girl. I'm gonna take care of things. So she more likely she gotta go. Like if it's a job, like it's probably gonna be something that's really worth making the move for. We're not talking about I'm gonna work at the new subway across town. We're not talking about that. But I mean, most guys are here talking about I'm gonna make a move, and it's going to put me in a certain place. Mm-hmm. Guys, if I'm out of pocket, y'all tell me. But
us in a certain.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's this is finna. Well said. Good correction.
I'm relocating.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not moving across town to get the third shift. You know, cleaning up the McDonald's. We're talking about wait a minute, because I live this. When I first moved from Atlanta, it was because it was a significant jump in my career. It was good for us.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't like hey, I'm a laterally.
I'm moving from fries to drinks.
That goes back to the point of love, though. When you talk about like, okay, you know what you're willing to do for love and for your partner. The whole idea behind it is that I want to do things that's for the betterment of not for myself, but for us. And if I'm not doing that, then you can't possibly say you love that person. Like if I'm with a woman and she's not putting herself in a position to be better every day, then you can't possibly say you love me. You know what I mean? Like if you're slacking in any area, or if you're not really giving me your full potential, then you can't even bring love up in the conversation.
I feel like I would feel a way if my guy was just like, we are moving to this place, as opposed to, hey, I got this offer, I thought it through, this is why I'm interested in going, and I think it'd be a good move for us.
How much money would it take? For example, if he came to you and was like, hey, listen, I got, I make this now, we do this, we're over here, but they're offering me $250 to go to DC, and he's got a plan, it vibes with what you got going on too. And he's making $250 plus commissions and all the other stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, these are the issues that money tends to soften a lot.
But that's it. That's the thing. It's not about does it make sense financially? I'm saying fundamentally, I would not do well with a man who dictates what the man is doing versus saying, I've thought it through. Here's why. What are your thoughts? I would feel not valued.
Well, no, Yonci, I agree with you. I don't think any man who's like in his right mind would just be like, yo, we moving today. Like, let's go. Like, I think that he would talk to you.
That's what it sounds like y'all were saying.
No, so if we're having this conversation, I pretty much know already in my head what we're going to do as a family, depending on what it is. But if the financial jump is worth it, I already know that we're leaving, but I'm not going to tell you that we're leaving. I'm going to talk to you about it. And I'm going to convince you, and I'm going to massage it, but I'm not just going to be like, yo, we out. But I already know him. I already know that we're leaving. Like, we're going. Like,
right.
I already know that. So like, I mean, I'll give you an example. Like my girl, like the only thing that she's attached to is her mom. Right. And we've already talked about certain things. Like her mom works for me. Right. And like, wherever we go, her mom is going. Like, so I already know all the loose ends is covered. Wherever we go, she coming with us. So, she gonna move right close to wherever we at, and that's just gonna be what it is. But we've already talked about this, because if she wasn't the type of girl that could go wherever I go, then it wouldn't even make sense for us to be together. If she had like certain, I want to stay at home wife. Ultimately, she doesn't have to be like, you can have your own business and do what you want to do and all that type of stuff. But ultimately, in my perfect world, I want a woman who is a stay at home wife, and she has those, she doesn't have those connections that she got flexibility. Yeah, I don't want her to have roots like that. So, but I understand women need something to do and something to strive for outside of the house. So, I dig that too. So,
look, say for me moving back to Texas next year, imagine if mom was out here, it would be, hey, this is what we got to do. The plan is made, months, if not a year in advance, and then we just work towards milestones each month, figuring out, what we're going to do. But it's just all I have to do is put a plan in place, a process that she can follow, and typically that's how it goes. But it's also something that women have to understand. Like when you have the men that make you, the only decision you really have to make when you wake up in the morning is like, do you want to put underwear on or not? Like we kind of, a lot that comes with that. So we're not. There's nothing for you to do but just show up. The same way, like
when you got money, you don't always put underwear on.
But I've seen this. That is what I grew up seeing. That's what I've experienced personally. So I have a very unique perspective.
Yeah, because military, right?
No, but may as well have been. I found, and I thought that's what I wanted. I thought I wanted, I don't even have to think. Just tell me where to go. I thought I wanted that. That personality type comes with sometimes very narcissistic traits. I know it's a very overused term, but I have found I don't feel the most respected in that relationship dynamic. I really value the person who sees that I have things to contribute mentally, emotionally, and a lot of times in that dynamic that I experience from not just my personal, but seeing other people very close to me, being vague on purpose, a lot of times money rules their world. So if they are bringing the check, everyone else needs to just shut up and go along with it. So for me, I had very negative experiences regarding that. It wasn't this rosy, oh, everything is taken care of, which a lot of people say, oh, everything's taken care of financially. Why are you tripping? That didn't buy me happiness. It was actually, it felt more like almost like a tool for manipulation rather than this love of I just really want to provide for every need. So I have a very, very, very visceral reaction to that dynamic, and it's different than what a lot of women might say.
I totally understand that though. Like you want to be a partner. Like you want to be a partner. Like, and your man should be. Y'all should talk about everything. He should already pretty much know how you feel before you even talk, because y'all talk about things so much. Like I completely understand what you're saying.
He should have known how you felt before he even considered the job or applied for it or whatever he's doing.
I talk about moving all the time with Deja. Like we look at houses all the time. Like
I'm trying to move everybody to Texas. If you haven't noticed, like I'm recruiting heavy. I'm like, hey, listen, I got builders for you. You know what I'm saying? I got an architect.
We got to get you out here first.
I'm back June 2nd next year.
Man, y'all know what I'm trying to do to get. I just told Monte, like, I was like, I got to get back to my original plan because I used to do stuff in Dallas, but I didn't even live here. I'm like, now that I live here and I'm like sleeping on it, I want to have like the dopest tribe together where we want to do stuff like we just run the city. And so I got to figure out how to, do it to where we had so much fun, y'all. We had, not to keep bringing up the event, we had so much fun at that event. Yes. And I'm like, y'all haven't even gotten a taste of the stuff that I can do. And then you put that network together, you start getting like a couple thousand people strong. Man.
I sent both you and Mont a house that I'm making an offer on.
Oh, you sent it to me already?
Yeah, y'all already. I just didn't tell you which one it was, but you can have parties.
I know which one it was.
The one from before where you were going to do the walkthrough?
I know which one it was. Let me see.
You know who bought that? Who bought that house?
Who?
CeeDee Lamb.
Who?
He plays for the Cowboys.
Oh, sports. Yeah, you're right.
He bought that house. That's who. He paid cash for it. So
Damn.
Why we gotta go to Texas? Wait,
you shouldn't have paid cash for it though.
Why we gotta go to Texas?
Because I'm here. Duh.
Yeah. Jacob, hey, listen. If you don't want me to slander Atlanta, leave Texas alone. Because
Texas.
At least in
I think we should have like a panel meetup and do a show.
At least we know we don't have extra
in Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
Kaylee, we're gonna do it, Kaylee. Okay, now
I actually need to go to Atlanta. There's so many
I found the house
that I was supposed to be on, and they're like,
send it back to me.
What'd you say, Kaylee?
What did you say originally?
I said, so it's like, why we like what she said? It's something about Atlanta. I'm just like, why we got to go to Texas? Like,
Because that's
the
where I
land
am.
is cheaper, taxes are cheaper, the women are nicer and don't have penises, and the weather is better.
Because
If
everything's
I'm wrong,
bigger
let
in
me know. But
Texas.
I'm a take a different one. I want to go to Texas bad. Like I'm trying to get there.
Are you gonna come too, Mont?
Yeah, I want to be in Texas because like just the amount of space, the land, the price, all that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Especially going from Cali, I'm like, I see the prices on stuff, and I'm like, wait, what?
Seriously
This
though,
wouldn't even be the garage. Like, what are you talking about?
I just got some loose ends. I might end up having to pay my baby moms to come out there.
let me
which
just
is
say
fine.
this since
Don't mess around and come out here, Mont. It's gonna be a whole vibe. Don't
Hey,
have
Mont,
a whole crew out here.
The right
What do you have to
realtor,
say?
wrong
They
house.
over here just fawning over Texas.
You said it's the right what?
Right, that's the right realtor, but the wrong house.
All right.
Go ahead, Kate, please, because I this Texas talk is making me nauseous.
Hey, we
well, I'm
can
sorry
do
I
a,
was
we
about
can do
to
a meetup
join.
in Atlanta.
Where are you trying to be?
No.
Where are you trying to be, Jacob? Atlanta?
Not Atlanta. I want to
Well, then come to Tennessee.
Hell no.
I did Tennessee
It's
for
not far.
a good couple
You could
of
drive
months.
to Atlanta. 5 hours.
all my siblings are in Tennessee.
It gets cold.
That's why I
in
said come to
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I don't like
is
Tennessee. I don't like Nashville.
Compared to Texas and Atlanta.
Like I've been there a lot. Like
Okay, well then come to Huntsville. That's Alabama.
Oh God! Ooh,
Are you shitting me? You going from bad to worse.
Well, I don't know. I'm not familiar. I'm not from here.
Yeah, Huntsville. Like, listen, you do realize you're talking to two black men. Tell them to come to
Okay.
Huntsville. Huntsville it's in Alabama. It's called Huntsville for a reason. But hey, you won't get into the history of it.
Willie, it's in Frisco.
Yeah.
My cousin stays in Frisco, so I'm.
Hey, listen. Well, when I get back, that's where I'll stay, and I plan on having a huge welcome back to Texas party. So I'm talking like
Yeehaw! Some brisket.
So as far as Texas, though, what I was gonna say.
Go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead, Kelly, because this all this Texas talk is just.
That's what I was gonna say. Something about Texas.
Okay, go
ahead. There's a lot of grant money in Texas. Actually, it's one of the largest places to get grant money. So.
What are they giving grants for?
Okay, Coach K.
What are they giving grants for?
Certified. Just kidding. Not yet, but close.
A certified misogynist? What do you?
Certified grant writer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on, Kaylee.
Nice. What are they giving grant money for?
Anything. There's so much available. That's the thing. Like, so much available in Texas.
I feel alienated now. Everybody's fawning over Texas.
Well, you can jump on the bandwagon.
As long as you're not super liberal.
If the country goes to hell, they got you.
Come on down.
Mold that.
Y'all, they wear I say y'all.
Y'all.
They wear sneakers here, and that's what stole my heart. California, everyone, you wear high heels to the grocery store. You wearing high heels everywhere. These people will wear sneakers in a heartbeat. And I got spoiled. Even the pastor's wife will wear sneakers. Everybody's in sneakers. I'm like, I'm here for this.
We only got 13 minutes left.
Jacob, where do you really want to move to?
Texas.
I got people in Texas. I've been there.
Jacob, if you come to Texas, I'll give you 90 days in one of my townhouses to find a house for free.
No. I want to get I'm thinking about where I really want to be.
Texas.
I don't know. Right now, it's probably Savannah. I want to own something in Savannah.
You can still own
How much money would I save
the
on
draw
a
there?
tax?
What is it that draws you there?
I don't know. I just had a good time there. It was the square. It was just big enough.
Come to Texas.
I've done the big city. I'm kind of I don't know.
Would you say, Monte? What's the what?
Who's in Savannah?
How much money would I save?
Well, nobody's
there we go. Let's get to it.
If you came,
nobody's in Savannah. It's just me. I'm retired, man. I'm retired.
You're retired, but couldn't even come to the event.
Obligations. You
right?
Like we friends on social, you would have seen me. I had to go to some things.
Say it again, bro.
You're in Philly, right?
Yeah, buddy, I
Yeah.
ain't doing this with you.
No, I'm in the like pressure.
I
We're gonna be
ain't
shaving me.
Pennsylvania.
I had to be
Yeah.
somewhere.
Mhm.
$1 million in
Gotta get
Pennsylvania.
into something.
610,000.
Nah, not like that. I wish.
$1 million in
Nah, but
Texas is
nah,
730.
nah.
What's the cost of living in Texas?
Oh, say that again.
$5.
$1 million in Pennsylvania is 610,000. $1 million in Texas is 730 after taxes.
Nice. Okay.
So
Hell yeah. Okay.
with your standard deductions and all of that other shit.
Yeah.
All right, so when's the next event?
Why is it gotta be in Texas?
I'm in Texas for Thanksgiving, so it's gonna be an event the week that I'm there for sure.
Oh, you are too? We're gonna be here too.
Yeah, I'm coming to Texas for Thanksgiving. I'm kid free this year. I got the kids for Christmas, so I get to come and rebig my back.
Get you some more cheesecake.
Listen,
Cheesecake.
Cheesecake!
yeah, I'm probably eating cheesecake this weekend. No, I got the kids this weekend too. Next weekend.
Oh my goodness. Jacob,
Yeah, I'm
you
eating
have no
cheesecake
idea.
I'm eating cheesecake in New York though.
I feel like y'all done left like just because I wasn't there, y'all got to talk about things that I can't talk about. I'm feeling insecure.
Should have come, man.
Hey,
Should.
so listen, Nancy, I had a picture, right? I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna turn it into a cartoon and then put it on a T-shirt, so it's not X-rated.
So okay, let me ask this before I break for that. Were there any
Nobody excused you.
ma'am? I don't like your
You got a
tone.
Pacers jacket on? You so confused.
I'm from Indiana. I'm born in Indiana.
If I add more time, can we start talking political?
No.
Do I have to stay?
Oh, let's do
You
it.
you can go. I don't care. I just
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you
No,
can have
no.
Jacob, you were leaving. Jacob.
I just want to talk about some policy, man.
No, not here.
What we talking about?
It's after hours, man.
What we
It's
talk- what we
I
talk-
don't care. It's not the platform.
Jeez.
Yeah, Jacob. I mean, yeah, Mont, that's it.
That's it. But
Yeah.
Oof.
What's the
All right, what
political
were we gonna
issue?
say?
I'm
let's-
just
let's
watching
hear
this
it.
video. Shit. I'm just watching this video of just something that just came up. You know, of course, it's about the presidential changes or whatever. But I just want to see how people feel about it. You know, about a policy. That's all. I want to fight. Like, I don't wanna
It's an open door for a fight.
anybody.
I don't want to fight.
Jacob, what were you gonna say?
So just the change in president. I mean,
No, not that. It was the end of birthright citizenship going forward, which we can talk about later. It don't matter, but I just saw that post and just interested in seeing how people feel about it.
We have a new president?
I think so. I don't know.
it was a landslide.
Not until January. We gotta keep our fingers crossed.
So Jacob, you were saying.
No, I was finna bounce, but if we finna talk politics, I don't understand. I'm gonna say this because
That's my guy. He said he's about to go, but he said
These are wrong.
politics.
I really don't. I understand. People being picking a president is a big deal. It's an important part, but the process doesn't stop every 4 years. I'm just Yonci just gonna back out. Yonci, that ain't right. You should be engaged in a process for good. Like you should be engaged all the time. If you just wait every 4 years, you just probably part of the problem. That's sort of my mentality.
Yeah.
If you're not invested in something, I don't know what to say to you. If you just wake up and you just want to fight over the presidency, then like I said, I would argue you're part of the problem. Mm-hmm. Trump being in office, you're gonna get some antics, you're gonna get some crazy stuff, but you're not gonna get, I don't know, this Armageddon handmaid's tale that everybody thinks is gonna come. What I do know is I'm amazed at how people feel about their politics depending on who's giving it to them. deportation, but you cool if Obama do it. You anti-war, but it's okay, if you like the guy who's doing the bombing. Like, it just, people just have this.
They didn't know that Obama did it. They don't know, like they didn't, so you absolutely right.
So they knew, or they found out and they still excused
They
it.
found out, yeah.
Like, people are just really, they really don't stand for much, and they're told what their politics are.
Mhm.
If you, I'm trying to be as balanced as possible. I give Kamala a lot of respect for taking the role in the way she got it.
Which was very unfair to her.
Very unfair. And she took it. She is handicapped, but she took it.
She did it. I don't think it's unfair to her. I think she the one told them, like, hey, if you don't do this, I'm gonna sit your ass down with the 25th Amendment.
I don't think it was her. I think she got a phone call and it was like, yo, you up. That's what I think. I think it was like, yo, you up. Get ready.
Yeah, I would love to find that out. But I knew for the longest, like, I have friends I'm not a registered Republican or a Democrat, but I had friends in the party. They wanted Biden going a long time ago. He wouldn't leave. And it got to a point where the party started to pull back, and then it became public, and then of course he stepped down.
Yeah.
They wanted him to. They did not want him. And early on, he said he was signaling he would be a one term. And when he said he was going to stay, the party internally started to turn on him, and eventually he left. I think she took I give her props for taking it. She did what she could. She ran as best as she thought she knew how. But ultimately, she's socially awkward, and we found out that she's not great on her feet. And her message was poor. I mean, you literally, when you go to the parts of the country that they lost, which is really, away from metropolis in the rural areas, those are the places that had the greatest job loss, economic hardship. I mean, there are places in Michigan, like Alpena, you can Google this. These people went in on a Friday and the plant was closed. They were out of work. And you're going to tell people like that, hey, we need to fight for women's health. Wait a minute, I'm out of work. Like, the message just didn't match what was going on in the country, and it just seemed out of touch. And then you got people like Obama and Oprah telling you, what to do and how to vote, and they're not listening.
Mad respect for Obama.
Yeah, I got respect for him. I lost respect for him when he came out wagging his finger with that misogynistic crap. I mean, black men were not turning on black. I don't know where he got that mess from. They got some intel that says they need to come after black men. And then when the results came out, they were really off base. And I'm going to see if he's going to go talk to Maria and Jose about how they need to vote next time out. I like Obama, but I don't. I find him to be, he's the best politician I've ever seen in my life. He can sell water to a whale.
Yeah.
But I question his politics. Like, he's, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get in trouble. He'll wrap himself in black culture if it propels his issue. And that concerns me when people do that. I just don't, I just find him to be a moderate. He's not really left or right. He probably leans right more than anything. He's not really that type of guy. I don't know. I lost a little respect for him. I like his wife a little bit better. But if the things that they hate Trump for, you can go down the list, and Obama checks a lot of those boxes. And it's just people like it better coming from him than Trump. But Kamala lost. I didn't think she'd lose this bad. That's what kind of shocked me.
I thought she was going to win. I thought, I was well, made peace with that. She was going to win. And in my head, I thought it was going to be fixed. In my head, I'm like, it ain't no way they letting her lose.
So in Detroit, in Michigan, there's a significant Middle Eastern base, Palestinians in Dearborn, Hamtramck, etc. And I was at a meeting. Part of my work is in community engagement, so I spend a lot of time in the community. I was at a meeting, South Oakland Democrats meeting in Oak Park. Biden was still in the race. That community came to that meeting and told me, I'm sitting there listening to them. They told him, if you don't change your position on what's going on in the Middle East, we won't support you. I mean, I heard them tell him that, and they said they would get a different message. Then in the primary, They voted, many of them voted uncommitted. They wrote uncommitted on their ballots. They were telling them, we will not support you if you don't change. They didn't. She lost Michigan, by like 100,000, 150. In Dearborn, there's about 200,000 Middle Eastern votes. So they did what they said they were going to do. The message just was bad. They didn't listen to the people. They forgot who they worked for. I mean, it's really that simple for them. I don't understand. I understand the popularity of Trump to some degree, but good Lord, I didn't think he'd be this popular. I just didn't see him winning the popular vote and sweeping the electoral like he did. But I understand how it happened because he worked the edges. He didn't go to Metropolis. He was in the rural parts of the state. He got them to turn out for him. He just ran the reverse Obama play. The two of them are very alike when you talk about how they run for office. They play to their base. They get them to turn out, and they say what they need to say to get people to the polls. Kamala not good on her feet. I mean, the first 30 days after she did the interview, she's socially awkward. She doesn't answer questions directly, even simple ones. I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but I kin her to Palin at times, the way she answers questions.
But also, like, I think that a lot of politicians don't answer the questions directly, but she's not. It's like she's almost, when it comes to her doing it, the skill level is so elementary. It's so bad that like you can't help but to be like, wow, like how did you make it this far? Yeah.
I think she's better when she's talking shit, like when she's in court and going at that route. But when you're asking her simple questions, I think that's where she fades. And while she had a ton of help, shout out to Black women, the way they galvanized and lit a fuse for her to get her started. If there's one takeaway for people in the election, if you're on the left, it was that. Like, I think the way they came together and got behind her was remarkable. And I give sisters a lot of props the way they pull that together. I hope they find a way to use that power for an issue or issues, not necessarily a candidate, but really use that next time to throw their weight around it and get something out of the election. If Kamala had won, I didn't see anything that they were going to gain per se. And when I'm a person that thinks your vote's an exchange, you got to get something out of the game. And I didn't see them pushing her to get something. And so hopefully next election,
I think they were getting what they wanted. I just think they wanted, because we love symbolism in our community. I think they wanted in exchange. They just wanted her in there, and that was which I think is I think is an immature thing to do, but that's their business. When I was 18, I voted for Obama. I voted for him because he was Black. I didn't care about nothing else. He was articulate, but I just voted for him because he was Black. But I'm a little bit more mature now, and I could care less what you look like at this point. But that's what they wanted. They didn't care how Black she was. They just said, yo, she got some of that in her. Like, that's all I want. I just want her to be a little tan. That's it. Like, and that's that's it. So whatever.
Yeah, but it's what's gonna. I wonder what's next for her, because she. I mean, right now she's kind of going dark. I'm gonna see what happens to Kamala, but I don't see what I think was both parties. I'm wondering what's the future like. Trump's got his other term. He's gonna leave. I don't know who's next up on the left. But what I think we are seeing, and I'm thinking more on a bigger picture, I think you're just seeing like the end of the American empire. And if you don't own some land, or you got to hustle or something, man, in the next generation, I don't know what this is going to look like. I ain't going to be here to see it, but I really am the way 70% of our economy is consumerism. And if you don't own some land, or you don't own a portfolio or some IP, or you got something, it's just only going to get worse. And I just and we're fighting over things, and the pie's getting smaller. It really is. And I'm really, like, we're sort of wasting time to some degree. And I'm just wondering what that's going to look like for people. Manufacturing ain't never coming back. I mean, you'll get something, but it's never going to be like it was. AI is a real thing. It's just like the what was the age? What was the guy name over at GE? Jack Welch, when they took over. Automation came in, AI, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till AI really gets jumping. It's really going to be rough out here for a lot of people. And that's from like these things are happening, and we're fighting over, like you said, symbolism. You're worried about things that really don't matter. It's really going to be a scary time. And if you don't get your act together, I don't know what people are going to be doing. I mean, hell, you can't even rap no more like you used to and make money. It's really going to get ugly. And the lack of political maturity is going to hurt a lot of people. People are literally, when they say you're voting against their interests, I think that's an understatement. People are just voting out of emotion. I mean, Trump is not going to bring back jobs to rural America. He can't. And it's just a reality. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But this election, man, there's a lot to take from it. I just think people. I don't know what people were doing. The more when I talk to people about it, they just angry and they don't even really know why. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do, but just be angry. I mean, you gotta step your game up. Politically. I mean, hell, most people don't know their rep is. They don't stand for any issue or anything. They're just mad. I agree. They just wanted a woman. It didn't happen. I don't know. Well, what does shock me, if whoever's listening in the chat, the question I haven't gotten an answer to, why wouldn't women support a woman? Like that I don't have a straight answer to that. It wasn't men that changed the election. It was that Kamala lost ground with her base. Less women voted for her than Biden. Less Latinos voted for her. But the women was really the one that shocked me. I thought women would support a woman. Now, maybe it was a race thing. I don't know. But if somebody can tell me the answer to that, I would love to hear it.
Maybe it was just substance.
Same reason women don't support the WNBA. Same reason.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't want to say anything. YT women, may not be as easily. They may make decisions with a little bit more substance than we gave them credit for. We don't, of course, right? We don't need substance, but maybe they're like, yo, I'm watching her. This does not seem authentic to me. Maybe it's that simple. Like, I still can't get a read on her. I don't know who she is. I've been waiting for her to do it. The craziest part to me, I don't know, maybe I'm out of the loop. I've never seen a 60 Minutes interview that was edited. I didn't know that they did it like that. Maybe they do. That was crazy to me. Like watching a 60 Minutes interview and it's edited. I thought that was crazy to me. Yeah. Like that was like just something that glared to me. She wasn't necessarily, and she literally said the same thing
over
1,000 times. That's not normal.
Over and over. And we knew it was bad, but we just kept saying, well, he's worse. That was the answer. He's worse.
And he's not worse. She sucked. She was horrible as the vice president and then wants a job promotion. That's crazy. The economy is ass. Under her, inflation is higher than giraffe vagina. And then she wants to get in office talking about, well, when I'm elected, you're in office now. That was crazy to me. And then two, she can't necessarily be worse than him because one, he's been president. Two, he's also a successful businessman, which tend to be with our economy based on consumerism. You'd probably want a businessman instead of a prosecutor, a career-long attorney in office. And then at the end of the day, they say side chicks never prosper. So if she got what she got, I don't feel bad for her at all. I feel like voting this election was like choosing between being constipated and having diarrhea, and you had to pick one. And now Willie Brown, Montel Jordan, and the 2024 presidential election have the fact that Kamala Harris blew all of them in common.
Okay, I ain't gonna go there on a. I mean, she did have to run. Her boss is sitting next to her, so she from a I try to understand politics from a political standpoint. Like I went through a cohort that prepares you to run for office, and there's a lot of things we learned. And she, her boss is sitting there, so the Democrats are really, if you talk to people, they're like a gang. You disrespect them, they'll out you. They'll come out and they sound really nice, but we had some people come back and talk to our cohort about some old stories in the office. And there was in the Michigan legislature, there was a guy who wouldn't go along with the agenda. Like he had some things he wanted to push. He was a Democrat. He wouldn't go along. And to get him in line, they put all his bills up for a vote. The next time they had opportunity for session, they put him up for a vote. And his whole party voted against him just to teach him a lesson. And the old Republican in the room was like, damn, y'all are wild. Like, but that's what they will out you if you don't go along with the plan. And I think she knew if she got up there and started dogging Biden, it was going to be a problem. People forget when Pelosi was when she was talking about her not being speaker, how she was behaving. Like she was like, oh, I'm not going to be speaker. Like she was sending signals. I'm going to come see you. And, politics has a gang mentality to it to some degree. And I think she couldn't criticize her boss. He's sitting right there. Like, yeah, he's screwing up or he's doing this poorly. It would reflect bad on her. So there's a political aspect to it that she had to sort of play ball. What she should have done is pivoted to what the future looks like for her. And all I heard her say was, I'm gonna build a middle class for everybody. And I'm gonna give you money for a house, but it didn't make sense to people. I mean, people literally are losing jobs. Like that is a real thing. There are businesses here in Michigan that were open for 50, 60, 70 years, multiple generations closed, and will never reopen. And you're coming to them with a message about, I'm gonna lower the price of insulin. Like they needed an economic message, a businessman. How are you going to get us back to work? And she wasn't talking about those things. The message didn't matter. Bernie called him out and he said, we forgot who our base was. I mean, how do you lose? Michigan is the home of unionized labor. How you lose Michigan? It don't make sense. You're supposed to be able to come here and do okay. I don't know.
And I think personally, for me, I think one of there was so many reasons that like I just would never vote that way. So many reasons, like, and one of them being like the censorship stuff that really rubbed me the wrong way. Like, back with the COVID stuff and like everything just rubbed me the wrong way with how they was handling it and telling people like you can't say certain things and because I believe like you should let people say whatever they are. If they're a fool, it's gonna come out. If they're a fool, people gonna sniff it out real fast. If you're intelligent, let them talk. If you're a fool, let them talk. The more you talk, it's just, it's going to happen. And the idea that like, oh, we need to censor misinformation and like all that type of stuff, coercing Twitter and Facebook to kind of like to play ball when it come to them. I just thought it was like so, and it's obviously you could tell who was doing it. You can tell what news networks are doing it. Like I think it's so disingenuous, and that's what bothers me is just when people are disingenuous. I can't get with it. Like you'll watch a network, and they're saying, and they will not criticize this woman at all. And it's so much to criticize, and like I completely understand 1,000%. Somebody like, yo, I would never vote for Trump. I'll vote for a rock before I vote for him. I get it.
Yep.
Totally understand, your perspective. But when you say like, yeah, but Kamala's amazing, you lost me.
Yeah,
you lost me, right? Just like if you were like, oh yeah, she's like my rock, like she's the rock to me. I'm gonna vote for her over Trump because she's just a rock, and I'm gonna vote for her. I get it, but when you start the lying and the disingenuous and the acting like you don't see certain things, that's when you lost me.
The media was tilted in her favor. No one will admit it.
Hard.
I remember during one of the debates, they were going at Trump and the guy said, well, in my opinion, this is how I felt. Like, wait a minute, you're the moderator. You just asked the question and let the answers flow. They just worked in her favor. Media doesn't educate anymore. It just kind of reports or tries to offer too much of an opinion. And that's not just helpful. I think people really, I mean, what they needed from Kamala is just to hear from her. It didn't need to be perfect. They just needed to hear from you.
Yeah.
It's just not her strength, unfortunately.
I like that this shows that legacy media is dead when it comes to election coverage, and it's time that there's been a pivot away from that because it's not served us at the capacity which it was designed for. Maybe 10, say 16 years election wise. And one of the things that I noticed that she did terribly wrong in her strategy, and that she probably had the same strategy people that Joe Biden had and Obama had, was that she refused to go on the largest platform. She only went on black platforms and podcasts to speak because they were safe and they weren't going to challenge or press her, and they agreed to let her team script the questions. He missed out on going on Joe Rogan's podcast when he invited her, and made the same concessions he made to President Trump. And President-elect Trump's episode is like 70 million views. If he pulled 700,000 votes out of that 70 million viewers, it's crazy work. And she didn't go on the other largest podcast. She didn't go on, Bussin' with the Boys. She didn't go on Adam Schultz podcast because she said that it was too big of a risk. So she tried to pander to the same black men that she was also criticizing and saying that, well, if you don't vote for me, you hate women. And now she's got women saying that, black men are, stupid and should be unalive because they didn't vote for her. When the statistics show that we voted for her at an 80% clip. And it's crazy how.
Which was upsetting.
Huh?
Which was upsetting.
Yeah, because, that was dumb. But at the same time, that of that other 20%, Donald Trump did better than he did against anyone previously against her because she was such a weak candidate. And I think that we, unfortunately, at least we have the devil we know. But again, I'm not a fan of either. I didn't vote for either. I voted for myself and one of my friends as a comedian. I'm glad that we're avoiding her presidency because it would have been, really superfluous. And the world would have looked at us like we were a joke because, again, she doesn't have the chops to speak with, or the presence or the respect or reputation to speak with world leaders on a peer-to-peer level. She would have been the most inexperienced person in the room, and she's a woman. And unfortunately, on the world stage, women aren't equal to men, and a lot of countries don't view women as equal to men. And that's also an object or a fact that we need to be aware of and cognizant of when we're picking our leader for the most powerful country in the world. And again, her background being what it is just not presidential. And I hate to say that, but as far as the candidates and who they are, he is just a easily superior candidate for her. And he has of the two, he also has the most informed group and base. The fact that she was able to raise $60 million for her campaign without publishing one policy tells you that people were just voting for her because they believed that she was black and because she was a woman, not because of any policy she had, not because of any program that she wanted to implement, not because of anything she's done as vice president. It was simply because she isn't white and was a woman. And if, like you said, if you want to hide something from black men, you put it in a book. If you want to hide something from black women, you give them $1. So it's
I think it's like God, there's a lot of things I could say. I think like I said, I think it's just unfortunate. There's a lot of things I could point out wrong. I'm trying to give a.
Do you think that people kind of got wise enough to or just were smart enough to know that oh, I'm voting for the same administration, nothing is changing, I'm voting for the same handlers, the same everything, nothing is getting changed out. This will be another 4 years, a continuation of pretty much.
No president has ever won an election with Like the same president never won an election when inflation is as high as it was after. And again, just a senior in high school who's taken one economics class understands that the economy is not better than it was before he was in office. It's the fact that we can't just look at the inflation rates for just basic household items. Eggs cost 800% more than what they cost before. So just the fact that the average working class, the middle class people can't afford to buy groceries. I mean, the fact that we don't have a housing crisis, which they try to pitch. There's over 3 million homes that are for sale right now. We have an affordability crisis that was brought on by Joe Biden's presidential, like during his campaign and his tenure. Those are the problems that I think made people vote with the man they knew, because none of this stuff happened with Trump. Unfortunately, he can benefit from saying that, and it's an undeniable truth. And all of these things happen on Joe Biden's watch, and was promulgated and perpetrated by the policies and the bills he put in place. The big promises he said he's going to deliver on, he failed on. He didn't eliminate student debt. He didn't make college cheaper. College is actually 500% more expensive than it was 4 years ago. The graduation rates they're higher for certain ethnic groups, because those ethnic groups are also being given money to go to school, and those same ethnic groups are people who are more incentivized to go to school because they have no choice. That's the only way they can to be better employees. So, like, he didn't make anything better for the same people that he said that he would, and a lot of people voted this way. They voted against it. Like, we're not listening to boomers. We're not listening to the Gen X people anymore. Millennials are voting based on what they see and what they're experiencing. What they're experiencing right now is significantly the greater quality of life as compared to what they had 4 even 8 years ago. And there's no one to blame but them. I mean, just because Joe Biden wasn't running, she was number 2. And there's nothing that she was going to do different. She's not capable. She doesn't have the pull in either one of. She doesn't have the network. She's not likable enough to even go, push or sway, the House or the Senate. And you saw how she alienated the other side when she was a tiebreaker between, repealing the Affordable Care Act. So those types of things that she's done, she spent so much of her political capital. Now her career is over. Like, when you said that you equated that lady to Sarah Palin, she is exactly that. She is Sarah Palin with the right skin complexion to get elected. And that's how she got elected. Joe Biden said he picked her because of her skin color. It's on audio. You can hear it. There's nothing to argue there. But she sucks on camera. She sucks behind a microphone. And again, she gave the same speech 107 times.
Yeah. The economy was the answer. I mean, you got people, they're telling you 2-3% inflation, and you got people per year the cart from a year ago, and I mean, it's literally double, 50 to 30%. I mean, 30, 50%, and sometimes double what you pay. There's videos on social media where people, like, they're standing in front of the thing at Costco that they bought a year, and it's double the price. Like, all that matters. People they vote with their pockets, particularly in our community. It's like I'm struggling financially, and you're not talking about it. She didn't even have to necessarily even do anything about it, but you're not even talking about it. You're trying to pretend like it ain't real, like it's my imagination. And that's not the reality for most of the world. I think immigration was probably right behind it. So while I'm struggling to find work, you're letting people in here in their minds. I'm not saying this is the way it is. I mean, that's what people believe. I mean, ask me what I think, I'll tell you. But you see that happening, and I'm losing work, and you're bringing people in here to compete with me. It was a recipe for disaster, and again never addressed it. Like, they kind of did, like it wasn't a big deal. And when you look at the map where people voted, and if you go, I promise you, if you look at some of those areas, that's where probably had the biggest job loss. Heck, they interviewed it was an undocumented, I forget which network it was on. They reported it out. It was a guy who came here illegally, I don't know, a decade or two ago, voted for Trump to close the border. Like, make it make sense. Like, they're telling you what was important to them, and people They just didn't listen, man. This might have been the most tone deaf campaign I've seen in a long time. Like they just really didn't listen to their base.
I mean, the fact that she lost the blue wall, like that's crazy. That she lost the blue wall. No other Democratic candidate has lost the entire blue wall. All of those states. It's crazy. And then the swing states that she lost. That's how you know how bad it was.
Yeah.
I got another question. Do y'all also feel like that the Democratic Party was literally attempting to politically displace black people?
I think they're trying to politically displace black people who didn't agree with their mantra and their plan. I think that there's
like with the immigration.
Everything.
Like, do you think they tried to rush them in here and like know that they would vote blue, give them everything they asking for, all the food, all these food stamps, to
on purpose? Because they know that you're going to vote who feeds you. I mean, it's kind of like crackheads. Crackheads going to go to the stand whatever dealer serves them. If one dealer is not going to get them what they want, they're going to go to the one who will take the pennies of change or whatever. Who will front them. That's what the immigrants are going to do. I know it's a pretty powerful, a pretty strong comparison, but it's for understanding's sake. It's the best way I can explain it. I think that they let all those people in on purpose, and it wasn't for this election; it's for the next one. That they think that these people are going to be already in here now, and they're going to vote. But I think it backfires because again, between the mass deportation that's about to happen, the should. The fact that Chicago has a $1.6 billion deficit because of all the money they've given to these illegal immigrants that are there taking over like cities and blocks, and, the gang crime and violence and stuff. All the mess that was created there is going to have to be addressed, in a very, very, very heavy-handed fashion. And I think that those people who do go about it the right way to become citizens correctly, through the proper channels, I think they're going to be probably some of the most red voters ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see a Democratic candidate making much ground in the next 12 years. I don't see. I have a hard time seeing because no one's going to take her seriously anymore. Like, when was the last time you heard of Sarah Palin? Like, she's in Alaska. I think that they're trying to get her to do a porno or something. Like, you haven't heard from her since she embarrassed herself publicly, which is just what happened now. You see, she didn't go back and speak to her people that were at Howard last night. She went home. And like those people stayed out there for 9 years, and just that type of character for me shows you like that, hey, all skin folk and kinfolk, and I don't even think she's kinfolk.
Yeah, she should have came out and addressed them. Take a minute, but do I think it's a conspiracy? I don't know. I'll just say immigration, period, illegal otherwise, is having an impact. You look at some of the larger companies and who leads them. It's immigrants. I mean, look at Google and other places. I'm not saying it's good or bad. That's just a reality. Like you are competing.
Google CEO was born here
with other people. I mean, he's not. I mean, he was born here, but I guess the point I'm trying to make, but illegal immigration is having a major impact, and I don't understand the rationale for just kind of allowing it. I would love to just hear the reason, and every time they were asked about it, they just couldn't give one.
I can't tell you the truth. Like, nobody's gonna go on record to tell the truth. You'd have to just be able to figure it out.
Cheap labor, I guess. I mean, that's the best I can come up with.
Well, no, it's kind of like you're saying again, dating fat girls. Like, a fat girl will do what a skinny girl won't because she knows she's big and she has to. Illegal immigrants will take jobs that they don't necessarily want for pay they know they don't deserve because that's the best they can do.
Yeah.
Like, look at how many people you can go to any Home Depot right now and get enough people to lay a concrete foundation for a home. I'm talking about 6,000, 7,000 square foot home. You can go get enough skilled labor for pennies on the dollar to basically build the whole house. And that's part of what's going to happen. What's going to have to change. And while those people are here, everyone who voted for Trump is going to keep voting for him, or people who are agreeing with that. Like the senator from Florida is probably next up. And I will say this though, I'm by far not a Trump person supporter, but one thing that he's doing right that I am huge on is overhauling the family court. I agree with that. I love that for men, and the fact that they're doing away with no-fault divorces. I love that for us because that's the biggest step in the direction of fairness when it comes to marriage. And it's also how you can re-incentivize men to get married again. Because now, women just can't arbitrarily be like, oh, well, I want my coochie stuff a different way, so I'm gonna go divorce you and marry someone else. Or, somebody else has more money. Like, it's, divorcing is not just want to be like, get married again, you'll do better next time. And I can respect that. And then the father's rights thing, giving that, I'm an advocate for fathers. The fact that they're overhauling those things is, that's one thing that I can agree with. Aside from the taxes, the deportation stuff, the big companies and all that, I can agree with all that stuff. Those common sense, but the no fault divorce thing, and that now that it's clear that there was never going to be a nationwide a ban on, unaliving unborn babies. It was just past 12 weeks, and in case of emergency. I like that incentivizes women to not be whores and use birth control as using your baby vacuums as a excuse for having a crazy girl trip before they go back home to their husband. Like, I like that it incentivizes women to be more chaste and less promiscuous. So I don't necessarily have an issue with any of that stuff.
She should have came out and addressed the crowd. Like, I was disappointed in that. Like, this, even if she said, "Like, I need a minute. I'll get y'all in the morning," you should have did something. I think there's some irreparable damage she's done to the party. I'm already hearing, you just read online, they're starting to point fingers. I'm gonna see what happens. Trump, when he takes office,
I can't wait.
The thing I know he won't do, if you're a business owner or what, he's going to take care of that group of people, and I expect him to do what he can to promote business. Like, that's it. Some round of tax cuts, some round of incentives. I expect something like that to come down. I mean, it's what he did in his first presidency. First major piece of legislation was that.
I think it's so crazy that, well, and I understand the perspective, like, because poor people don't know things. They don't know business, right? And stuff like that. Like, and they're very entitled. But I think it's so crazy to be like, this person has so much money, they don't deserve, they need to be paying more, paying this and paying that. When this person is providing 200,000 jobs, they're providing housing, they're doing so much for the economy that they don't have to do, and you're just saying they don't deserve whatever they're getting, right? I just think that they don't, a lot of people, they don't understand the perspective of people who actually are, or how important it is that people own businesses. Like how important these things are to our economy. They don't understand that. They don't know what it's like to literally pay taxes out of your, do it yourself. Like, you gotta go take your money out and give it to somebody else. They don't know what that's like.
Yes. And I think our version of capitalism could be tweaked.
Absolutely.
It is tilted a little. I mean, the incentives are tilted towards business owners, and I get why. You need the money moving in the economy. You got to have money moving. It just can't. When investors don't see the ground as fertile, they hold on to their cash, and our economy needs cash moving, and so you incentivize it to move. I would argue, if to fix our economy, the answers are in the tax code. Most answers are there, and it's some type of tax code or incentive to get to correct things. I don't agree with the pay your fair share, because I think it's too simplistic of a model. Like, you really got to get into the devil of the details a little bit more. I do think some communities, they incentivize and they kind of bankrupt some communities because you're giving away the farm, but you can correct some of that with some good policy. But you do need money moving. Unfortunately, that's the way this world works, especially this country. Money's got to move. You just can't sit on it. Yeah. And incentivizing it to move is really what the economy is about. It's just they're incentivizing people to do things, to create jobs, have economic prosperity. You got to get money moving. Yeah, that's really what a lot of the tax incentives are. It's like, we'll give you money if you invest here. Get some money moving, get some job creation, get something going. Yeah. The unfortunate part, I think, where we've gone a little too far is we haven't taken care of the working people a little. I'm not saying just flip the thing on its head, but we could do a little bit more for working people to get them some room, because you need them to actually patronize the businesses. And I think that's sort of hurt us a bit. There's just their money's not going as far. I wish they would do a little bit more for working people. That doesn't mean increase the minimum wage. I think that's a little too arbitrary, but there could be some incentives that are done for working people. And they have a baby and a tax credit. You need something a little bit more. There's probably some good ideas I can't think of right now. It's too late at night, but you need something like that to get working people, W-2 earners, a little bit of something. And I haven't heard anything in the election about W-2 earners other than have a baby. And that was again, if I'm continuing to criticize her, that was a problem. You got to give something to working folks.
Do you feel like I feel like, do you think it's reasonable? Because I do think that if you make more money, then you should reasonably have to pay a little more taxes than somebody who doesn't make any money, right?
Yeah, but you do. That already happens.
Yeah, that already happens, right? But also, right, if somebody's paying millions of dollars in taxes and you're paying $7,000, in reality, it makes sense that they have much more of a say than you in terms of wherever we're going, right? Does that make sense? Like, if I'm paying millions of dollars in taxes, then I deserve to get more than you if you're only paying $7,000. And I don't think that's what people want.
The more you had it, that's just the way the world works. Whether I believe it or not, that's just the way it is. And people are going to listen to people, and there's a reason. I think we painted millionaires as these evil people that are doing. There are people who are just they scraping the plate, but most billionaires are business owners in the community doing things that help their community. But that's the reality. But for whatever reason, we painted those people as just evil vultures to some degree. But all they did was run up the score based on the code that was there. They didn't do anything illegal. They're just taking advantage of what's there. And I agree with you. More people need to know what's there and take advantage of it. There are probably tax benefits people who are working poor could take advantage of that they don't. Many people don't even take advantage of the earned income credit annually. So they leave it on the table. It is lack of knowledge. They could have a little bit more if they took advantage of it.
And it's free the knowledge is free. It doesn't cost any money. You scroll past it on Instagram every day. You choose not to use it. You choose not to invest in yourself. You choose not to contact the CPA. Most average people don't have a CPA, right? You're choosing that, but you can buy weed, you can buy a Louis bag, you can buy all these other things, but you have not invested in yourself. You don't really want money. You just say it.
Yeah,
you want to keep your money.
Yeah, it's that part, and I'm trying to figure out how to say it. It's a lack of knowledge. I think I don't know the right way to say it. I do think some people have just a sense of entitlement to some degree, like the government should just give things, and it doesn't work that way.
That's induced by the government. Which is one of my big issues, and why I think the way I think is, like, the idea of being poor is different from being broke to me. Like, being poor is so different from being broke. If you're poor, that means that most of those people want things given to them, and I think that's who Kamala was trying to appeal to. It's poor people and not broke people. Yeah. Like a broke person, I just don't have money right now. I have character. I have all of these other things. But if you're poor, once I tell you I'm gonna give you some shit or something, you on board.
Yeah. Yonci, tell us you got 3 minutes. You're gonna kick us off.
Yeah,
you have to pick this back up. I need to spend some time with. I just want to look at the data from the election and learn a little bit more. I really want to know the answer to that question. Why didn't women vote for women? And I want to hear from women. I don't know. We'll see. Because that one because that was the whole thing. You don't support women.
Because their community is not as dense as ours. They're not as shallow. Like, some of those people are they're interpreting data. They're not just, oh, woman, let's vote for, oh God, woman. Like, that's how kids, that's like my son is 6, and he sees life through boy girl. Like he sees life that way. You're a boy, I'm a girl. That's ultra important. My favorite color is blue. I can't like pink. You can't like, my sisters can't like, they can't like blue. That's a boy color. Like that's how kids see the world. And that's how a lot of these adults see the world. It's through color and through gender.
I see that. Maybe I'm just believing something else is there. I want to hear it, and I would really love to hear from women. Like just
you got to ask them,
which
is the mature thing to do. Other people just assume their motives, but you should definitely ask them. Like, why didn't you go for? I'm interested in those answers too.
Well, it's 12:59, fellas. She's about to cut us off, and I hope y'all have a good night. Mont, get ready to move to Texas, bro. Jacob, you should come too, man. It'll be great.
I've been to Dallas. It's been a minute. I need to go to Dallas. I haven't been back in a minute. I need to get back there.
I'm going.
You gotta show me the nice part of Dallas.
Hey, yeah, Miles gonna say next time we come, man, I'm gonna take you out to where I'm talking about going.
Okay, yeah, I need to see the suburbs. I'm a suburban black person. That's what I need to be. All
right, bet, bro.
Yeah, I like the white folks. But yeah, and some good blacks. Put me around some good blacks. I'm good.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, y'all.